Gopal Italia, when questioned about that video where he's seen to be using derogatory language against the Prime Minister and using derogatory language against women, because of which he was summoned by the NCW, he completely denied that it's him in that video.
And even Rekha Sharma is claiming that the replies which were sent by Gopal Italia in written and now when he was confronted with the video are contradictory. And that's why there were actually questioning, the NCW officials were questioning Gopal Italia when this kind of incident happened. She also claimed that almost 150 Aam Aadmi Party workers came and they tried to force them inside the NCW office, and that created a law and order situation. And that's why she has to call police, and this whole exercise has taken place when Delhi police took Gopal Italia in custody, and now Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that he has been arrested. Now the whole political war has started between Aam Aadmi Party and BJP. Aam Aadmi Party is giving a statement on one hand that since he belonged to the Patel community, that's why he was arrested. At the same time, BJP is claiming that since Aam Aadmi Party don't respect the law, and hence they sent 150 supporters at NCW office where Gopal Italia was questioned. So all these things are now panning out, and it was expected as Gujarat elections are there. Anytime election commission is going to announce Gujarat elections, and Aam Aadmi Party is putting all their energy, all their strength at Gujarat state as well. And that's why the questioning was also significant, and now the detention, and after the detention, the political blame game, the political statements which are coming from the both sides are also of quite significance.
Kumar, how big a blow is this for the AAP as far as their Gujarat campaign is concerned, the detention of Gopal Italia?
See, the detention is not quite a big, because if it is for law and order situation, then Delhi police might release him after some time. But the statements which are being made by Gopal Italia are quite damaging, and he made those statements against Prime Minister, and Prime Minister is a popular figure in Gujarat, and that's why Aam Aadmi Party is worried about those statements, because those statements are now viral, and they think that if he is bad-mouthing Prime Minister, so that might damage the prospect of Aam Aadmi Party in Gujarat. And that's why all these, the political drama which took place at NCW office, there is some strategy by Aam Aadmi Party to put a counter narrative to reduce the impact of the controversial statement, and that's why Aam Aadmi Party is telling that this is nothing but a political vendetta, since he belongs to Italia belongs to Patidar community, Patel community, that's why he is being targeted, and hence on. So this is a completely a different kind of narrative which Aam Aadmi Party is trying to put out, since he was called by NCW office and now he is being detained. That's why they are trying to make it a big political issue, and trying to show that Gopal Italia was being detained because it is a matter of political vendetta.
Right. Kumar, stay on with us. Let's listen in to BJP IT Cell Chief Amit Malviya, who we spoke to earlier about Gopal Italia's detention.
Well, there is a tweet from the chairperson of the National Women Commission saying that a lot of people from the Aam Aadmi Party are outside their office and they are creating a lot of trouble, heckling people, perhaps assaulting some of those officials around there at the NCW premise. So naturally, in such a situation, Delhi police has probably done what they think is right. But what is of a larger concern is that a man who has been summoned for derogatory comments, not just against the Prime Minister, but also against the women of Gujarat, and there have been several other videos that have emerged after this video in which he goes on to further insinuate that women in Gujarat who go for katha and who go to temples are basically offering themselves for exploitation because they happen to be dens of exploitation. Now, here is a man who has such regressive views about women. He has such regressive views about how he sees the Gujarati culture, the inherent way of living in Gujarat. And someone like him, when he's summoned by a constitutional authority, a body that is empowered to do so, creates ruckus, makes it an opportunity for show of strength.
So this is, of course, the big story that we're tracking at the moment. AAP Gujarat Chief Gopal Italia detained by Delhi police. Handing it over now to my colleague Chaiti Narula.
Thanks, Paulami, for that. And that is, of course, as you rightly mentioned, the big story we're tracking at this point of time. There's been a fresh escalation, as Paulami was just reporting, in the AAP versus BJP war in Gujarat. The Aam Aadmi Party's Gujarat unit chief has been detained in Delhi. Gopal Italia was detained by Delhi police from outside National Commission for Women's office. NCW chief Rekha Sharma has alleged that Italia stormed into her office with his supporters, which made her feel threatened. AAP has called the detention vendetta, saying that the BJP is threatened by Italia's popularity in Gujarat. Remember, Italia had been summoned in connection with a video where he used derogatory language for Prime Minister Modi. Two old videos of Italia surfaced in recent days, one of which he criticizes Prime Minister Modi's niche politics, uses a cuss word for the government, and another he tells women that temples are breeding grounds for exploitation. So just to give you a context of what's going on in terms of why this entire controversy, listen in to that old video of Italia where he's made the derogatory remark against the Prime Minister. Take a look.
इस्तेमाल हो रहा है। आप नीच किस्म के आदमी, मुख्य वड़ा प्रधान नरेंद्र मोदी, मैं इस बात की पुष्टि नहीं करता हूँ, लेकिन आज यहाँ पे चुनाव चल रहा है। मुझे आप सब लोगों से जानना है कि क्या भूतकाल में कभी भी किसी भी वड़ा प्रधान ने ऐसा नौटंकी किया है वोट देने जाने के लिए। ये नीच किस्म का आदमी यहाँ पे रोड शो कर रहा है और दिखा रहा है कि कैसे मैं पूरे देश को सी बना रहा हूँ। सी फॉर, समझ लीजिएगा, मैं कैसे इस पूरे भारत।
Are we making her life any better? It is common knowledge that a girl child, primarily rural and semi-rural, has a lot of difficulties. They have to do daily household chores before going to school. और उन्होंने इम्पोर्टेंट बात जस्टिस धूलिया साहब ने कही है अपने जजमेंट में, जो एक्सर्प्ट मिला है, आई फेल्ट दैट द जजमेंट इन बीजे इमानुअल स्क्वायरली कवर द इशू। तो अगर आप जस्टिस बीजे इमानुअल का जजमेंट देखेंगे, जिसमें जस्टिस चिन्नाप्पा रेड्डी ने अगस्त 11, 1986 को यह कहा था कि सस्पेंडिंग स्टूडेंट्स बेस्ड ऑन देयर कॉन्शियसली हेल्ड रिलीजियस बिलीफ वायलेटेड द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन। तो हम तो ये उम्मीद कर रहे थे कि आज रेजोल्यूशन हो जाएगा, मगर एक सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जज का जजमेंट हिजाब के फेवर में आया है, और जो हाई कोर्ट का जजमेंट था, मेरी राय में इट वाज बैड इन लॉ, बैड in terms of its contents, or it had misused Quranic commentaries and translation. This has serious ramifications and should not have been allowed. ये जो कर्नाटका की मुस्लिम लड़कियां हिजाब पहन रही हैं, इसलिए पहन रही हैं क्योंकि कुरान में अल्लाह सुब्हानहू तआला ने उनको ये कहा है, हुक्म दिया है, और वो इसलिए पहन रही हैं कि कुरान में अल्लाह ने कहा है। तो बीजेपी ने गैर जरूरी तौर पर इसको एक मसला बनाया, इसको बैन किया और खामखा एक रक्कस क्रिएट किया गया है। तो ये मेरी इनिशियल राय है। अब जब जजमेंट पूरा अपलोड हो जाएगा और जो हमको मिलेगा तो पढ़कर उस पर और तफसील से हम आपके सामने बोल सकेंगे।
कर्नाटक हाईकोर्ट ने सर सवाल किए थे कि हिजाब जो है कंपलसरी प्रैक्टिस नहीं है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट
तो इसीलिए मैंने कहा है कि जो हाईकोर्ट का जजमेंट था वो इट वॉज बैड इन लॉ, और उसके कंटेंट में भी वो खराब था, और उन्होंने गलत कुरानिक कमेंट्रीज एंड ट्रांसलेशन को इस्तेमाल किया। अब कुरान की एक आयत है ला यखरा फिद्दीन, के दीन में कोई जोर जबरदस्ती नहीं है, वो हिजाब के लिए इस्तेमाल नहीं हुई थी, वो रिलीजन के एक्सेप्टेंस में इस्तेमाल हुई थी। उलमा इकराम ने कहा तो आपने उसको हिजाब पे डाल दिया। तो इसीलिए हमने कह रहे हैं कि वो गलत था, वो ऑनरेबल जजेस ने वो गलत मिसयूज किया बल्कि कुरानिक कमेंट्रीज और ट्रांसलेशन को। और उस जजमेंट में ये कहा गया कि स्कूल एक प्रिजन है, स्कूल एक मिलिट्री कैंप है, कैसा होगा बताइए। तो इसलिए वो मेरी राय वो है उस कर्नाटका हाईकोर्ट के 3 जजेस बेंच की, उसमें तो तीनों जजेस ने हिजाब को कहा कि जरूरत नहीं है। यहां पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने दो ऑनरेबल जजेस ने डिफर किया है, मगर एक जज ढूलिया साहब ने हिजाब के फेवर में जजमेंट दिया है।
सर अगर हम बात करें कि
अब आपका टाइम चले जाएगा, फिर वो सोच लीजिए फिर आप।
ठीक है, इंग्लिश में बोल दें सर छोटा सा।
नहीं हो गया, आप चलिए करेंगे
लाइव के लिए।
हाँ लाइव के लिए कि सब खत्म हो। इनिशियल रिमार्क्स बोल दिया हमने। कौन पहले इन कर ले दो पहले, चलो हाँ उसके बाद नहीं।
The Supreme Court passes a split verdict on a batch of appeals challenging restrictions on Muslim girl students wearing hijab in educational institutions in Karnataka. Justice Hemant Gupta dismissed the 26 appeals filed against the judgment of the Karnataka High Court that held that hijab was not an essential practice of Islam and allowed the ban on wearing a headscarf in educational institutions in the state. Expressing the divergence in his opinion, Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia set aside the Karnataka High Court judgment and held that the entire concept of essential religious practice was not essential to the dispute. Justice Dhulia said that the Karnataka High Court took the wrong path and hijab was a matter of choice, nothing more and nothing less. Dhulia claims that the foremost question on his mind was the education of the girl child. Meanwhile, Bomai government claims that they will continue to enforce hijab ban in the state. All the big takeaways of the Supreme Court hijab verdict on your screens right now. So it's been a split verdict. Justice Gupta upholding the ban. Justice Dhulia says it is a matter of choice. Now this case has been referred to a larger bench because there has been a split verdict in the hijab case. So it's a wait and watch for now. That's the latest coming in at the moment. We're getting you all the sides of the story in terms of what really happened in court as well, all on your screens right now. Politics is also taking place after the split in the Supreme Court judgment on the hijab ban, and the stalemate in the case, of course, continues. We're getting some reactions coming in. Listen in.
Ban of hijab will continue. As you know that Karnataka Education Act and rule does not permit any religious items inside the class. So we are very clear that no student can wear hijab inside the class.
2 ಜನ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಗಳು ವಿಭಿನ್ನ ತೀರ್ಪನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದು CJI ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ನ ತೀರ್ಪನ್ನು ಎದುರು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರು ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳು ಅಂತ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದೋಬಸ್ತನ್ನು ಸರಿಯಾದ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಬಂದೋಬಸ್ತನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಖಂಡಿತ ಶಾಂತಿ ಸುವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಪಾಡುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಕೈಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
आगे जहाँ पे ये रेफ़र किया गया है, हम समझते हैं बहुत क्लियरली ये बात सामने आ जाएगी कि हिजाब जो है इस्लाम का पार्ट है, उसकी प्रैक्टिस है और इस्लाम के एक बुनियादी रुकन है। और जो इस उम्मीद के साथ कि जो इस्लाम की प्रैक्टिसेस हैं उसमें लोगों को ये चाहिए कि इसको अदलिया तक ना ले जाया जाए ताकि इसमें किसी भी तरीके का भेदभाव की कोई शंकाएँ ना हो। लेकिन सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो कुछ आज कहा है हम इसका वेलकम करते हैं और इस उम्मीद के साथ कि आगे जो है ये हिजाब के फेवर में मामला आएगा।
हमारे देश में सभी धर्मों के संस्कार और प्रैक्टिस करने वाले बच्चे हैं और धर्म के आधार पे कोई फैसला नहीं होता है। बच्चों की एजुकेशन मस्ट है, इसलिए इसको अभी आगे के लिए रखा गया बड़ी बेंच के लिए। तो उनकी बड़ी एक जिम्मेदारी है हमारे न्यायाधीश के लिए। तो इसलिए मैं समझती हूँ कि हमको इसका स्वागत स्वागत भी करना चाहिए और इंतजार करना चाहिए.
Maulana ji, how do you look at this? The Supreme Court has forwarded this to the larger bench. There has been a contradiction in the decision of both the judges are concerned. How do you see that?
Whatever has been said in the Supreme Court by one of the honorable judge, we welcome that he has said that it is a matter of personal choice, and he has also said that it is related to the right to education, and education is very essential for all the children. So the manner in which this case has been taken up and whatever one of the judge has said, we welcome that, and we also welcome that this case has been referred to a larger bench. And as far as the religious angle is concerned, since this matter is, we think that much more religious, and as far as Islam is concerned, we all must know that whatever Allah has said in the Quran and whatever Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we consider all those things as the essential practice of our religion.
A split Supreme Court judgment on the hijab ban on campuses means the stalemate on the case continues. While the Karnataka government says it expected a better verdict and the High Court ban will remain, it also took a swipe at Congress claiming appeasement politics. Karnataka State Education Minister B.C. Nagesh trains guns at the Congress party, claiming it not only uses one community to fight polls but is also polarized a particular community to lead them to the hijab showdown. Samajwadi Party MP has stoked a row with his bizarre comments on hijab use for women. SPMLA Shikur Rahman has claimed that women should not roam about without the hijab, alleging immoral activities will rise without it.
Congress always fight elections not on the development issues or the people issues. They always want to fight on emotional issues, particularly as one particular religion is most emotional. They want to concentrate on that votes, and they have done not now, since 1947 up to today. Why did they brought Article 370? To see that one particular community votes will be polarized towards Congress. The special benefits which has been given. As you know, there are very small minority communities in the country, but one or two particular community has been taken considered as minority and given the special status to them. But there are many small religions which are very minute and they have not got anything when Congress is ruling.
Two opinions are there. So, under these circumstances, there is no clear-cut decisions in respect of the issue of the hijab case is concerned. So, then it has to be referred to according to my opinion, it has to be referred to the constitutional bench, and the constitutional bench has to take the note of every subject and give the correct judgment in respect of the hijab. If it is not taken by the constitutional bench, the confusion will go on. Confusion will continue regarding the hijab issue is concerned. So, there must be a clarity on judgment. For that purpose, it should be referred to the constitutional bench. That is only the way.
ಕಿವಿ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅನಗತ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಇದನ್ನ ಪುಷ್ಟೀಕರಿಸುವಂತ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿತು. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂತಹ ಬಟ್ಟೆಗಳನ್ನು ಧರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಎನ್ನುವಷ್ಟರು ಉಡಾಫೆಯ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳುವಷ್ಟರ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಮುಂದುವರೆದಿದ್ರು. ಈ ತೀರ್ಪಿನ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಗಳೇ ಹಿಜಾಬನ್ನ ತಿರಸ್ಕರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಚೋಡೋ ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ಅಭಿಯಾನವನ್ನ ಭಾರತ್ ಜೋಡೋದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಅಗತ್ಯ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ.
Why did the government ban it? And they banned it under the pressure of the Hindutva groups because they wanted to come with a saffron shawl and communalize the issue, make it into a communal issue. It was never a communal issue. It was an issue where a Muslim girl was encouraged to come to educational institutions. So this is a dichotomy. This is the double standards.
Breaking news just coming in. Arvind Kejriwal has tweeted on Italia's arrest. Kejriwal tweets, and I quote, With the arrest of Gopal Italia, there is a huge anger in the Patel community in Gujarat, unquote. Of course, this is now being made political given the fact that the state of war Gujarat is on as well, and given the light of what has happened as far as Italia is concerned, Kejriwal has taken the political opportunity and put out a tweet saying with the arrest of Gopal Italia, there is huge anger in the Patel community in Gujarat, unquote. So there you go, latest reaction coming in. This is a reaction coming in from the Chief Minister of Delhi and the Chief Convener of the Aam Aadmi Party right there. We'll also wait for how the other political parties react to this tweet of Arvind Kejriwal. But this has been the escalation in AAP versus BJP fight in Gujarat. Italia, as you already know, has been detained in the national capital. He was detained by the Delhi police from outside National Commission for Women's office. Amit Bhardwaj, our reporter, is now joining us for the very latest. Amit, Kejriwal's put out this particular reaction right there, linking this particular arrest to the state of war Gujarat ahead of the Gujarat elections. Have the other political parties reacted to it, somewhere separating the two issues?
Well, Chaiti, right now, Aam Aadmi Party is actually declaring war over Gopal Italia's detention in the national capital. It is trying to pitch the entire episode, in connection to the Gujarat elections. And in fact, that narrative would suit Aam Aadmi Party as well. And what we saw that right after the news broke that Gopal Italia has been detained from the NCW office by the Delhi police, Arvind Kejriwal had tweeted this out. And after that, party started a war of words against the Delhi police, against the BJP, trying to pitch it into the Gujarat election narrative. And after that, what we are seeing is that AAP convener in Delhi, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, is saying that the entire Patel community of Gujarat is angered by the arrest of Gopal Italia. In fact, I had asked Delhi Deputy Chief Minister and Senior Aam Aadmi Party leader Manish Sisodia about Mr. Italia's detention by Delhi police. He said that Gopal Italia is being detained, being arrested because he belongs to a party which believes in constructing good education system, building good education system, while on the other side, the other party by which he meant BJP has failed to improve the education system of Gujarat for the past 27 years. So that is the big word coming from Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, Chaiti, a few moments from right now, Saurabh Bhardwaj, who is the national spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party, will be holding a press conference. So a detailed statement by Aam Aadmi Party defending Mr. Italia will come out. And the allegations as of now, Chaiti, is that NCW, Chief Rekha Sharma said that Aam Aadmi Party workers had gathered in large numbers outside NCW headquarters. Many of them were trying to barge into the NCW headquarters, tried to force themselves in NCW headquarters, and that is precisely why NCW had to call the police, and after Delhi police came in. And when Delhi police had reached the NCW headquarters, Mr. Italia had tweeted out that he is being threatened, that he'll be arrested. And eventually we saw those visuals of Delhi police van going right there. In fact, Chaiti, the press conference of Aam Aadmi Party is going to begin right there. Saurabh Bhardwaj.
Saurabh Bhardwaj has taken over the podium right there. As Amit was mentioning, this particular press conference is about to begin any second now. Saurabh Bhardwaj about to start speaking on this entire controversy. You can see Kejriwal has also slammed Italia's detention. And now the Aam Aadmi Party is giving out some clarifications as far as this issue is concerned. Saurabh Bhardwaj of the Aam Aadmi Party about to begin speaking. Listen in.
नमस्कार दोस्तों, आज ये सूचना मिल रही है कि गुजरात से आम आदमी पार्टी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष भाई गोपाल इटालिया को भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्र सरकार की दिल्ली पुलिस ने बिना किसी कारण गिरफ्तार कर लिया है। ये बात सब लोग जानते हैं कि गुजरात की भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ सबसे बड़े आंदोलनों की अगर हम बात करें या उसकी सूची बनाएं, तो एक सबसे बड़ा आंदोलन जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ गुजरात में हुआ, वो पटेलों का, पाटीदारों का आंदोलन था। ये बात सब जानते हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी पाटीदार समाज से नफरत करती है, उसे घृणा करती है और सरदार पटेल के असली वंशजों को जिस तरीके से पहले गोलियों से मारा गया और आज उनके एक वंशज को जिस तरीके से गिरफ्तार किया है, इसकी वजह से पूरे पाटीदार समाज में और सभी गुजरातियों के मन में बहुत गुस्सा है। सीधा सीधा भारतीय जनता पार्टी का आम आदमी पार्टी से जो डर है वो साफ देखा जा सकता है और गुजरात के लोगों के मन में इसके लिए काफी गुस्सा है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अगर आपके पास कोई सवाल हो तो आप सवाल पूछ सकते हैं।
शर्मा एनसीडब्ल्यू की जो चीफ कि आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने बड़ी संख्या में वहां इकट्ठा हुए, कुछ लोग दफ्तर के अंदर घुसने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, कानून व्यवस्था खराब कर रहे थे, इसलिए पुलिस बुलानी पड़ी।
और वो कह रही है कि इसीलिए उनका डिटेंशन भी हुआ इटालिया में। वैसे तो उनको सम्मत किया गया था।
हम तो कह ही रहे हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की पुलिस, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का वुमेन कमीशन और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अधीन हर एक इंस्टीट्यूशन गोपाल इटालिया के पीछे पड़ा हुआ है और सीधा सीधा पाटीदार समाज से उनकी नफरत आज सबको नजर आ रही है।
क्या हिरासत में लिए जाने के विरोध में आम आदमी पार्टी कोई विरोध प्रदर्शन करेगी, थाने जाएगी? आप लोग क्या करेंगे? मांग क्या आपको?
देखिए, मांग तो क्या है, आपने किसी को बेवजह गिरफ्तार कर लिया है तो सारा देश देख रहा है और इसके खिलाफ गुजरात की जनता भारतीय जनता पार्टी को सबक सिखाएगी और जिस तरह से लोग निकल रहे हैं वो साफ साफ दिख रहा है कि लोग जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी से बहुत परेशान हैं।
सर, आप उस वीडियो के बारे में क्या कहेंगे जिस वीडियो को लेकर हमको सम्मान किया गया?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी रोज उलझुल वीडियो निकालती है और चाहती है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के 27 साल के शासन के ऊपर कोई जवाब न देना पड़े। 27 साल के शासन के बाद तो किसी गिरी से गिरी सरकार के पास भी कम से कम 27 बड़ी चीजें होती हैं जिस पे बात की जाए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास न स्कूल के बारे में बात करने के लिए कुछ है, ना हेल्थ सर्विसेज के बारे में कुछ है, ना लोगों के लिए कुछ किया। सिर्फ और सिर्फ चाहते हैं उलझुल वीडियोस और पुराने वीडियोस के ऊपर जो है गुजरात का चुनाव हो, मगर गुजरात के लोग ये मानने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। गुजरात में चुनाव जो है इस बात पे होगा कि 27 साल में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने गुजरात में क्या किया और क्या उन्हें करना चाहिए।
सर, इसी समाज से वहाँ मुख्यमंत्री हैं हार्दिक पटेल को भाजपा अपने पाले में लाती है और आपके नेता को डिटेंड किया जाता है, तो क्या कनेक्शन है जो आप कह रहे हैं?
अब देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के तो प्रवक्ता भी मुसलमान है। इतने मुस्लिम प्रवक्ता तो हमारी पार्टी में या कांग्रेस में भी नहीं होंगे जितने भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अंदर है। मगर उन मुस्लिमों को क्यों रखा गया है भारतीय जनता पार्टी भी जानती है, देश के लोग भी जानते हैं। तो ऐसे ही पाटीदारों को भी रखा गया है। किससे नफरत है, किससे मोहब्बत है, तो सब जानते हैं।
All right, Saurabh Bharadwaj right there, Aam Aadmi Party crying vendetta as far as this particular arrest is concerned. This is coming in the light of the fresh escalation that you're seeing between the AAP versus BJP in Gujarat. The Aam Aadmi Party's Gujarat unit chief has been detained in Delhi. Gopal Italia was detained by the Delhi police from outside National Commission for Women's office. NCW chief Rekha Sharma has alleged that Italia stormed into her office with his supporters, which made her feel threatened. The AAP has called the detention, vendetta, saying that the BJP is threatened by Italia's popularity in Gujarat. Remember, Italia had been summoned in connection with the video where he used derogatory language for Prime Minister. The two old videos of Italia surfaced in recent days. One where he criticized the Prime Minister's niche politics, used a cuss word for the government, and another which he tells women that temples are breeding grounds for exploitation. And the AAP has just reacted, one with the tweet of Arvind Kejriwal and the other with a press conference right there of Saurabh Bhardwaj, where he did allege vendetta politics, saying that the BJP is scared of AAP in Gujarat.
देखिए, जो लोग गोपाल इटालिया को डिटेन कर रहे हैं, उनके पास सिर्फ इतनी राजनीति है, उनको स्कूल ठीक करने नहीं आते, उनको बच्चों को पढ़ाना नहीं आता। 27 साल हो गए उनको सरकारें चलाते हुए, उनसे एक स्कूल शानदार नहीं बना। गोपाल इटालिया को इसीलिए अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं क्योंकि उनकी गोपाल इटालिया ऐसी पार्टी से आता है जिसको स्कूल बनाने आते हैं, बाकी कुछ नहीं है, बाकी ड्रामा है।
Well, there is a tweet from the chairperson of the National Women Commission saying that a lot of people from the Aam Aadmi Party are outside their office and they are creating a lot of trouble, heckling people, perhaps assaulting some of those officials around there at the NCW premise. So naturally, in such a situation, Delhi police has probably done what they think is right. But what is of a larger concern is that a man who has been summoned for derogatory comments, not just against the Prime Minister, but also against the women of Gujarat. And there have been several other videos that have emerged after this video in which he goes on to further insinuate that women in Gujarat who go for katha and who go to temples are basically offering themselves for exploitation because they happen to be dens of exploitation. Now, here is a man who has such regressive views about women. He has such regressive views about how he sees the Gujarati culture, the inherent way of living in Gujarat. And someone like him, when he's summoned by a constitutional authority, a body that is empowered to do so, creates ruckus, makes it an opportunity for show of strength.
इन्होंने डिनाई किया कि उस वीडियो में मैं हूं ही नहीं, लेकिन जब ये जवाब दे रहे हैं तो उसमें इन्होंने माना है कि इन्होंने वो ट्वीट किया था, जबकि पहले ये कह रहे थे कि वो जो ट्वीट में जो वीडियो है वो मैं नहीं हूं। तो ये दोनों चीजें ही आपस में, जो भी इनका स्टेटमेंट है और जो रिटन स्टेटमेंट है, दोनों मैच नहीं करते। अभी तक इन्होंने प्रॉपर जवाब नहीं दिया। मैंने पुलिस को भी बोला है कि इनके अगेंस्ट एक्शन लिया जाए, क्योंकि ये एक लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को खराब करने की सिचुएशन क्रिएट कर रहे थे। इनके सपोर्टर्स ने जबरदस्ती अंदर आने की कोशिश की और मुझे लगता है, इनफैक्ट मेरी 2 बजे एक मीटिंग थी बहुत जरूरी, जो अब डिले हो गई है सेंट्रल दिल्ली में, और क्योंकि मैं बाहर नहीं निकल सकती थी, मुझे अपनी लाइफ पे भी थ्रेटनिंग लग रहा था। यहाँ 100-150 लोग अगर पहुंच के मुझे थ्रेटन करेंगे तो ये किस प्रकार के नेता हैं, ये कैसी इनकी वर्किंग है।
Bhardwaj is joining us live. Amit, you're right there, where the press conference of the Aam Aadmi Party also took place. If you could elaborate further on the Aam Aadmi Party's stance as far as this entire issue is concerned. We cut live to the press conference as well. If you could just encapsulate all the developments.
Well, Chati, Aam Aadmi Party, as expected, has declared war against Bharatiya Janata Party over Gopal Italia's detention in the national capital. We just heard Saurabh Bhardwaj, who is the national spokesperson of the party. Italia represents the Patel community, and the attack that has happened against Gopal Italia is because of the hatred of the BJP against the Patidar community of Gujarat, the same Patidar community which had built one of the biggest agitation against the Bharatiya Janata Party in the entire community. So now the Aam Aadmi Party is very clear as far as their strategy is concerned. They are trying to pitch this as AAP versus BJP battle of Gujarat. They are trying to pitch this as attack on the Patidar community, on a leader from the Patidar community. community. In fact, AAP has gone to the extent of saying that Gopal Italia has been arrested because he belongs to the community which is the true successor of Sardar Patel. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Amit, for joining us with those details right there. We're slipping into a very short commercial break. When we return, as the Congress presidential polls close in, Shashi Tharoor has alleged a difference in treatment between candidates within the party.
You are watching India Today.
News is about putting people first. Just look at the queues right across. About asking the right questions to those in power. It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals. It heals.
Angry people came out on the streets.
Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country? News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
What do you look for in a house? Is it the rooms, features or comfort? Well, in this video, we'll tell you about the 5 most expensive houses in India. The house is designed by Chicago-based architects. Antilia is the world's second most expensive house. The house has 27 floors, with amenities like 80-seater cinema hall, salon, ice cream parlor, and the list goes on. The house can withstand an earthquake of 8 magnitude. The Raymond Group chairman has the tallest house in India. The 30-floored house is spread over 16,000 square feet. 6 floors out of the 30 are for parking. The house has swimming pools, spas and gyms. It is divided into different flats for families to live. The name of the house means a place where someone lives. The house has 17 floors and has a helipad with a few helicopters. It is spread over 16,000 square feet. K.M. Birla of Aditya Birla Group lives here. His house has over 20 bedrooms. It is spread over 30,000 square feet. Bollywood star Shah Rukh Khan's house is one of the most luxurious houses. His house has 6 floors with multiple bedrooms, a library, boxing ring and a personal auditorium.
Climate change is real. The long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns are constantly taking place, and it will affect you. If you are still not bothered about it, here are some facts which you should know. The world's polar ice caps are shrinking little by little. The Arctic is heating up twice as fast as the rest of the planet, with Greenland's glaciers receding particularly quickly. This process is speeding up all by itself. Melting snow exposes ice underneath, which then absorbs the sun's rays and increases thawing. At the opposite end of the Earth, 90% of the ice shelves on the Antarctic Peninsula are starting to disintegrate. Ice melt is also being observed in mountain ranges like the Himalayas, Kilimanjaro, the Alps, and Pyrenees. In the Andes, glaciers are retreating and risk disappearing altogether. Ocean levels are rising due to the combination of melting ice and warmer sea temperatures, as warm water has a greater volume than cold water. At the current rate, it is predicted that by the year 2100, sea levels will rise between 26 centimeters and a meter. Islands in the Pacific or Indian Oceans like the Maldives will be submerged. Densely populated, low-lying coastal areas like Bangladesh, Vietnam, the Netherlands, and the east coast of the United States are all under threat.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
As the Congress presidential polls close in, Shashi Tharoor has alleged a difference in treatment between candidates within the party. On 12th October, Congress Election Authority head Madhusudan Mistry said that the presidential polls would be carried out through a secret ballot. Mistry said that the Congress's chief polls ensured a level playing field. However, Tharoor opposed the predicament. Tharoor says that he was not blaming Mistry Sahib, but there were flaws in the system since elections were not held for 22 years. Tharoor has alleged that several state presidents and leaders reached out to the Pradesh Congress committees to back Kharge, but no leader was available when he arrived. Tharoor said it was not Mistry ji, but the big leaders of Congress who were biased against him. Kharge, on the other side, told India Today that he does not wish to be compared to Tharoor.
नेताओं जिस किस्म के काम किए हैं उसके बारे में मैंने कहा कि लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड नहीं है, क्योंकि कई जगह में आप देखे होंगे कि प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी के अध्यक्ष, सीएलपी नेता, बड़े नेता कि खड़गे साहब को स्वीकार करते हैं, स्वागत करते हैं, बिठाते हैं, उनके साथ बैठते हैं, लोगों को बुलाते हैं मीटिंग्स के लिए, पीसीसी से निर्देश जाते हैं कि आ जाओ खड़गे साहब आ रहे हैं। इस किस्म की चीज़ें कई पीसीसी में हुए हैं और नेचुरली सिर्फ एक ही उम्मीदवार के लिए हुआ और मेरे लिए तो कभी नहीं था। कई बार मैं पीसीसी गया हूँ और उसी दिन पीसीसी अध्यक्ष को होना मुश्किल था। लेकिन अगर आप पूछते हैं कि लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड है तो क्या आपको लगता है कि इस किस्म के ट्रीटमेंट में कुछ फर्क नहीं है?
Sir, but Shashi Tharoor is saying that he wants to do away with the high command culture because earlier it was working well for the party, but now it's not working for the party, and that's why he wants to democratize and embolden the delegates and the workers.
I don't want to answer Tharoor questions. I am not I am not he is not my examiner. See, I have come on my own from block president to this level. Was Shashi Tharoor was there at that time was there? See, these things just questioning, he is telling like that, I have created a manifesto and I will give that. That may be his views. I don't want to comment on that.
He is talking about change.
No.
Think Tharoor, think tomorrow.
Whatever he wants, he can tell. But my manifesto, my the agenda is whatever decisions we have taken in Udaipur declaration, that I will implement it. And those declarations were taken into consideration, consulting all the senior leaders, experts.
You know, because
that is my agenda.
SMSs designed to create panic. Digital fraud. Sextortion. Web of cybercrime unravels. Are you and your money safe? The Jamtara Files, an India Today investigation.
Have you received SMSs on your phone warning you that your power connection will be snapped for non-payment of bills, or messages with dubious English asking you to fill KYC details for a bank? Many people have received these. Many of us have seen the messages about these offers, about business proposals that sound too good to be true. And when things are too good to be true, they actually are. Messages and emails asking us to tap unverified links. Beware. Cybercrime has matured. Digital criminals are more structured now and innovative than ever before. Here's our special from Jamtara, the most notorious hotspot for cybercrime in India, and now perhaps a model for e-criminals in other states and regions.
An ultimatum about power disconnections. The lures of low investments and high returns. Deals that seem too good to be true. Voice messages, emails asking you to tap unverified links. And threats on sites, apps and games to expose sexual activity. The growing iceberg of digital fraud. Cyber criminals are going great lengths week in, week out to trick you, to blackmail you by the virtual hook or by crook. One of the most notorious hotspots of the craft that has inspired a Netflix series. Jamtara in Jharkhand continues to struggle with cybercrime. Our ground report, in fact, found scammers here have become more structured, innovative, and ruthless. A victim has just arrived at Jamtara's cybercrime station. He's a complaint of sextortion. Yes, you heard it right. Sextortion.
हमारे मोबाइल में व्हाट्सएप पे डिफरेंट नंबर से मैसेज आते रहे और हमारे फोटो को गलत तरीके से उसको प्रदर्शित किया गया और उसके हमको दिखा करके हमको डराया धमकाया गया और कहा गया कि आप हमको पैसे दीजिए। कितना पैसा? 50,000, 20,000, 10,000, 5,000 अलग अलग तरीके से अलग अलग नंबर से अलग अलग तरीके से पैसा मांगा जा रहा है। कॉल करके बकायदा मैसेज लिंक भी भेजा जा रहा है। लिंक किस अकाउंट में भेजना है? बहुत सारा वो अलग यूपीआई आईडी दे रहे थे कि इसमें भेजिए इसमें भेजिए तो मैंने भेजा नहीं।
Sextortion is a scam of the blackmail variety. Scammers threaten to expose their targets' explicit images if not paid. Haider Ali complained that cyber criminals used his social media pictures and videos and mapped them onto nude imagery. The scammers have been audacious.
मैंने कहा कि मैं साइबर थाना में इसका रिपोर्ट करूंगा। उन्होंने कहा कि आप साइबर में रिपोर्ट कर दीजिए, कुछ भी कर लीजिए, इससे मैं डरता नहीं, वो लोग मेरा कुछ उखाड़ नहीं सकते। वो उसके बाद गाली गलौज भी करने लगे हमारे साथ। तब मैंने उसका फोन कट कर दिया और मैंने आज आकर के थाना में
आपके तस्वीर का गलत इस्तेमाल किया गया और कि आपके फोटो को वायरल कर दिया जाएगा। गलत किसी लड़की के साथ आपको दिखाया जा रहा था और ये आपको धमकाया जा रहा था कि आपका जो ये क्लिप है इसको वायरल किया जाएगा, वरना आप पैसा दीजिए और यूपीआई लिंक्स वो भेज रहे थे।
Jamtara recorded 76 cases of cybercrime in 2021. This year, its cyber police has already registered 60 such cases till now. As risks of digital fraud mount, local businesses are taking the brunt. Many rather prefer a reverse drive to conventional transactions.
हम अपना कोई क्रेडिट कार्ड यही यूज करते हैं।
नहीं करते हैं?
नहीं करते हैं। उसका कारण क्या है कि कल के दिन हैक होने का खतरा है। हम अपने पास में किसी चीज को नहीं रखते।
तो कैसे करते हैं फिर ऑपरेट आप लोग?
ऑपरेट या बैंक जाके चेक से या फिर ऑनलाइन ट्रांसफर वगैरह जो भी है वो भी एकदम लिमिटेड, अदरवाइज बैंकिंग जाके करना पड़ता है।
तो कमोवेश इसी तरह से बाकी ट्रेडर्स भी करते होंगे जैसे आप बता रहे हैं?
बाकी ट्रेडर्स लोग का भी वैसे ही है, वैसा ही सिस्टम है।
यहाँ पर 25-30% व्यापार बहुत प्रभावित हो रहा है अब लोग पेमेंट लेने में कतराते हैं, या तो फिर चेक से लेते हैं या पेमेंट या डेबिट कार्ड से लेते हैं। तो ये बदनाम होने के कारण अब यहाँ के मान लीजिए बगल के कोई लोगों से या नारायणपुर जामताड़ा कहीं अगल बगल से पेमेंट देना भी चाहता है ऑनलाइन, तो लोग लेने पे घबराता है।
The scammers designed their messaging to get their victims upset, curious, or anxious. Take for example a message about an imminent blackout at your home, office, or store. It's the bait to catch their target's attention. And if the potential victims fell for it and called the embedded number, they'd likely be told to install a screen mirroring app on phones or computer systems. This to allow the scammers the access they want, the data, the passwords, the account number, and codes to execute the theft.
जब कहते हैं कि हम बिल जमा कर दिए हैं फिर भी हमारा अकाउंट डिस्कनेक्ट हो रहा है, तो कहते हैं नहीं अपडेट करना होगा। उसके लिए वो कोई ऐप्स है, जैसे एनी डेस्क है, टीम व्यूअर है, उसको डाउनलोड कराते हैं और उसी पर वो जो है प्रोसेसिंग कराते हैं। किसी में वो एनी डेस्क या टीम व्यूअर से जो है स्क्रीन शेयर हो जाता है। तो ये जो उसमें 10 रुपया 5 रुपया डालने के लिए बोलते हैं, तो वो उसमें पैसा डालते हैं। डालने के बाद फिर वो जो है एटीएम नंबर, पिन नंबर, सीवीवी नंबर जो भी है वो प्राप्त कर लेते हैं और उसके बाद फिर वो ट्रांजैक्शन कर लेते हैं।
Authorities in Jamtara have bolstered their defenses. The local youth are encouraged to take up decent vocations.
इन्फोर्समेंट पुलिस अपना काम कर रही है और जहां तक एजुकेशन की बात है तो सारे पंचायत में लाइब्रेरीज बनाई गई हैं जहां हफ्ते में 2 दिन क्लासेस भी लेते हैं। संडे को पुलिस वाले और वेडनेसडे को सिविल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के लोग जाते हैं और जो पुलिस वाले क्लास लेते हैं उनका मेन जो कंसेप्ट है वो कम्युनिटी पुलिसिंग का है। वो बच्चों को जो है अपनी पढ़ाई के लिए भी गाइडेंस करते हैं और उसके अलावा कैसे क्राइम से दूर रहना है और उसके क्या नुकसान है इस बारे में भी समझाते हैं। तो इससे काफी अच्छा रिजल्ट आया है।
Cybercrime being borderless without the need for its perpetrator and victim being co-located, digital evidence has led police from 22 states to visit Jamtara in the past few years. But the spotlight on digital fraud has expanded to other places as well.
अभी तो फैल गया, जैसे देवघर डिस्ट्रिक्ट और दुमका, गिरिडीह और जगह से भी हो रहा है।
मतलब संथाल वाले बेल्ट में ज्यादा है।
हाँ, धनबाद वगैरह से भी हो रहा है। इस एरिया से थोड़ा ज्यादा ही हुआ है।
तो अब ये लोग कहीं से भी कर देते हैं। ये मतलब कि जहाँ जो उनका हब था कर्माटाड़, तो वहाँ अब नहीं रहते।
अब यहाँ नहीं रह गया, अब तो पूरा फैल गया है। बोर्डिंग डिस्ट्रिक्ट इतना है लगभग, और बिहार भी लोग चले गए हैं, वहाँ भी लोग ट्रेंड होकर के ये सब काम कर रहे हैं।
Gaining full remote access to your devices. Simply put, scammers entice you innovatively, threaten you aggressively to take control of your digital assets. Cybercrime no longer a small crime by any means, despite protections. With Satyajit Kumar in Jamtara, Jharkhand, Bureau Report, India Today.
Slipping to a break. When we return, fresh escalation in AAP versus BJP war. Aam Aadmi Party's Gujarat unit chief has been detained in Delhi.
You are watching India Today.
Remember them? Amber Heard and Johnny Depp have both been busy with their lives ever since the defamation trial. And everything seems to be going quite well for Johnny. He's returning to movies with the role of King Louis XV in Jeanne du Barry. Has found love in his former lawyer, Joel Rich, and recently made 20 times the profit for his Queensland mansion. This isn't just any house, but it is the place where the infamous incident of Depp losing his finger took place. Amongst the many fights that were mentioned in court of the former couple, this incident was one to stick out quite a bit. He sold this mansion in Australia for $40 million. The house had 10 rooms with 10 bathrooms and a wine cellar with a capacity of 2,000 bottles along with a go-karting ground within that premises. To get into the details of this infamous incident, Heard had been throwing bottles at the actor, 2 bottles in fact, the second one resulting in a cut finger. Amber Heard did not agree to this version and said that Johnny Depp had instead been throwing those bottles due to anger, and that's how he cut his own finger. The incident has taken place in 2015 and has been brought up in trial multiple times. Now, as the dust settles on the defamation trial, Johnny Depp has been seen doing quite a lot of concerts with his close friend Jeff Beck. And Amber Heard, on the other hand, is peacefully living her life in Spain. She will be seen next in Aquaman 2.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Incredibly, you worked with Teach for India. You worked at Mankur in Mumbai as a teacher for a couple of years.
So what I used to do is to go by car to the train station, tell my driver you stay here, and then take a rickshaw and go to school, because I didn't want the community to know that I'm coming in a private car.
To all our viewers, Mankur is very far away from South Mumbai, where we are at the moment. And you then moved into holistic education, and that's where you're...
one of the biggest slums.
It's the
Like
it's where everyone from Peter Mello Road and Churchgate area has been rehabilitated.
Co-presented by Only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-presented by Macho Hint, fashion bade aaram se. Powered by Ashirwad Shubh Chakki Aata. Raho char kadam.
Can you imagine your life without Swiggy, Dunzo, Zomato, Zepto? Well, let's just nod in agreement that life would not be the same without these apps. But can we look at them with a finer lens? After the pandemic, reliance on these apps increased, and so did the demand and supply for gig work across India, according to Taskmo Gig Index. Gig work consists of income-earning activities outside of traditional long-term employer-employee relationships, So essentially, these gig workers are those who are delivering the items you order through these apps. But there are problems this workforce is facing. Problems around social security rights and working rights. These problems are also the primary cause of distress among the emerging form of employees. So let's explain what a gig economy is. Gig economy is a free market where organizations like Ola, Uber, Zomato and Swiggy hire or contract workers for a short span of time. Basically, these are temporary positions to meet the company's immediate requirements. Gig workers are those who are part of this economy. They work independently on call or on a temporary basis. India is the 5th largest gig economy according to an India Staffing Federation report. In India, over 15 million workers are employed as gig workers across the industries. And digital platforms played an important role in helping job seekers find these gig work. Gig workers suffer from the lack of social security, sanitary working conditions, and working rights. So this sector is highly unregulated, which, like any unregulated sector, results in nominal benefits and reduced security. You can call this a shinier extension of India's unorganized labor economy. According to India's Code on Wages 2019, a universal minimum wage and floor wage should be provided to all organized and unorganized sectors. That includes gig workers. Likewise, the Code on Social Security 2020 recognizes gig workers as a new category. That also makes them eligible for benefits like maternity benefits, life and disability cover, old age protection, provident fund, and employment injury benefits. However, the eligibility does not guarantee that they will get these benefits.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Presented by धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए.
Watching India Today.
Very good evening and thanks so much for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories this evening. Let's begin with the headlines first. AAP Gujarat chief detained in Delhi from the Women's Panel office. Kejriwal calls Gopal Italia's detention an insult to Gujarat's Patel community. Two-judge bench delivers a split verdict in hijab case. Justice Gupta bats for the ban. Justice Dhulia bats for freedom of choice. Case referred now to a three-judge bench. Karnataka government says hijab ban will continue for now. ED files a charge sheet against Rana Ayub. Rana Ayub accused of money laundering. ED charge sheet says that Rana submitted fake bills, received foreign funds without FCRA nod. India's holy city occult shame after cannibalism horror. Now a case of black magic on children emerges. Local stage massive protests. Saurav Ganguly makes his exit from the BCCI. Official says he's ready to move on to bigger things in life. IMF lauds Modi's government's digital cash transfer scheme, calls it logistical marvel, helping millions of poor in India. There's been a fresh escalation in the AAP versus BJP war in Gujarat. Aam Aadmi Party's Gujarat unit chief has been detained in Delhi. Gopal Italia was detained by the Delhi police from outside the National Commission for Women's office. NCW chief Rekha Sharma has alleged that Italia stormed into her office with his supporters, which made her feel threatened. AAP has called the detention vendetta, saying that the BJP is threatened by Italia's popularity in Gujarat. Remember, Italia had been summoned in connection with a video where he used derogatory language for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Two old videos of Italia surfaced in recent days. In one, he criticizes Prime Minister Modi's niche politics and uses a cuss word for the government, and another where he tells women that temples are breeding grounds for exploitation.
देखिए, जो लोग गोपाल इटालिया को डिटेन कर रहे हैं उनके पास सिर्फ इतनी राजनीति है, उनको स्कूल ठीक करने नहीं आते, उनको बच्चों को पढ़ाना नहीं आता। 27 साल हो गए उनको सरकारें चलाते हुए, उनसे एक स्कूल शानदार नहीं बना। गोपाल इटालिया को इसीलिए अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं क्योंकि उनकी गोपाल इटालिया ऐसी पार्टी से आता है जिसको स्कूल बनाने आते हैं, बाकी कुछ नहीं है, बाकी ड्रामा है।
तो एक सबसे बड़ा आंदोलन जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ गुजरात में हुआ, वो पटेलों का, पाटीदारों का आंदोलन था। भारतीय जनता पार्टी पाटीदार समाज से नफरत करती है, उनसे घृणा करती है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का आम आदमी पार्टी से जो डर है वो साफ देखा जा सकता है, और गुजरात के लोगों के मन में इसके लिए काफी गुस्सा है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की पुलिस, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का वुमेन कमीशन और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अधीन हर एक इंस्टीट्यूशन गोपाल इटालिया के पीछे पड़ा हुआ है, और इसके खिलाफ गुजरात की जनता भारतीय जनता पार्टी को सबक सिखाएगी। और जिस तरह से लोग निकल रहे हैं वो साफ साफ दिख रहा है कि लोग जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी से बहुत परेशान हैं।
इन्होंने डिनाई किया कि उस वीडियो में मैं हूं ही नहीं, लेकिन जब ये जवाब दे रहे हैं तो उसमें इन्होंने माना है कि इन्होंने वो ट्वीट किया था, जबकि पहले ये कह रहे थे कि वो जो ट्वीट में जो वीडियो है वो मैं नहीं हूं। तो ये दोनों चीजें ही आपस में, जो भी इनका स्टेटमेंट है और जो रिटन स्टेटमेंट है, दोनों मैच नहीं करते। अभी तक इन्होंने प्रॉपर जवाब नहीं दिया। मैंने पुलिस को भी बोला है कि इनके अगेंस्ट एक्शन लिया जाए, क्योंकि ये एक लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को खराब करने की सिचुएशन क्रिएट कर रहे थे। इनके सपोर्टर्स ने जबरदस्ती अंदर आने की कोशिश की, और मुझे लगता है, इनफैक्ट मेरी 2 बजे एक मीटिंग थी बहुत जरूरी, जो अब डिले हो गई है सेंट्रल दिल्ली में, और क्योंकि मैं बाहर नहीं निकल सकती थी, मुझे अपनी लाइफ पे भी थ्रेटनिंग लग रहा था। यहाँ 100-150 लोग अगर पहुंच के मुझे थ्रेटन करेंगे तो ये किस प्रकार के नेता हैं, ये कैसी इनकी वर्किंग है।
Well, there is a tweet from the chairperson of the National Women Commission saying that a lot of people from the Aam Aadmi Party are outside their office and they are creating a lot of trouble, heckling people, perhaps assaulting some of those officials around there at the NCW premise. So naturally, in such a situation, Delhi police has probably done what they think is right. But what is of a larger concern is that a man who has been summoned for derogatory comments, not just against the Prime Minister, but also against the women of Gujarat. And there have been several other videos that have emerged after this video in which he goes on to further insinuate that women in Gujarat who go for katha and who go to temples are basically offering themselves for exploitation because they happen to be dens of exploitation. Now, here is a man who has such regressive views about women. He has such regressive views about how he sees the Gujarati culture, the inherent, way of living in Gujarat. And someone like him, when he's summoned by a constitutional authority, a body that is empowered to do so, creates ruckus, makes it an opportunity for show of strength.
Let's now listen into the old comments that were made by Italia.
इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, आप नीच किस्म के आदमी, मुख्य वड़ा प्रधान नरेंद्र मोदी, मैं इस बात की पुष्टि नहीं करता हूँ, लेकिन आज यहाँ पे चुनाव चल रहा है। मुझे आप सब लोगों से जानना है कि क्या भूतकाल में कभी भी किसी भी वड़ा प्रधान ने ऐसा नौटंकी किया है वोट देने जाने के लिए? ये नीच किस्म का आदमी यहाँ पे रोड शो कर रहा है और दिखा रहा है कि कैसे मैं पूरे देश को सी बना रहा हूँ। सी फॉर, समझ लीजिएगा, मैं कैसे इस पूरे भारत देश को सी बना रहा हूँ। मैं बात करता हूँ डिजिटल इंडिया की और खुद दिल्ली से दौड़ा दौड़ा यहाँ पे वोट देने आता हूँ। देखिए मैं आप लोगों को कैसे सी बनाता हूँ। तो ये नीच किस्म का आदमी हमें ये संदेश दे रहा है कि मैं पूरे देश को सी बना रहा हूँ।
મારી તમારી માતા બહેનોને પણ રિક્વેસ્ટ કરવી જોઈએ કે હે મારી માવડીઓ, હે મારી બહેનો, હે મારી દીકરીઓ, કથાઓમાં કે મંદિરોમાં તમારું કંઈ વળવાનું છે નહીં। એ શોષણના ઘર છે। જો તમારે તમારો અધિકાર જોતો હોય, આ દેશ ઉપર તમારે શાસન કરવું હોય, સમાન દરજ્જો જોતો હોય, તો કથાઓમાં જે નાચવાના બદલે મારી બહેનો, મારી માવડીઓ, આ વાંચો।
So that's the latest coming in. AAP Gujarat chief has been detained from outside the women's panel office, the NCPCR office. AAP has trained its guns on the BJP. They've claimed vendetta. In fact, Saurabh Bhardwaj had also conducted a press conference where he spoke about how the Bharatiya Janata Party feels threatened by the Aam Aadmi Party as well. In fact, Arvind Kejriwal has tweeted about this a while back. He spoke about how there is anger in the Patel community. It's a fresh escalation completely in AAP versus BJP war in Gujarat. The Gujarat unit chief been detained in Delhi. Gopal Italia was detained by Delhi police from outside the National Commission for Women's office. We'll get you more details as we go along the way. The Supreme Court passed a split verdict on a batch of appeals challenging restrictions on a Muslim girl students wearing hijab in educational institutions in Karnataka. Our next report tells you more about the story.
After 10 months of tumult and face-off, which ignited passion and legal fight, the hijab stalemate is here to stay. The two-judge Supreme Court bench has delivered a split verdict on if campuses can allow Islamic hijab over prescribed uniform. Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia set aside the Karnataka High Court judgment and quashed the Karnataka government's hijab ban order on February 5. He held that the entire concept of essential religious practice was not apt for the dispute. Justice Dhulia added that only education of girl child matters. Justice Hemant Gupta, on the other hand, upheld the Karnataka High Court verdict, which approved Karnataka government's campus hijab ban. Justice Gupta also raised 11 critical questions on the issues of essential religious practice, rights of students, and the government.
देखिए, आज का जो फैसला है, जो वर्डिक्ट, जो फ्रैक्चर्ड वर्डिक्ट है, इसका मतलब ये है कि इसका प्रभाव हाई कोर्ट के जजमेंट पर कुछ भी पड़ने वाला नहीं है। अब जो नई बेंच गठित होगी, नए बेंच का जो फैसला आएगा, उसी से हाई कोर्ट का जजमेंट प्रभावित होगा। अगर वो फैसला हाई कोर्ट के अगेंस्ट है तो फैसला नहीं माना जाएगा हाई कोर्ट का, और सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो फैसला होगा वो मान्य होगा।
Justice Gulli has emphasized that the choice has been left to the lady. Whatever she wants to wear, she can wear. So he has emphasized on the education of the girl. He has emphasized on her choice, and he has depended on the Bijoy Benwell judgment, which has upheld this practice where a lady can put whatever covering.
The CJI, while constituting the larger bench, will have to consider all 11 questions raised by Justice Gupta and then decide upon the composition of the bench. With no stay by the top court on the Karnataka High Court judgment and the Supreme Court being split, the High Court endorsed ban on hijab in campuses with uniform will continue.
हमें उम्मीद है कि यहाँ पर अभी चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया के सामने हमारे जो बच्चे जो अपील डाले हैं वो गया है. हमें आशा है कि डेफिनेटली वो हमारे फेवर में यहाँ के संविधान के फेवर में वो डिसीजन देंगे.
As the battle shifts to a larger bench, a longer legal war may be on the cards.
Two judges giving a split verdict in the Karnataka hijab ban case from the Supreme Court, which means that this matter will now go before a 3-judge bench and is likely to be delayed further. While Justice Hemant Gupta, in his analysis, has gone into all issues, including essential religious practice and the right of the government to formulate rules, Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia has said that this is not about essential religious practice. It is about the freedom of expression and freedom of choice of religion. And effectively, it is also about education of girls, particularly in poorer rural areas. With the two judges giving distinctive, different judgments, the matter will now be referred to the Chief Justice to formulate a fresh bench. In the meantime, in Karnataka, the ban on wearing of hijabs in educational institutions which have a uniform will continue, as the government has made it clear that the status quo will continue for now. In New Delhi, with cameraman Raja, this is Anisha Mathur for India Today.
A split Supreme Court judgment on the hijab ban on campuses means the stalemate on the case continues, while the Karnataka government says it expected a better verdict and that the High Court ban will remain. It also took a swipe at the Congress claiming appeasement politics. Karnataka State Education Minister BC Nagesh trained guns at the Congress, claiming it not only uses one community to fight polls, but also has polarized a particular community to lead them to the hijab showdown. Samajwadi Party's MP has stoked a row with his bizarre comments on hijab use for women. SP MLA Shikur Rahman claims that women should not roam about the hijab without the hijab, alleging immoral activities would rise without it.
Ban of hijab will continue. Congress always fight elections not on the development issues or the people issues. Fight on emotional issues, particularly as one particular religion is most emotional.
Why did the government ban it? And they banned it under the pressure of the Hindutva groups because they wanted to come with a saffron shawl and communalize the issue, make it into a communal issue. It was never a communal issue. Education. It was an issue where a Muslim girl was encouraged to come to educational institutions. So this is a dichotomy. This is the double standards of the BJP.
ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅನಗತ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಇದನ್ನ ಪುಷ್ಟೀಕರಿಸುವಂತ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿತು. ಈ ತೀರ್ಪಿನ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಗಳೇ ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಅನ್ನ ತಿರಸ್ಕರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಚೋಡೋ ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ಅಭಿಯಾನವನ್ನ ಭಾರತ್ ಜೋಡೋದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಅಗತ್ಯ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ.
Why should we mandate anything? No need to mandate. We should leave it to the education institutions to have their own view. They'll have a committee and they'll have either a college committee or a school committee. They should sit down and take a decision. But now anyway, Honorable Supreme Court is looking at it. So let them come out with a proper finding on this.
तो बीजेपी ने गैर जरूरी तौर पर इसको एक मसला बनाया, इसको बैन किया और खामखा एक रक्कस क्रिएट किया गया है. तो ये मेरी इनिशियल राय है. तो हम तो ये उम्मीद कर रहे थे कि आज रेजोल्यूशन हो जाएगा, मगर एक सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जज का जजमेंट हिजाब के फेवर में आया है और जो हाई कोर्ट का जजमेंट था मेरी राय में इट वाज बैड इन लॉ, बैड इन टर्म्स ऑफ इट कंटेंट्स, और उन्होंने गलत कुरानिक कमेंट्रीज एंड ट्रांसलेशन को इस्तेमाल किया. अब कुरान की एक आयत है ला यखरा फिद दीन के दीन में कोई जोर जबरदस्ती नहीं है. वो हिजाब के लिए इस्तेमाल नहीं हुई थी, वो रिलीजन के एक्सेप्टेंस में इस्तेमाल हुई थी. उलमा इकराम ने कहा तो आपने उसको हिजाब पे डाल दिया.
Everywhere it is allowed. Only within the school the issue is where the children from small only they wear and come suddenly if they don't obey they'll have issues. Regarding that regarding whether it's allowed, I'll say the government school, private school it is allowed according to the managements. decision. Only it's in the government school. So government, it's between the one is between the constitutional right, another the rules of the school and management. I think a good decision will be given by the court.
It's a good thing that's been referred to the larger bench. The most most populated state like UP, the large number of Muslims are there. There is no issue of hijab there. Why a progressive state like Karnataka should follow all these things? It's nothing but to create tension and create a kind of animosity the state government was doing.
पहनावा, खान पीन, निजता की गारंटी भारत का संविधान देता है। उसके अनुसार बिना किसी के अधिकारों का हनन किए हुए पहनने का, खाने का, धर्म मानने की छूट होनी चाहिए। यूनिफॉर्म पहन के क्या हिजाब नहीं लगाया जा सकता? कल आप पगड़ी रोक दोगे, घूंघट रोक दोगे, कल आप जैन दिगंबरों की पूजा रोक दोगे, कहाँ तक जाएगा? तो इसलिए मैं कहना चाहता हूँ इस संवेदनशील विषय पर एक बहुत ही संविधान सम्मत ही कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
ये ईमानदारी से एक मजहबी मामला है, इस्लाम का मामला है। इस्लाम के अंदर मतलब ये कि जवान बेटियां और ये जो हैं वो हैं औरतों के लिए हिजाब का हुक्म दिया गया है कि वो बापर्दा रहें और बेपर्दा होकर बाज़ारों में गलियों में न घूमें। इससे चूँकि हालात बिगड़ते हैं, आवारगी बढ़ती है इससे। और आज अगर इसमें कोई पाबंदी लगाई जाती है कि हिजाब की ज़रूरत नहीं है, वो ये कहते हैं, तो इससे समाज को भी न सिर्फ इस्लाम को बल्कि समाज को नुकसान होगा।
जहाँ तक हिजाब का सवाल है, इस पर इस्लामिक दुनिया भी भटी हुई है। टर्की में हिजाब पर प्रतिबंध है और ऐसे कई अनेक इस्लामिक देश हैं जो हिजाब को इस्लाम के लिए आवश्यक नहीं मानते। तो सैद्धांतिक और व्यावहारिक तौर पर भारत के उदार लोकतंत्र में जो संविधान के द्वारा चलता है, उसमें स्कूल और कॉलेजों में गणवेश की समानता सिर्फ गणवेश तक सीमित नहीं है। यह लोगों में समानता का भाव, समरसता का भाव और संविधान के प्रति निष्ठा का भाव रखते हुए समन्वय पैदा करता है। इसलिए स्कूल और कॉलेजों में हिजाब या इस तरह की किसी पोशाक की अनुमति देना इस देश में पहचान की राजनीति को आगे बढ़ाना है। इसलिए मुझे लगता है सर्वोच्च न्यायालय को संविधान और भारत की समकालीन परिस्थिति को देखते हुए निर्णय लेना चाहिए।
किसी भी विषय पे मत इधर भी उधर भी होता ही है और इस हिजाब वाले प्रकरण में स्वयं इस्लामिक देश दो विचारों में बटे हुए हैं। वहाँ भी कई देश समर्थन कर रहे हैं, कई देश इनको नहीं चाह रहे हैं। अच्छी बात यह है कि देश में कोर्ट चिंता कर रही है इस विषय का। हम भी समझते हैं विषय बहुत गंभीर है। आमतौर पे हम सभी को ये ज़रूर रहता है कि हमें स्कूल यूनिफॉर्म का सम्मान करना चाहिए, लेकिन अब इसमें जो भी होगा हाई कोर्ट के द्वारा बैन है। माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट में 2 बातें आई हैं, आगे फिर माननीय जस्टिस के पास पहुंचेगी और हमें पूरा विश्वास है जो भी कोर्ट फैसला करेगा उसका देश सम्मान करेगा।
लेकिन ओवैसी ये कह रहे हैं कि कहीं ना कहीं भारतीय जनता पार्टी इसका राजनीतिकरण कर रही है, इसका चुनावी फायदा लेना चाहते हैं आप, चाहे वो कर्नाटक के चुनाव हो या गुजरात के चुनाव हो या हिमाचल के। आप चुनावी उसमें जो है उनके धर्म के ऊपर अटैक कर रहे हैं और इस लड़ाई को कानूनी रूप देने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल, उनका ओवैसी अगर ऐसा कह रहे हैं तो बिल्कुल निराधार है। और ओवैसी जी किस प्रकार से नफरत फैलाने में, फिर उसको राजनीतिक फ़ायदा लेने में विश्वास करते हैं, ये किसी से छुपा नहीं है। राजनीतिकरण वो कर रहे हैं इस मुद्दे का। हमारे लिए ये मामला कोर्ट में है, कोर्ट जो डिसाइड करेगा वो हमें स्वीकार है।
Slipping into a break, when we return, as the Congress presidential polls close in, Shashi Tharoor has alleged a difference in the treatment between candidates within the party.
You are watching India Today.
COVID-19 pandemic has forced us to do a rethink on how we lead our lives, to think about what we are doing to our bodies and to our health, and also wellness, because it is time now to go back to the basics. It is time to talk about your food, your sleep habits, your gut health, stress, and much more. And that exactly is what our brand new health show, Health 360.
Internet download speeds on the 5G test network in the country have reached 600 Mbps in some parts of the country, according to Ookla's latest speed test intelligence report, with the survey adding the national capital enjoys the fastest 5G network.
5G services were launched in select Indian cities by Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the 1st of October. A survey by Ookla shows the 3 5G operators are still calibrating their networks, ensuring they are stable as they go commercial. There is huge volatility in the network, with 5G download speeds ranging from 16 Mbps to 810 Mbps in tests conducted since June of this year. In Delhi, Airtel reached median speed of 200 Mbps, while Jio shot at nearly 600 Mbps. In Kolkata, Airtel lagged at just 34 Mbps, while Jio had a faster speed at 482 Mbps. In Mumbai, Airtel reached 271 Mbps compared to Jio's 515 Mbps. In Varanasi, Airtel was ahead with 517 Mbps versus Jio's 485. Though the 5G speeds are still well below the 1 Gbps standard set in several countries, it is still much above the current 4G data transfer rates. Consumers, meanwhile, seem ready to embrace 5G. The report shows 51% of the respondents already have handsets which support 5G. The top 5G capable handset brands include Samsung, Xiaomi, Realme, Vivo and Apple. And though Apple handsets aren't compatible with 5G in India yet, according to the Ookla survey, the iPhone 12 is the most popular 5G capable device in the Indian market. Meanwhile, the Department of Telecom today met with various handset makers and network operators to prioritize and release software upgrades for supporting 5G services. Bureau Report, Business Today TV.
You are watching India Today.
As the Congress presidential polls close in, Shashi Tharoor has alleged a difference in treatment between candidates within the party. On October 12th, Congress Election Authority head Madhusudan Mistry said that the presidential polls would be carried through a secret ballot. Mistry said the Congress's chief polls ensure a level playing field. However, Tharoor opposed the predicament. Tharoor says he's not blaming Mistry Sahib, but there were flaws in the system since elections were held for 22 years. Tharoor has alleged that several state presidents and leaders reached out to Pradesh Congress committees to back Kharge, but no leader was available when he arrived. Tharoor said that it was not Mistry ji, but the big leaders of the Congress who were biased against him. Kharge, on the other hand, told India Today that he does not wish to be compared to Tharoor.
नेताओं जिस किस्म के काम किए हैं उसके बारे में मैंने कहा कि लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड नहीं है, क्योंकि कई जगह में आप देखे होंगे कि प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी के अध्यक्ष, सीएलपी नेता, बड़े नेता कि खड़गे साहब को स्वीकार करते हैं, स्वागत करते हैं, बिठाते हैं, उनके साथ बैठते हैं, लोगों को बुलाते हैं मीटिंग्स के लिए, पीसीसी से निर्देश जाते हैं कि आ जाओ खड़गे साहब आ रहे हैं। इस किस्म की चीज़ें कई पीसीसी में हुए हैं और नेचुरली सिर्फ एक ही उम्मीदवार के लिए हुआ और मेरे लिए तो कभी नहीं था। कई बार मैं पीसीसी गया हूं और उसी दिन पीसीसी अध्यक्ष को होना मुश्किल था। लेकिन अगर आप पूछते हैं कि लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड है, तो क्या आपको लगता है कि इस किस्म के ट्रीटमेंट में कुछ फर्क नहीं है?
Sir, but Shashi Tharoor is saying that he wants to do away with the high command culture because earlier it was working well for the party, but now it's not working for the party, and that's why he wants to democratize and embolden the delegates and the workers.
I don't want to answer Tharoor questions. I am not he is not my examiner. See, I have come on my own from block president to this level. Was Shashi Tharoor was there at that time was there? See, these things just questioning, he is telling like that, I have created a manifesto and I will give that. That may be his views. I don't want to comment on that.
He is talking about change.
No.
Think Tharoor, think tomorrow.
Whatever he wants, he can tell. But my manifesto, my the agenda is whatever decisions we have taken in Udaipur declaration, that I will implement it. And those declarations were taken into consideration, consulting all the senior leaders, experts. Because that is my agenda.
Mallikarjun Kharge has made an objectionable remark while answering a question on Congress Prime Ministerial candidate for 2024. When asked who would be the Prime Ministerial face, Kharge responded, "Bakri Eid mein bachenge to Muharram mein nachenge." Here's a report.
Our people say always in Hyderabad, Bakri Eid mein bachenge to Muharram mein nachenge.
This one comment has landed Congress President contender Mallikarjun Kharge in the line of fire. When asked about who will lead the Congress in 2024 polls, Kharge tried to wriggle out with a clever idiom.
Who will be the face in 2024? Rahul Gandhi is still your Congress face? He will be the face?
Alright, let us see after this election. This is an election of Sangathan.
No, but he is the face of the party or not?
No.
In Bharat Jodo, he is the face.
That party will decide when, after the Sangathan elections are over, and naturally, whatever the outcome comes, at that time we can think. That's why our people say always in Hyderabad, Bakri Eid mein bachenge to Muharram mein nachenge.
तो बकरीद में बचना जरूरी है तो
इलेक्शन जीतना जरूरी है ना
जरूरी है
इसीलिए तो हम हर जगह जा रहे हैं.
Now the BJP is calling Kharge's comments an insult to Muslims. Its national spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla was the first to gun for Kharge.
Everybody knows that this month of Muharram is not a month of celebration, but it is a month of sorrow and a month of matam. So the Congress party must tell us that why they are making such statements that are offensive, and also the political import of the statement is something that Rahul Gandhi should take due cognizance of.
Soon after, BJP leaders followed suit.
किसकी बकरा ईद मना रहे हैं वो? उनका इशारा सीधे सीधे है अपने ही वरिष्ठ कार्यकर्ता शशि थरूर की बलि देने की बात कर रहे हैं वो, और उसके बाद कह रहे हैं कि मुहर्रम मनाएंगे. मुहर्रम आप क्या मनाओगे? आपको मालूम है कि आपकी हैसियत ही नहीं है.
कहावत उनने कहा है कि पहले भैया बकरा ईद पे अगर बच गए तो आगे का सोचेंगे. तो कांग्रेस तो मैं अब खुद का ही भविष्य दांव पर लगा हुआ है और कांग्रेस में तो हलाल करने की प्रक्रिया अपनाई जा रही है. तो 10 जनपद की हलाल से बचेंगे तभी तो कोई अगला मुहर्रम के देख पाएंगे वो.
Under attack, Kharge has clarified that the idiom is commonly used in Karnataka. Bureau Report, India Today.
Stepping into a break, when we return, incessant rainfall triggers flood fury from west to east. Floods wreak havoc. 18 UP districts affected by deluge as Assam battles flood after 24-hour rain. Over 200 tourists stranded in Sikkim. This and more in moments from now.
You are watching India Today.
In this country, a pack of condoms costs 60,000 rupees. Yes, you heard that right. In Venezuela, a pack of condoms costs more than a TV or even an iPhone. It's not a joke. Safe sex comes at a very steep price in Venezuela. A 36-pack of condoms sells for $755, while in the United States, the same pack costs $21. Isn't this odd? But it's a fact. Let's find out why. In Venezuela, abortion is illegal. To keep up with the strict abortion laws, contraceptives like condoms are sold at higher rates. Despite such prices, people crowd outside the shop to buy them. It's also challenging to find contraceptives and condoms in markets and pharmacies. There are times when they even go out of stock for days, and this leads to the higher prices of the product. Birth control pills and emergency contraception are also in short supply in Venezuela, so residents are turning to auction sites or black markets to purchase these items. In black markets, condoms are sold at 3 times their price. You talk about selling kidneys for iPhones? Are the condom prices here any less than such a misery? Venezuela gets most of its supplies by importing them from other countries. The colossal markup is also due to the collapse in oil prices, which has had disastrous consequences in Venezuela. The South American country relies on crude oil exports for 95% of its foreign currency earnings and has seen a 60% fall in those exports. At one point, many drugstores even stopped selling condoms due to the economic downturn. And it couldn't afford to import necessities like deodorant, toilet paper, medications, flour, and stuff you use daily. Do you know Venezuela is already battling high STDs and HIV infection? And according to the UN State of World Population Report 2015, it's the country with the highest teenage pregnancy rate in Latin America. And unavailability of condoms or their rising prices put women in great danger here. Not only is practicing safe sex nearly impossible, but women will be driven to go to secret clinics when faced with unplanned pregnancies. This also means unwanted pregnancies are sometimes terminated with illicit and often dangerous methods.
Incredibly, you worked with Teach for India. You worked at Mankur in Mumbai as a teacher for a couple of years.
So what I used to do is to go by car to the train station, tell my driver you stay here and then take a rickshaw and go to school, because I didn't want the community to know that I'm coming in a private car.
To all our viewers, Mankur is very far away from South Mumbai, where we are at the moment. And you then moved into holistic education, and that's where you're...
one of the biggest slums.
It's the
Like
it's where everyone from Peter Mello Road and Churchgate area has been rehabilitated.
Co-presented by Only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-presented by Macho Hint, Fashion Bade Aaram Se. Powered by Ashirwad Shubh Chakki Aata, Raho Char Kadam Aage.
You are watching India Today.
Trouble is mounting for journalist Rana Ayub as she has been charge-sheeted now by the ED in a money laundering case. The ED has filed a charge sheet against Rana Ayub before a Ghaziabad court, and there are serious allegations of money laundering, fraud against the journalist. According to the ED, Rana illegally acquired funds from general public in the name of charity by launching fundraiser campaigns on an online crowdfunding platform called Keto. It was also alleged that Rana Ayub received foreign contribution without the registration under the FCRA. ED investigation revealed that Rana Ayub launched 3 fundraiser campaigns on Keto platform starting from April 2020 and then went on to collect funds totaling to 2 crores and 69 lakhs. Investigation by ED has also revealed that the funds raised on the online platforms were received in the amounts of her father and sister and subsequently transferred to her personal accounts. So it was routed, according to the ED, through these accounts to her account subsequently. Rana Ayub, according to the ED, utilized these funds to create fixed deposits of 50 lakh rupees for herself and also transferred 50 lakh rupees in a new bank account. ED investigation has also revealed only approximately 29 lakh rupees was used for relief work and 1 crore 77 lakh rupees went towards personal accounts and expenses. In order to claim more expenses towards relief work, fake bills were submitted by Rana Ayub. Moving on now, heavy rainfall has been battering several states in India for the past few days. Incessant rainfall for the last 3 days has triggered floods in several states of India. India's Met Department has predicted heavy rainfall over Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, Telangana, Tamil Nadu and other states for the next 2 days. Take a look.
Rain mayhem across the nation. Inundated streets and localities. Incessant rains for the last 3 days has triggered floods in several states of India. Life has been thrown out of gear in many parts. Several districts of Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu are badly hit. While the Met Department is predicting more rains, it has said the cyclonic circulation seen in the Bay of Bengal is weakening. In Assam, Dhemaji is the worst hit district with nearly 39,000 persons, including more than 7,800 children affected. 2,838 hectares of crop area is inundated. 20 relief distribution centers have been set up in Dhemaji, Lakhimpur and Dibrugarh. Hundreds of villages in Uttar Pradesh are also affected by the floods. The victims are moving to safer places with their household items. The Saryu River in Barabanki district is in spate due to the rain, and millions of cusecs of water has been released from Nepal for the past several days.
बाढ़ को लेकर के मैंने और माननीय मंत्री जी ने रामसनेही घाट के जो प्रभावित क्षेत्र हैं उनका निरीक्षण किया है कि जो लोगों को जो समस्याएं आ रही हैं उसमें हम लोगों ने अतर सुइया, उमराहरा, सिकरी, सेमरी और बसंतपुर ग्राम पंचायतों में और उनके जो प्रभावित मजरे हैं उनको देखा। वहाँ पर जो हमारे संबंधित एसडीएम्स हैं वो लोग भी उपस्थित थे। चारे की समस्या, जो राशन की किट्स हैं उनका वितरण कल से स्टार्ट हो जाएगा और जो कई जो घाघरा की साइड वाले जो एरियाज हैं उनमें फसल काफी प्रभावित है तो उसके मुआवजे के लिए भी सूची बनाने के लिए निर्देशित किया है।
Meanwhile, in Karnataka, officials have advised people to move to safer places, as the discharge of surplus water in Stanley Reservoir can cause flood in Kaveri Delta districts.
As heavy downpour continues to wreak havoc in several parts of India, let's now take a look at the visuals showing destruction caused by heavy rainfall. Incessant rains, swelling rivers and floods have created havoc in several regions of Uttar Pradesh. Around 1,370 villages have been submerged due to the floods in the state. Amidst heavy rainfall, police personnel distributed relief materials to flood-affected victims in UP's Pilbhit area. As heavy rainfall lashes various parts of Hyderabad, several roads have been submerged in water, especially in places like Yusufgura, Boraband and other places. Parts of Anantapur town in Andhra Pradesh were inundated following heavy rain. Water from overflowing lakes entered houses in several colonies on the outskirts of the town, rendering hundreds homeless. Heavy rainfall lashed several parts of Madurai in Tamil Nadu. As per India, the Met Department, the city is likely to witness moderate rains until 18th of October. Heavy rain over the past few days. Heavy rain over the past few days has triggered flash floods across the country, throwing life in India out of gear in several cities. India Today gets you ground reports from Hyderabad's Anantapur city and UP's Ayodhya, where heavy downpour has resulted in massive destruction.
The flood situation in the state of Uttar Pradesh is worsening with each passing day. India Today TV team has reached the temple town, that is Ayodhya, and flood fury has no end over here as well. I am reporting from one particular crunch of road which connects Ayodhya to district Gonda, but that particular road has been completely submerged in the Saryu flood water. And if you will see the road out here, you will see how the road is broken. This visual itself, this part of road, it's quite heavy out here, but this is the way how in a series the road has been broken and submerged in the flood water, and itself telling the story how the water is flowing above the danger level in district Ayodhya, and with such routes being blocked and roads submerged and police outposts went away in the flood water. Situation seems alarming in Uttar Pradesh and Ayodhya as well. With cameraman Neeraj Kumar, Samarth Srivastava for India Today.
3 days of rains and this is the situation here. We're here at Jakalkota where, as you can see, several areas have been inundated. This is one such house from where I am getting down from, and what you can see here is luckily the steps from which I am getting down at. But what, even as step by step that I take, the water continues to come deeper, well up into the hip area, and as locals out here say, even as I go further inside, it goes on well above the chest area as well. That is what they're saying. This has been the situation here for almost the last 2 to 3 days, continuously in and around this area. As you can see, several houses here that have been inundated as it goes down towards the stream as well. That is the stream from where the rush of water that you can see, the current out there quite heavy, as several houses have been completely inundated. All the family belongings and everything else that has been washed away by these rains that have lashed across Anantapur and several districts of Andhra Pradesh as well.
After facing boycott calls for his film Lal Singh Chaddha, Aamir Khan has once again come in the eye of the storm. He's being criticized for his latest advertisement, which also features Kiara Advani. Netizens are expressing their anger, citing that it hurts Hindu tradition and rituals. Here's everything that you need to know.
कुछ लोग विश्वास नहीं करते, पर जिंदगी में चमत्कार होते हैं जी. हाँ.
After massive boycott calls against his film Lal Singh Chaddha, Aamir Khan seems to be in trouble once again. And this time it is for his recent advertisement for a bank in which the actor and Kiara Advani play newlyweds and shows the groom entering the house first.
Welcome, Damaj.
Netizens have been trending Aamir Khan insults Hindu Dharma on Twitter, expressing their anger against the ad, citing that it is contrary to the Hindu tradition wherein the new bride is supposed to enter the home first. In the advertisement, Aamir's voiceover can also be heard that speaks about bringing a change to the usual way of doing things, and it clearly hasn't gone down well with netizens who accused Aamir of allegedly trying to hurt the Hindu traditions and rituals.
सदियों से जो प्रथा चलती आई है, वही चलती रहती है. ऐसा क्यों?
If you jog your memory, not long ago, Aamir Khan was in the eye of storm when his film Lal Singh Chaddha was about to release in August. Boycott calls for it was trending on social media, so much so that the actor, during an interaction with media, spoke at length about his thoughts on the hatred towards his film ahead of the release. He expressed that it does hurt him when people talk about boycotting Bollywood and Lal Singh Chaddha. The actor further added, and we quote, "Yes, I feel sad. Also, I feel sad that some of the people who are saying this in their heart, they believe that I'm someone who doesn't like India. In their hearts, they believe, but it is untrue. It is rather unfortunate that some people feel that way. That's not the case. Please don't boycott my film. Please watch my film. Aamir Khan was facing the brunt of his 2015 controversial India's growing intolerance statement as netizens dug up the old video and started to circulate it on social media, escalating the boycott calls.
The growing discomfort that they felt, or the growing atmosphere of intolerance that they felt around them, a growing sense of insecurity and disappointment with that. And as a result, that was their way of showing that they are not happy with the situation.
Now looks like this advertisement featuring Aamir Khan and Kiara Advani has only added fuel to the fire.
Welcome, Damaj.
And thank you. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
सदियों से जो प्रथा चलती आई है वही चलती रहती है ऐसा क्यों
Nora Fatehi has joined the league of Jennifer Lopez and Shakira to perform at FIFA World Cup 2022, whereas Boman Irani and Satish Shah have been roped in to play an important role in Shah Rukh Khan's starrer Dunki. This and much more. Here's our popular segment, What's Trending?
Nora Fatehi has now joined the ranks of Jennifer Lopez and Shakira as she's been roped in to perform at the FIFA World Cup in December this year. That makes her the only actor to represent India at the event.
Let's welcome Nora on set,
She took to social media to share this behind-the-scenes video in which she can be seen practicing her dance moves for the FIFA World Cup national anthem. That's not all. A few days ago, Nora Fatehi, who has also sung the song and danced in the music video, released the official soundtrack. The song has been produced by Red One, who's previously worked with Shakira on Waka Waka and La La La.
Good morning, Mr. Jain.
नहीं मोड़ नहीं है थैंक यू
Streaming giant Netflix has announced the release date of its dark comedy Monica, Oh My Darling, which is all set to premiere on November 11th. Sharing this poster, OTT platform captioned it as, "Someone please tell Rajkumar Rao that he already has a hold on our hearts. He doesn't need a claw for it." Directed by Vasan Bala, Monica, Oh My Darling is a neo-noir that is an ode to movies about the perfect plan that led to mayhem in the lives of the people involved. The film also features Huma Qureshi and Radhika Apte in key roles.
तेरे को क्या लगता है? हाँ? तू टैलेंटेड है? टैलेंट नहीं, तेरा स्टोरी अच्छा है.
मेरे लिए भी कुछ ऐसा है क्या
सर एक है स्क्रिप्ट मेरे पास.
नाम क्या है सर
डंकी.
डोंकी
डोंकी नहीं शाहरुख, डंकी.
Shah Rukh Khan is on a roll as he has back-to-back films lined up, including Dunki. And now it has been reported that Satish Shah and Boman Irani have been roped in to play important parts in the film. Directed by Rajkumar Hirani, the film focuses on illegal immigration to foreign countries and also stars Taapsee Pannu as the female lead. Dunki marks the first collaboration between SRK and the filmmaker. As far as Shah Rukh's other projects are concerned, the actor, who was last seen in Ayan Mukherjee's Brahmastra in a special appearance, has Siddharth Anand's Pathan alongside Deepika Padukone and John Abraham. That's not all. SRK will also be seen in Atlee's directorial Jawan, in which he will be seen sharing screen space with Nayanthara, Sania Malhotra and Sunil Grover. Deepika is also likely to make a cameo in the film.
Ready.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Slipping to a short commercial break here on India Today. When we return, news for the hearing impaired. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
growth priorities will be kept absolutely on the top. Even as I speak about the concerns that inflation brings before me. So inflation concerns will have to be addressed, but then how would you manage growth would be the natural question. But that's the point of, being sure how you're going to be able to balance the two and be sure that the momentum that Indian economy has got coming out of the pandemic and the momentum with which it will grow even the next year, even as per the very many multilateral institutions which are observing India, cannot be weakened. So it will have to again be a very carefully structured budget in which the growth momentum will have to be sustained. Energy, fertilizer are all becoming expensive. As a result, in some parts of the country, not so much for us, there is severe food insecurity. We are in a position to export. But if our input costs are going up, or if our farmers themselves come under stress, export and the global understanding, multilateral institutional compulsions don't help in exporting food that easily. And this is a bane of some understandings which have been given a play since the Uruguay round. And we've been in every WTO meeting talking about it, saying it shouldn't be so. Those who were working in different heavily industrialized parts of the country, they themselves coming from different parts which are not so industrialized, who generically are being called as migrant laborers, went back to their villages. All of us knew about how they went back. Some of them went back with the trains which were provided, others found their own way. But when the pandemic subsided, and when they had all been given also the vaccinations, many of them didn't go back to their old employees. They went looking for better jobs and found them, and therefore there is this good churn that is happening in the Indian economy, and therefore the government's effort for skilling and upskilling is also being ramped up now. And the nature of employment itself is now also getting very speedily ramped up. And that is why I'm not surprised, and I'm glad to quote, Honorable Prime Minister mentioned that India probably can lead the Industrial Revolution 4.0.
The Supreme Court passes a split verdict on Muslim girl students wearing hijab in Karnataka educational institutions. Justice Hemant Gupta dismissed 26 appeals filed against the judgment of the Karnataka High Court that imposed a ban on wearing hijab in Karnataka educational institutions. Meanwhile, expressing the divergence in his opinion, Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia set aside the High Court judgment and held the entire concept of essential religious practice was not essential to the dispute. In a shocking incident, 2 women in Kerala who were reported missing were found murdered and buried in Thiruvalla town. It is known that they were abducted, beheaded, butchered. Their bodies were chopped off and knife was inserted into their private parts. Cops reveal Mohammed Shafi, the key accused in the case, is a sexual pervert and a psychopath with a criminal antecedents dating back to a decade. Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Thursday flagged off the country's 4th Vande Bharat Express train from Una railway station in Himachal Pradesh. This is the Prime Minister's 9th visit to Himachal Pradesh in the last 5 years. Remember, Himachal Pradesh is going to polls later this year. The Enforcement Directorate has filed a charge sheet against Rana Ayub for money laundering charges before a designated court in Ghaziabad. ED has alleged that Ayub illegally acquired funds from general public in the name of charity by launching fundraiser campaigns on an online crowdfunding platform called Keto. It was also alleged that Rana Ayub received foreign contribution without a registration under the FCRA and that she also submitted fake bills.
India's Oscar entry film Chalo Show revolves around a young boy and his intense love for cinema. One of the boys who played a very crucial role in the film, Rahul Kohli, who essayed that role to real perfection, unfortunately has passed away. Rahul was fighting leukemia for the last few years but managed to beat the cancer complications all through the film's shoot. His father, who's an auto rickshaw driver, broke down while confirming the news. He said that Rahul was doing okay until the morning of October 2nd. He had fever and soon after eating his breakfast, he repeatedly vomited blood. He was rushed to the hospital but unfortunately was declared dead. Rahul Kohli comes from a humble family. He was very eager to watch this film release, Chalo Show. In fact, Rahul's father even sold his auto rickshaw to treat his son's cancer. But once the filmmakers of Chalo Show heard about this, they even bought him a new auto rickshaw. Rahul's parents say that he was keenly awaiting the release of the film and was very sure that the family's fortunes would change after the film's release. But alas, the crew of film Chalo Show, who was with Rahul all through the time he was at the hospital beating cancer, have broken down ever since. The movie is now India's official entry into the Oscars, representing the country in the Best International Film category. Rahul's family and his entire village are now going to be watching the film in a special screening, Chalo Show, all seated together as an ode to this young boy. We're only hoping that the film would win at the Oscars. That will be a true ode to Rahul Kohli. His dreams surely will live on.
Scroll, scroll, scroll. Is that what you do all day? A study says that excessive use of social media can develop depression in young adults. The study was published in the Journal of Affective Disorders reports. It says that young adults who use social media more are likely to develop depression within 6 months, and this is regardless of their personality type. Previous research has linked depression with many other factors, including social media. This study addresses the important research questions, finding strong and linear associations of depression across all personality traits. In 2018, the study took a sample of more than 1,000 young adults from America aging between 18 and 30. Depression was measured using the Patient Health Questionnaire. Social media was measured by asking participants how much daily time was spent using popular social media platforms, and personality was measured using the Big Five inventory. This assessed openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. The authors suggest that social comparison can enhance negative feelings in one. This could explain how depression increases with prolonged use of social media. Another reason could be indulging in negative content. Finally, engaging more on social media reduces opportunities for in-person or social interactions. The study was published by Renee Merrill. She said findings from the study are important during a time of technology expansion and integration. Connecting to people virtually may increase the risk of miscommunication or misperception that leads to relationship difficulties and potential risk for developing mental health problems.
Audiatron.
Big escalation in state of war Karnataka. Former chief ministers enter the battlefield. It's now BSY versus Siddaramaiah. Former Congress chief minister scoffs at BJP's Yatra. New collision between two old enemies. नाटका इन कर्नाटका अभी बाकी है. Top focus on 5 Live.
The BJP hasn't named its chief ministerial candidate. The Congress doesn't have a chief ministerial candidate because its members are still fighting in public. But now you have the two big veterans, Siddaramaiah and Yediyurappa, fighting in the most fearsome manner. Both these old Karnataka war horses are on the front foot. And it's making a lot of people wonder whether this is the beginning of the big fight for Karnataka. I'm Shiv Arur. This is 5 Live. These are the headlines. Aam Aadmi Party's Gujarat chief detained in Delhi in front of the Women's Panel office. Kejriwal calls Gopal Italia's detention an insult to Gujarat's Patel community. It's game on in State of War Gujarat. Two-judge bench delivers split verdict in hijab case. Justice Gupta bats for ban. Justice Dhulia bats for freedom of choice. Case referred now to 3-judge bench. Karnataka government says hijab ban in institutions will continue for now. Rana Ayub charge sheeted by the Enforcement Directorate. She's been accused of money laundering. The Enforcement Directorate charge sheet says this journalist submitted fake bills, received foreign funds without FCRA nod, and gained personally. Kerala's holy city, Padanamthitta's occult shame. After cannibalism horror, now a case of black magic on children emerges. Locals stage massive protest. Saurav Ganguly makes his exit, as we told you, from the BCCI officially. Says he's ready to move on to bigger things. With Gujarat elections only a couple of months away, temperatures have reached fever pitch. The latest flashpoint now is this escalation in the Aam Aadmi Party versus BJP war in poll-bound Gujarat. The Aam Aadmi Party's state chief has been detained in Delhi. Gopal Italia was arrested by the Delhi police from outside the National Commission for Women's office in the capital, where the panel chief Rekha Sharma alleged that Italia had stormed into her office with his supporters, which made her feel threatened. The Aam Aadmi Party has called the detention political vendetta, and Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, also Italia's party boss, has asserted that his detention has angered the entire Patidar or Patel community to which Italia belongs. Remember, Italia had been summoned in connection with a video where he used derogatory language for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. 2 old videos of Gopal Italia had surfaced in recent days, one in which he criticized the Prime Minister's niche politics and uses a Hindi cuss word for his government, and another in which he tells women that temples are breeding grounds of exploitation. He has now been detained by the Delhi police.
जो लोग गोपाल इटालिया को डिटेन कर रहे हैं उनके पास सिर्फ इतनी राजनीति है, उनको स्कूल ठीक करने नहीं आते, उनको बच्चों को पढ़ाना नहीं आता। 27 साल हो गए उनको सरकारें चलाते हुए, उनसे एक स्कूल शानदार नहीं बना। गोपाल इटालिया को इसीलिए अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं क्योंकि उनकी गोपाल इटालिया ऐसी पार्टी से आता है जिसको स्कूल बनाने आते हैं, बाकी कुछ नहीं है, बाकी ड्रामा है।
तो एक सबसे बड़ा आंदोलन जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ गुजरात में हुआ, वो पटेलों का, पाटीदारों का आंदोलन था। भारतीय जनता पार्टी पाटीदार समाज से नफरत करती है, उनसे घृणा करती है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का आम आदमी पार्टी से जो डर है वो साफ देखा जा सकता है, और गुजरात के लोगों के मन में इसके लिए काफी गुस्सा है।
There are several videos of Gopal Italia, the chief of the Aam Aadmi Party in Gujarat, in which he is seen denigrating women, making sexist, misogynist comment, referring to them as C. He has also gone on to say that women who go for katha and to temples offer themselves for exploitations because those are dens of exploitation. In such a scenario, NCW summoned the Gujarat Aam Aadmi Party chief. He went there with his supporters, created ruckus. So much so that the NCW chairperson had to tweet asking the police to step in. Otherwise, people would have been harassed and assaulted in the NCW premise. The police did what was appropriate.
इन्होंने डिनाई किया कि उस वीडियो में मैं हूं ही नहीं, लेकिन जब ये जवाब दे रहे हैं तो उसमें इन्होंने माना है कि इन्होंने वो ट्वीट किया था। जबकि पहले ये कह रहे थे कि वो जो ट्वीट में जो वीडियो है वो मैं नहीं हूं। तो ये दोनों चीजें ही आपस में जो भी इनका स्टेटमेंट है और जो रिटन स्टेटमेंट है दोनों मैच नहीं करते। अभी तक इन्होंने प्रॉपर जवाब नहीं दिया। मैंने पुलिस को भी बोला है कि इनके अगेंस्ट एक्शन लिया जाए, क्योंकि ये एक लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को खराब करने की सिचुएशन क्रिएट कर रहे थे। इनके सपोर्टर्स ने जबरदस्ती अंदर आने की कोशिश की और मुझे लगता है इनफैक्ट मेरी 2 बजे एक मीटिंग थी बहुत जरूरी जो अब डिले हो गई है सेंट्रल दिल्ली में, और क्योंकि मैं बाहर नहीं निकल सकती थी, मुझे अपनी लाइफ पे भी थ्रेटनिंग लग रहा था। यहाँ 100-150 लोग अगर पहुंच के मुझे थ्रेटन करेंगे तो ये किस प्रकार के नेता हैं, ये कैसी इनकी वर्किंग है।
Listen to some of the old comments that have been resurfaced by the BJP of Italia's that have now gotten him into this political trouble.
इस्तेमाल हो रहा है। आप नीच किस्म के आदमी, मुख्य बड़ा प्रधान नरेंद्र मोदी, मैं इस बात की पुष्टि नहीं करता हूँ, लेकिन आज यहाँ पे चुनाव चल रहा है। मुझे आप सब लोगों से जानना है कि क्या भूतकाल में कभी भी किसी भी बड़ा प्रधान ने ऐसा नौटंकी किया है वोट देने जाने के लिए। ये नीच किस्म का आदमी यहाँ पे रोड शो कर रहा है और दिखा रहा है कि कैसे मैं पूरे देश को सी बना रहा हूँ। सी फॉर, समझ लीजिएगा, मैं कैसे इस पूरे भारत देश को सी बना रहा हूँ। मैं बात करता हूँ डिजिटल इंडिया की और खुद दिल्ली से दौड़ा दौड़ा यहाँ पे वोट देने आता हूँ। देखिए मैं आप लोगों को कैसे सी बनाता हूँ। तो ये नीच किस्म का आदमी हमें ये संदेश दे रहा है कि मैं पूरे देश को सी बना रहा हूँ।
મારી તમારી માતા બહેનોને પણ રિક્વેસ્ટ કરવી જોઈએ કે હે મારી માવડીઓ, હે મારી બહેનો, હે મારી દીકરીઓ, કથાઓમાં કે મંદિરોમાં તમારું કંઈ વળવાનું છે નહીં। એ શોષણના ઘર છે। જો તમારે તમારો અધિકાર જોતો હોય, આ દેશ ઉપર તમારે શાસન કરવું હોય, સમાન દરજ્જો જોતો હોય, તો કથાઓમાં જે નાચવાના બદલે મારી બહેનો, મારી માવડીઓ આ વાંચો।
Quick word in from India Today is Amit Bharadwaj, who's been tracking this, pretty aggressive development from the national capital. Only a couple of months to go for the Gujarat elections, Amit, and this is a big one, detaining the state unit chief at a time when temperatures are rising in the political fight of Gujarat, which is anyway being seen to be, an Aam Aadmi party biting at the heels of the BJP. What kind of trouble is Gopal Italia in right now?
Well, Shiv, I see it as an opportunity for Aam Aadmi Party as well as Gopal Italia. This could be a trouble for the movement. Yes, he has to follow the legal process right now in order to get out of the detention, or if this detention gets converted into arrest, in that case, he will have to seek bail from the court. But the bigger picture here, Shiv, is that Aam Aadmi Party has pounced on the opportunity and is now trying to shape the narrative into AAP versus BJP battle for Gujarat 2022 assembly polls. They are trying to make it clear that it is all about Aam Aadmi Party and Bharatiya Janata Party. Congress is nowhere in the picture. And that is precisely why their young and popular Patidar leader is being targeted, not only in Gujarat, but also in the national capital when he was here to be present in front of the NCW. Along with that, Aam Aadmi Party, through its several press conferences throughout the day, tried to convert this into an attack on the Patidar community. Sanjay Singh spoke to India Today exclusively, where he said that, whether it be an opportunity to charge lathis at the Patidars or shoot them down, BJP never misses an opportunity. And this action, this legal action against Gopal Italia should not be seen as a legal action against, by the NCW, by the National Commission for Women. Rather, this is an action by the Bharatiya Janata Party on the instructions of the Bharatiya Janata Party. So clearly, they are setting the tone, they are setting the pitch where it seems to be, a fight between Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP and Patidars against the BJP.
The knives are out. The elections are only a couple of months away. Expect this to become ever more aggressive. Thanks very much, Amit, for getting us that report. We'll keep a track of what happens to Gopal Italia. And now on to our big spotlight story on 5 Live. Now, viewer, political campaigns, election campaigns in this country are necessarily a vibrant, unruly, chaotic affair. There's a lot of confusion, lots of unanswered questions. In Karnataka specifically, which goes to the polls in just 7 months from now, nobody knows who the BJP's chief ministerial face is. Nobody knows who the Congress's chief ministerial face is. But today, for the first time, there appears to be some kind of signal going on. Mr. Siddaramaiah appears to be fronting the Congress's entire campaign. And Mr. B.S. Yadurappa, very interestingly, appears to be the face of the BJP's campaign against a marauding Congress. Both leaders have been taking big pot shots at each other. They appear to be the protagonists in what has become an escalating crossfire between these two parties. And remember, the Congress in Karnataka, it's a state seen to be perhaps the only state in the upcoming election cycle where the grand old party has a fighting chance. Very interesting. What does it say? Take a look.
Siddaramaiah has shifted into top gear on the road to Karnataka's elections, jogging with boss Rahul and sparing no attack. The former Congress CM has now opened his most aggressive offensive, targeting the BJP government and specifically the man who took his chair, B.S. Yadurappa. In a series of high-voltage tweets, Siddaramaiah has scoffed at the BJP's Jan Sankalp Yatra, challenging both Chief Minister Bommai as well as Yadurappa to get down from their cars and walk for 4 kilometers without falling down, and to do a 5-minute speech without taking the name of Siddaramaiah. More stingingly, Siddaramaiah has accused Chief Minister Bommai of using Yadurappa as a shield, making it super personal against the BJP veteran, whose profile has seen a big boost in recent weeks. Siddaramaiah has also said that Karnataka's public will not forgive the BJP for rehabilitating Yadurappa.
This is a campaign by the Congress party against this 40% corruption government.
There is no government. There is no governance at all. All developmental works have come to stand still.
ಯಾವ ಸ್ಥಳದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೇವೆ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರೇ. ಅಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ಹಗುರವಾಗಿ ಮಾತನಾಡದೇನೆ ಪ್ರಧಾನಿ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರಿಗೂ ಟೀಕೆ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಯೋಗ್ಯತೆ ನಿಮಗಿದೆಯಾ? ಅವರ ಕಾಲ್ಬುಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತ ಯೋಗ್ಯತೆ ನಿಮಗಿಲ್ಲ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ.
Siddaramaiah's aggressive outburst comes in the wake of his relatively amplified profile amidst an ongoing feud with party colleague and state Congress chief D.K. Shivkumar, who's embroiled in enforcement directorate cases. The fresh flashpoint between the two mass leaders of Karnataka offers a tantalizing nugget to political observers. Both the Congress and BJP are unclear about the chief ministerial faces just 7 months before the crucial election. While the Congress is harping on so-called collective leadership, the BJP is still trying to repair the flagging image of Chief Minister Bommai. Could this new collision between two enemy war horses be a sign of things to come? Or is it a case of Nataka Abhi Baki Hai? All we can say is Namaskara politics. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, one of the things that stands out very easily amidst this entire crossfire in Karnataka over the last few days is Yadurappa and not Chief Minister Bommai. Yadurappa is the one playing a protagonist role in this campaign at a time when the Congress has its yatra there. What explains Yadurappa playing this, sudden high-profile role? Remember, he was taken out as Chief Minister last year and Bommai was installed. So why isn't Bommai on the front foot? Why is it Yadurappa? Remember that Yadurappa was drafted recently into the BJP Parliamentary Board. He is now the face of the BJP's Jana Sankalp Yatra, the People's Resolve Yatra in Karnataka. Yadurappa is seen to be headlining all the BJP rallies and public meetings. It's almost as if Basavaraj Bommai is kind of second in command in all these public outreach events. Yadurappa is being used for the big Lingayat outreach, this despite Mr. Bommai also belonging to the influential Lingayat community. Yadurappa is the one fronting the attacks against the Congress and Siddaramaiah, as you say. It's not like Mr. Bommai is not attacking Siddaramaiah, but those attacks are much more measured, much more muted. It's almost like Mr. Yadurappa is the real weapon, the Brahmastra that's being used by the BJP at this time, which is why these are the questions one is left to ask, because there are many open-ended questions as well. Number one, is the BJP deliberately playing up Yeddi power ahead of this election? Number two, is Yediyurappa being placated, or is the BJP actually troubleshooting because of certain issues happening within the government? Can Yediyurappa's presence rescue Chief Minister Bommai's flagging image? We're not saying it, it's a public perception. Has Chief Minister Bommai failed to impress the Lingayat vote? Is that one of the reasons why Mr. Yediyurappa is seeing such a prominent role in the BJP's offensive against the Congress? And is there? Now, there's very, very small chance of this, at least at this point, but you can never say never in politics. Is there any outside chance of Yediyurappa's return beyond just being some kind of campaign face? Is there a larger, bigger, more substantial return for Yediyurappa that could be on the cards, or is he simply being used because the BJP has panicked over the Lingayat vote and the Bommai government's flagging image in Karnataka? So those are the questions we are asking at this point of time. The big questions we're asking at this point of time. Can my producers tell me what's... Yeah. We've got breaking news coming in now. Yeah. Apologies for that. We've got some breaking news coming in. State of war, Karnataka intensifies. The Congress has hit out at the Bommai and B.S. Yediyurappa visit to a Dalit home. Congress alleges that Bommai's staff asked the Dalit family to get branded tea. Some branded tea was ordered by Bommai and Yediyurappa, is what the Congress is alleging. They say that Bommai entered the Dalit family's house to insult them and that the BJP is suspicious of Dalits. Nagarjun Dwarkanath is live with me on this. Naga, the latest in the daily crossfire between the Congress and the BJP, things obviously heating up. Now a pretty direct allegation. They're saying that Team Bommai asked for branded tea at a Dalit person's residence.
Well, Karnataka never eases to surprise, Shiv. In the last 5 years, we have been reporting on state of war in Karnataka, and now it's at its peak because of elections. Both yatras are in Hyderabad, Karnataka region at this point of time, and because of the SC/ST reservation hike, Chief Minister and B.S. Yediyurappa have been visiting Dalit homes in Raichur, Hospet, as well as in Bellary. Yesterday, what has happened is in Bellary, when in Hospet, when Chief Minister visited Dalit's house, the Congress has tweeted a video where officials are asking, showing suspicion on the local tea powder that the Dalits have in their house. They're saying, change the tea powder, go buy a branded one. This is buy a red label or some branded tea powder is what they're saying. So Congress has said that what is the whole real face of the Sangh Parivar and the BJP? They say that they're going to Dalit's house to eat and have chai there, but the real visuals have come from the background where the officials are asking the Dalit people to get branded tea powder, and doesn't the real tea powder that they had in their house looks suspicious, and they don't want that Chief Minister to consume that. Congress is saying all this is a facade. The whole Dalit upliftment the BJP is talking about is a big facade, and this vote bank politics that the BJP has taken up. And Congress has released a video this afternoon on Twitter.
Well, expect this to continue over the next few days, weeks and months. 7 months to go for the Karnataka election. This is only an appetizer, I can tell you that much. B.S. Yediyurappa and Bommai at a Dalit person's home have come under attack in this manner. The very presence of B.S. Yediyurappa alongside Baswaraj Bommai is raising eyebrows. It's leading to a lot of speculation over what Mr. Yediyurappa's role is going to be. Nabila Jamal, who tracks Karnataka politics and is in fact going to be heading very shortly to Karnataka to report on these fresh developments, is live with me. Nabila, huge escalation between the BJP and the Congress, a fight between these two big stalwarts of Karnataka politics. What does it mean? How would you decode this in terms of the big fight ahead?
Right, Shiv, this appears to be an all-out war between the BJP's B.S. Yediyurappa and the Congress's Siddaramaiah, the two stalwarts of Karnataka politics, and it appears as if no one else is relevant in the scheme of things ahead of elections in the state. Here we're seeing Siddaramaiah all out attacking B.S. Yediyurappa for carrying out the BJP's Jan Sankalp Yatra right at a time when the Bharat Jodo Yatra is underway in the state of Karnataka. So what the Congress believes is that BJP in Karnataka is nothing without B.S. Yediyurappa. Well, the fact is that the BJP is also very well aware of this, which is why B.S. Yediyurappa is fronting the entire campaign for the BJP in Karnataka. B.S. Yediyurappa has been elevated to the parliamentary board, so he's been vested with a responsibility to bring the BJP back to power in the state. So for him, if there's anyone that he has to attack, it is Siddaramaiah, because Siddaramaiah also, even though the Congress has not really explicitly said it or decided on who the CM faces, and even though DK Shivkumar is really trying hard to place himself there, Siddaramaiah, through his words and his acts, repeatedly has been showing himself as the best contender for CM face. So he, now B.S. Yediyurappa and Siddaramaiah getting into a war of words now is expected, for the only reason because these indeed are the two most relevant leaders in the state's politics. Siddaramaiah attacking B.S. Yediyurappa, saying that you carry out this campaign, the Jan Sankalp Yatra, getting off the cars and actually walking on the streets. If you can do that, then let's speak. Basically, he also attacks Yediyurappa, saying that you can't even win an election without taking my name, without taking Siddaramaiah's name. So Siddaramaiah really making himself sounding as if he is the most significant mass leader in the state. Now, B.S. Yediyurappa, on the other hand, as he's fronting this entire BJP campaign, critics may ask, whatever happens to Basaraj Bommai, the chief minister, is he irrelevant here? And is the BJP really trying to push B.S. Yediyurappa as the face only to gain momentum in the state? Well, whatever said and done, it's going to be an interesting election this time around, Shiv.
No, it's very, very interesting because, you know, these are two mass leaders we're talking about. We're talking B.S. Yediyurappa, we're talking about Siddaramaiah. They've gone on the front foot. You know, DK Shivkumar has been pushed somewhat to the side. The chief minister of the state, Mr. Bommai, appears to be, having a slightly lower profile. There's a very concerted effort to project the profile of B.S. Yediyurappa in this crossfire that's taking place during the Bharat Jodo Yatra and the road towards the elections that are just 7 months away. Let's go to the politicians from the state. Dr. Bharat Shetty is an MLA from the BJP. In Karnataka, Aishwarya Mahadev is a spokesperson and leader of the Karnataka Congress. Welcome to you both. Dr. Shetty, to you first.
Yes.
You know, Mr. Siddaramaiah is, these kinds of aggressive comments are quite common, sir. We know that. Nothing's new about that. But it looks to me, like Mr. Siddaramaiah has said, I am the first among equals. I am going to take charge of this campaign. He's pointing at your leaders and saying, get out of the car, walk 4 kilometers without, falling down. Then you prove to us what your worth is. How would you respond to that, sir? Very personal, it's become.
It's a very funny statement from Siddaramaiah. Actually, he's not aiming at the BJP leaders. He's aiming at his own party leaders like DK Shivkumar, Parameshwarji, and people whom he has seen to that he has not allowed them to come out in the limelight. He's telling them that I am the only leader. As far as Siddaramaiah is concerned, when he is seeing Yediyurappa ji and Bommai together, that is sending shivers down his spine. Obviously, he's reacting to that. He doesn't know what he's telling, and most of the time he doesn't have control over what he says. So it's an obvious reaction. We are expecting such things from him. Yediyurappa ji in the 70s, 80s only, he has roamed all of the state barefoot. I don't think we need to take lessons from Siddaramaiah ji. That's very funny, like whatever he's telling.
Okay,
we don't give much, I don't think we should give much importance to that. He has been doing that day in, day out for attention seeking or like playing down DK Shivkumar. He has been doing this.
Aishwarya, respond to that.
Good evening, Shiv. I think first and foremost, there are two rebuttals. You know why this entire idea of propping Mr. Yediyurappa came up is because less than a few weeks ago, his son went on a public platform and said, let me remind you that Mr. Yediyurappa is still there. And if you decide to sideline us, we will show you what will happen. And let me recall what happened in the 2013 where the KJP was formed and the BJP lost 21 to 25 seats as a result. This is not propping up somebody's leadership. This is basically balancing a man who basically is wildfire and they obviously cannot sideline him, one. And the second thing is, from the minute the Yatra entered Karnataka, you saw everybody dismissing it. You said, oh, let him come. It doesn't matter. But the fear of the Yatra and the response is what has given you this Jan Sankalp Yatra, that they start from where? Raichur. Why? Because that's the place that our Yatra ends at. The fact of the matter remains is that Mr. Yediyurappa still is the man that you have to placate, keep obviously in an ice box, lest he set your party on fire. And this is a reaction of fear, one.
Okay.
Second, an insult to a sitting chief minister, Mr. Bommai, when you allow his predecessor who has already crossed the age to join the Margadarshak Mandal, come here and take the forefront of the BJP campaign. The BJP has nothing beyond playing on the idea of Mr. Yediyurappa. They are morally bankrupt. They are completely...
Let's get Dr. Shetty to answer that. No, that's a fair point. Dr. Shetty, it is being seen in all, in all the images, all the events, the Jan Sankalp Yatra, etc. Dr. Shetty, it seems like Mr. Yediyurappa has, primacy of place. He had been replaced by Chief Minister Bommai, but it appears that Mr. Yediyurappa has been given a very, very high profile in this campaign, and that is a commentary on the flagging perceptions of the Bommai government. That's what the Congress is saying.
See, that's what they are saying. See, Yediyurappa ji is a very tall leader, one of the tallest leaders of our country. And because of his age issue, he has stepped down graciously, but he is still leading the party in the state. So obviously, he is our leader, and there is nothing saying that we are, the Congress spokesperson was just telling that we are ashamed or some in those lines, morally bankrupt and all those things. We can have a detailed discussion about who is morally bankrupt, what Siddaramaiah have been doing and all those things.
That we'll do separately,
in Karnataka, DK Shivakumar has been sidelined badly this time. Siddaramaiah has been competing very, very aggressively for the post of CM. There's a big confusion in the party itself. They're making a fool out of each other anyways. And as far as Jana Sankalpa Yatra is concerned, Madam, she was telling, the spokesperson was saying that wherever their Yatra is stopping, we have started from there. Our Jana Sankalpa Yatra was planned few months ago. It didn't come out after the Congress started the Padayatra. They should know that. And it is of no concern to us. Who is leading the Yatra? Rahul Gandhi.
No, but that's an interesting point. Interesting point. Because both parties, both parties have not named any chief ministerial faces beyond the rules of whether you name or not. Aishwarya, it does seem, perceptionally, it seems like Mr. Siddaramaiah is the first among equals, if at all, because he's on the front foot here. Mr. Shivakumar, the BJP says, is being sidelined. I don't know whether he's being sidelined or not, but that very public feud which your party dismisses as collective leadership, etc., it looks like Mr. Siddaramaiah is winning this fight.
Shiv, just before I answer that, Mr. Shetty speaks about how Mr. Yediyurappa is their biggest leader and he's obviously has a place of primacy. Then why was it that you replaced him as a chief minister, right? But anyway, moving on. When you talk about Mr. Siddaramaiah having that importance for whatever it is, for somebody who's been a former chief minister, the stature, the seniority is something that is respected. But I do not believe at any point that it takes away from the sort of effort and the hard work of my leader, Mr. DK Shivakumar, because I have been in the Yatra, I am still in the Yatra, and I see every single day the collective effort that goes into walking and allowing everybody the opportunity to walk, the conversations that are happening. The BJP would love to make this whole divided house and whatnot, but seeing them both walk on the sides of Mr. Rahul Gandhi and the conversations that they're having, the manner in which they're functioning, I can tell you all is well with my house. The BJP are the people that need to be really scared and worried, because for a Yatra, they said it was nothing to them. You see their reaction is this Jan Sankalpa. And I'll tell you, every time the BJP has made any Sankalpa, it has gone against it. Whether it is their own manifesto where they spoke about the Sankalpas for the people of Karnataka, or whether it was their Janotsava, or this Jana Sankalpa now is reaching nobody. This is an exercise to appease the tallest man in their party, who they admit, but they also removed as chief minister, and they do not want him to go rogue during election.
Last question then, Dr. Shetty. Is the BJP under pressure? That's why this is happening. The Congress says they are setting the agenda. Everything that they do, the BJP is following that. They do the Pay CM campaign. You start, something against them. The Congress says we are leading the leaders.
See, this is an election year. It makes political sense for all political parties to do this. This is an election year. Everyone is doing their part of the political campaign. Congress started with some corruption scheme. They started Pay CM in those lines. And that time only they realized their leader who is doing as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Rahul Gandhi is out on bail for corruption charges only. Sonia Gandhi's mother is also out on bail for corruption charges only. These people are leading.
That's a separate issue.
These people are leading. Let me finish it. Don't cut into this. These people are leading the Yatra. And they were saying Pay CM. The Congress has invented the word corruption in India. And it doesn't make sense. And it is the election year, even they are going to go with their narrative, we are going to go with our narrative.
We'll have a separate debate as far as corruption is concerned. But I thought we will, and we have many. Aishwarya has been on many. I hope both of you will join me on a more substantive discussion on corruption going forward. I promise you we will do that. I am also from Karnataka, so I am also invested in what happens in this election. I will be there in the next few weeks as well, so I'll talk to both of you directly. But thank you both of you for joining me on this. You know, it's always good to see the big politicians on the front foot in what is easily, you know, going to be one of the big fights in the road to 2024. We'll keep a very close eye. Remember, India Today is Karnataka's #1 channel for a reason. Coming up on the other side here on 5 Live, well, a story that's very close to my heart. One of India's most endangered animals, that beautiful creature you see on your screen, has a new lease of life thanks to the government in Tamil Nadu. I'm going to tell you that story and also introduce you to the person who's made it possible.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Astam Orao dribbled past many hurdles to make a mark on the football ground. When she became the captain of the Indian Women's Under-17 Football World Cup team, she made not just her family, but her state, Jharkhand, proud. A grateful Gumla district administration is rewarding Astam by building a Pakka road to her village, Sundarvati. Among the labourers working on the road are her parents, Hira Orao and Tara Devi. They earn 250 rupees a day, an amount the poverty-stricken family really needs.
स्थिति खराब है, गरीब स्थिति है से, लेकिन कमात रही हैं कि कहाँ से पैसा मिले जो हम चुवान के पूरा करब कहीं हम खूब कमात रही पैसा.
Every year around this time, Hira Orao goes to Bengaluru for work. This time he cancelled the train ticket to the IT city as he has found work closer to home. Astam's family says they can't afford to provide nutritious food for the footballer.
गरीबी परिस्थिति है, इस कारण से हम लोग को पैसा का आवश्यकता पड़ता है. इस कारण हम लोग को तो काम करना ही पड़ेगा. अगर नहीं करेंगे तो बच्चों को हम लोग पूर्ति नहीं कर पाते हैं.
The district officials say in the coming days, even a sports centre could be built in Astam's honour. They praised Astam's parents for their hard work.
उनका जो कंडीशन है, आर्थिक स्थिति, उस हिसाब से वो लोग काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन थोड़ा सा उसमें हम लोग प्रयास करेंगे कि उन लोग का आर्थिक स्थिति मजबूत हो.
The district administration has also arranged for a television set and an inverter for Astam's home so that her family can watch her matches. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
This is a story of great hope for one of India's most vulnerable animal species. It's the one you see on your screen here. This beautiful creature is called the slender loris. It's one of India's most endangered animals. It's protected under Schedule 1 of the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. And in a first for our country, the Tamil Nadu government on Wednesday notified India's first sanctuary to protect the slender loris. It's a sanctuary covering over 11,000 hectares across 2 districts. And after years of encroachment, have seriously depleted the populations of this beautiful creature that's found only in India and Sri Lanka. Finally, the slender loris has a new lease for life. They dwell in the trees, live a nocturnal life, and are among India's many endangered wildlife species. Say hello to the slender loris. This beautiful mammal found in green stretches of peninsular India and Sri Lanka. Its existence threatened by human encroachments for years. There's fresh hope now. After years of process, including in courts, the Tamil Nadu government has notified the first Indian sanctuary for this endangered creature in the Karur and Dindigul districts. A total of 11,806 hectares will be dedicated to ensuring India's slender lorises have a chance at survival. Slender lorises are protected under Schedule 1 of the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. These creatures spend much of their life up in trees and feed on insects, including pests that pose a threat to agriculture. A key part of the lush terrestrial ecosystem of Tamil Nadu's forested stretches, deforestation and expansion of urban areas has continued to threaten their habitat over the years. This move by the Stalin government will protect the mammal's habitat and also help in reducing its poaching. The demarcation of this sanctuary effectively provides several protections to the slender loris, with Forest Service teams on call to monitor populations, help animals in distress, and regulate any and all human activity within the demarcated limits. For a country with the kind of incredible wildlife diversity that India has, this move will go a long way. Today the slender loris, tomorrow maybe the other creatures that remain threatened and vulnerable. With Pramod Madhav in Chennai, Bureau Report, India Today. And this is only the latest in a slew of decisions by the Tamil Nadu government over the last 1 or 2 years, specifically aimed at helping endangered animal species that are found in and around Tamil Nadu. Take a look at some of the earlier decisions. This is the first one that we're talking about right now, the first slender loris sanctuary in Karur, Dindigul, 11,000 hectares for that creature. Just before this, earlier this year, the Tamil Nadu government also notified the first dugong conservation reserve in Park Bay. Dugong is like a seal-like mammal also found in the Indian Ocean. The 16th bird sanctuary was notified last year in Villupuram. The 17th bird sanctuary was also notified by the government in Tirupur. And also last year, the 5th elephant reserve was notified in Tirunelveli. These are only 5 examples of some of the actions that have been taken by the Tamil Nadu government over the last 1 year for vulnerable and threatened animal species, some of the most beloved in the country. I want to go across live now to Ms. Supriya Sahu. She's an IAS officer who serves as Additional Chief Secretary for Environment in the Tamil Nadu government. She is someone who is credited with leading many high-profile and high-impact environmental campaigns that have resulted in less plastic use and a new hope for many, many animal species in the fragile ecological areas of the beautiful state of Tamil Nadu. Ms. Sahu, welcome. Good to have you here on 5 Live and here on India Today. First of all, a hearty congratulations on the notification of India's first reserve for the slender loris. I know how much work goes into getting something like this done. So first of all, a big salute to you and your team and the Tamil Nadu government for getting this done. But I want you to explain to our viewers, ma'am, how vulnerable is the slender loris and what exactly does the notification of a sanctuary of this kind do for this animal?
Thank you, Shiv. Thank you for having me on your show. Thanks a lot. Coming to your question about how vulnerable is slender loris, it is critically endangered.
Yeah.
And at this point of time, if you ask me about the numbers, then a recent study has been done by the Salim Ali Center for Ornithology and Natural History, as well as by the government of Tamil Nadu. This was as recent as February. And they have found that after the survey in these two districts, where we have now declared it as a sanctuary, about 1,172 slender lorises have been found. So while the number actually, it may sound like 1,000, but if you look at the per square kilometer density, it is very low. So this is really, really critically endangered animal.
Are we going to be doing this for many more animals? We've just told our viewers, ma'am, about the reserve for the dugongs. That there are 2 more bird sanctuaries that have been notified. There's a new reserve for elephants also in Tamil Nadu. There are many other animal species in the country that are vulnerable. Do you think this sets a good example for more actions for those beautiful creatures, ma'am?
Yes, Shiv. I think what I would like to tell you is that we are on a mission. Because I think the kind of wealth we have of this wildlife and the biodiversity, it is truly incredible. So apart from the examples that you gave about Tamil Nadu setting up India's first ever dugong conservation reserve, bird sanctuaries, elephant sanctuary, and now slender loris, it is extremely important to take care of these every single endangered animal. They need to be prioritized. Conservation need to be prioritized immediately. For example, in our state, our state animal is actually a mountain goat. It is called Nilgiri tar. So the next step is to set up a project for conservation of Nilgiri tar. That is also critically endangered. So I think throughout the country, throughout the world, there needs to be a very strong momentum for protection of these endangered animals.
I congratulate you once again, Ms. Supriya Sahu.
Yes,
it's
sir.
great to see action of this kind being taken, and I hope you will convey our salutations and congratulations to everyone in the team. I hope to be there in Tamil Nadu very soon. It's a state that I was brought up in, and to go and actually get to see these beautiful creatures and many more, what this amazing country has in terms of wildlife diversity, incomparable with the rest of the world. Supriya Sahu, thank you very much for being with me here on 5 Live here on India Today. And we're leaving you now, viewer, with these images that have broken hearts across the country. Army dog, anti-terror canine, Zoom, who was being treated in Srinagar after suffering gunshot wounds during a terrorist encounter in Anantnag a few days ago, after being critically injured, tragically passed away today. Despite his injuries, Zoom continued with his task. He pounced upon the terrorists, which resulted in the killing of at least 2 terrorists. He was injured and being treated. His carers tried their best to save him, but Zoom tragically passed away. We bid brave Zoom a fond farewell, and we thank him for his service.
Sourav Ganguly's innings at BCCI is about to end, as 1983 World Cup hero Roger Binney is set to take the reins from Dada. A massive political khela has erupted between TMC and BJP. BJP stalwarts including Home Minister Amit Shah had met Ganguly and lavished praises on him during the 2021 Bengal polls, leading to speculations of Dada joining the Saffron Party.
जब सौरव गांगुली क्रीज को पार कर जाते थे तब लोग यह मान लेते थे कि हमारा सौरव गांगुली जो है छक्का मारेगा, सिक्सर मारेगा, तो सौरव गांगुली सिक्सर मार देते थे.
While the claims came to a naught, now the TMC claims Ganguly is being ousted from the BCCI for declining the offer to join BJP and take on Mamata Banerjee.
Because he hasn't joined BJP, and as he belongs to the state of Mamata Banerjee, he belongs to the state of West Bengal ruled by Trinamool Congress, and as because he hasn't given his consent to join BJP, probably he has become a prey to this political vendetta.
अगर बीजेपी का इंटेंशन ऐसा है, इट्स एब्सोल्युटली मैलाफाइडी. अगर हमारा साथ दो, नहीं तो तुमको निकाल दिया जाएगा.
The BJP mocked TMC claims, saying Amit Shah had never asked Ganguly to join the BJP.
ममता बनर्जी का परिवार के लोग सब जगह चौधरी बन के बैठे हैं, चेयरमैन है, डायरेक्टर है. जो कभी लूडो और ताश छोड़ के कुछ नहीं खेला है, वो आज ओलंपिक एसोसिएशन का चेयरमैन है. समझ सकते हैं. जो लोग कभी सौरभ के लिए एक आवाज़ नहीं उठाया, वो लोग आज सौरभ के लिए पानी आंसू बहा रहे हैं. क्यों? तो टेन्यू पूरा हो गया, दूसरा कोई जिम्मेदारी लगे. ये तो होता है सब जगह. उसमें इतनी सारी राजनीति की क्या जरूरत है?
बांग्लार दादा सौरभ गांगुली যথেষ্ট আমরা তাকে নিয়ে বাঙালি হিসাবে গর্বিত. আজকে তিনি একটা জায়গায় বিসিসিআই ছিলেন, কালকে হয়তো আরও একটা অন্য কোনো আরও বড় পদে হয়তো তিনি যাবেন. ওনার জন্য অল দ্য বেস্ট বলবে. এখানে রাজনীতি নয়, বিজেপি কখনো এইসব নিয়ে রাজনীতি করে না. আর যারা পরিবারতন্ত্র নিয়ে কথা বলছে, নিজের মুখটা একবার আয়নায় দেখুক.
Reports claim that BCCI is unlikely to back Dada for a job at ICC too. Jay Shah, the secretary of the board and son of Union Home Minister Amit Shah, however, continues in his post.
The Maharaja Sourav Ganguly has not reacted on this particular story as of yet, but the BJP has. Dilip Ghosh claims that what the Trinamool Congress is doing is basic politicizing of a development which is not required. He also slams the Trinamool government over here, stating that there are multiple sporting icons of West Bengal who have had to leave the state and the city because they have not been able to do anything with sports over here due to lack of infrastructure. With camera person Orgho, this is Suryagni Roy for India Today, Kolkata.
Justice, liberty, equality, the pillars that built India. A nation where everyone has dignity and opportunities to prosper. But today, over 75 years after independence, Dalits remain a community trapped for centuries by the caste system, languishing in a dismal state. Nearly 20% of India's population is Dalit. Dalits still live in abject poverty, excluded on the margins, facing atrocities, toxic untouchability, and no opportunities for economic upliftment. The father of India's constitution, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, fought all his life for the upliftment of Dalits. In the past, many state and central governments have made big promises, but it has been nothing more than lip service. Basic human rights have still not been delivered. Dalits remain downtrodden and discriminated against. This shocking reality is a national shame. Few have dared to break the cage of caste discrimination until now. Friend to the downtrodden, upholding human rights and dignity, championing Ambedkar's India, KCR is showing India and the world our revolution is sparked in Telangana through his path-breaking scheme, Telangana Dalit Bandhu. Approximately 17,50,000 Dalit families call Telangana home, and now they are calling Telangana the land of opportunity. Thanks to Dalit Bandhu, launched in 2021 by the TRS government, a world-first scheme which will give each Dalit family an astounding financial boost of 10 lakh rupees. There are many more schemes along with this which are under implementation all over the state. But Dalit Bandhu is a specially designed program for the upliftment of the Dalit community. It has an unprecedented objective to uplift 17,50,000 Dalit households with a one-time capital grant of 10 lakh rupees per household, 100% subsidy with zero repayment, delivered via direct-to-beneficiary transfer, with a dedicated Dalit Bandhu scheme help desk and monitoring committee at village, mandal, district and state level, and a 10% reservation for Dalits in profit-generating schemes, government contracts and licenses. In addition to this, Telangana has another visionary program for Dalit students, residential schools and colleges, and Ambedkar Overseas Vidya Nidhi, a 20 lakh rupees overseas scholarship, giving them the most powerful tool for success, education. Huzurabad, 2021. The Telangana Dalit Bandhu pilot was launched. Telangana's Dalit Bandhu is a path-breaking scheme that places absolute trust in the beneficiary. Each household has complete freedom and flexibility to decide its business and how to grow their dreams.
నేను వచ్చేసి ఫార్మసీ చదివాను సార్. దాని తర్వాత యాజ్ ఏ ఫార్మసిస్ట్గా చాలా ప్లేస్లో చేశాను సార్. ఎప్పుడైతే మన తెలంగాణ గవర్నమెంట్ ఈ దళిత బంధు పెట్టిందో అప్పుడు ఇంకా నాకు ఎప్పటి నుంచో నా ఓన్గా బిజినెస్ పెట్టుకున్నామని నాకు అంతకుముందే ఉండేది సార్. మన టీఆర్ఎస్ గవర్నమెంట్ దళిత బంధు స్కీమ్ ఒకటి పెట్టి నా ఓన్గా నేను సెటిల్ కావడానికి ఒక ఆపర్చునిటీ క్రియేట్ చేసింది సార్.
Households were identified as beneficiaries and the direct benefit transfer of 10 lakh rupees was made. Each family unit was free to decide how they wished to invest this 100% subsidy. It could be a single or multiple businesses. Multiple beneficiaries could pool their resources to build a bigger business. It could be in any sector of their choice. The sky was the limit. In no time, the stories of transformation began rolling in. These are just a small fraction of the 40,000 success stories that Telangana has empowered through the Dalit Bandhu scheme. In just 1 year, it has smashed records for any Dalit upliftment scheme in the country. Till date, the Dalit Bandhu scheme has been implemented in all 119 assembly constituencies in Telangana. Beneficiaries have achieved prosperity for their families. They have also created opportunity for their community by providing employment and revenue. The resounding success of the Dalit Bandhu scheme has energized the TRS government to accelerate its efforts. From 40,000 beneficiaries with an outlay of 4,441.8 crore rupees, now Telangana government has raised the Dalit Bandhu budget to reach about 2 lakh beneficiaries with an outlay of 17,700 crore rupees, making this the world's largest direct benefit scheme.
దళిత బంధు వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఈ 10 లక్షలు అనేది మామూలుగా అందరికీ ఆపర్చునిటీ రాదు. ఇది పూర్తిగా గవర్నమెంట్ వాళ్ళు మాకు 10 లక్షలు ఇచ్చేసి మీ ఇష్టం ఉన్న వ్యాపారాన్ని పెట్టుకో అని చెప్పేసి అనడం వల్ల మాకు ఇంత ఆర్థిక పురోగతి కలిగింది. అదే కాకుండా మేము ఇంతకుముందు ఒక దగ్గర వర్కర్గా పనిచేసిన వాళ్ళం ఇప్పుడు ఓనర్గా ఉండగలుగుతున్నాం.
Never before has such a revolutionary scheme been designed to end caste discrimination, where Dalits receive 100% opportunity along with 100% dignity.
దళిత బంధు పథకం రాకముందు మేమైతే చాలా స్ట్రగుల్స్ ఫేస్ చేసాం. దళిత బంధు పథకం కింద మేము ఈ ఎంబ్రాయిడరీ మిషన్ ఎంచుకొని పెట్టుకున్నాము. నేర్చుకున్న వరకునే నేను ఫుల్ఫిల్ చేయాలనుకొని ఈ ఎంబ్రాయిడరీ స్టార్ట్ చేశాను సార్. ఇచ్చినందుకు చాలా చాలా ధన్యవాదాలు కేసీఆర్ గారికి, తెలంగాణ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా మేము ఎంతో రుణపడి ఉన్నాము.
ముగ్గురం కలిసి ఒక యూనిట్ పెట్టాము, అంటే 30 lakhs పెట్టి ఒక వెహికల్ను ఇప్పుడు అమెరికన్ టూరిస్ట్ షాప్ పెట్టాము. బాగానే నడుస్తుంది ఇప్పుడైతే. అంటే నేను జాబ్ చేసేవాడిని, ఇప్పుడు ఓనర్గా అంటే ఒక కంపెనీ ఓనర్గా ఇప్పుడు ఫీల్ అవుతున్నా. చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఉంది.
జీవనోపాధిగా మిషన్ కుట్టుకుంటూ బ్రతికేదాన్ని సార్. మాకు 3 పిల్లలు, వాళ్ళని చదివించుకుంటూ మేము బ్రతకాలంటే చాలా కష్టమైంది సార్. ఇప్పుడు దళిత బంధు ద్వారా కేసీఆర్ గారు ఆదుకున్నారు సార్. వాళ్ళు ఇద్దరం కలిసి పెట్టుకున్నాం సార్ మిషన్. కోయంబత్తూరు నుంచి వెళ్ళి తెప్పించుకున్నాం సార్ మిషన్ను. నాన్ ఓవెన్ బ్యాగ్స్ సార్. మేము మాకు నెలకు 50,000 వరకు వస్తాయి సార్. 3 జీతాలు 50,000 వరకు వస్తాయి సార్.
For Telangana's leadership, it's not about breaking records, but about ensuring financial freedom for all. Each Dalit Bandhu grant of 10 lakh rupees has an inbuilt 10,000 rupees safety net, Dalita Rakshana Nidhi, to ensure that all Dalit families get financial assistance from the fund at times of distress. To further strengthen this, Telangana government contributes additional 10,000 rupees, which is over and above each grant. A great safety net that has no parallel anywhere in the world. For the KCR government, this is more than just a financial benefit. If any beneficiary of Dalit Bandhu meets with fatal disease or accident, the family should not go through additional depression and hard times. They should remain protected. That is the true purpose of the special safety net designed as Dalita Rakshana Nidhi.
కేసీఆర్ సార్ ఇంత పెద్ద స్కీమ్ తీసుకురావడం అనేది చాలా గొప్ప విషయం సార్. మాలాంటి వాళ్ళకి ఓన్గా ఒక కంపెనీ పెట్టి ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ కావాలనుకునే వాళ్ళ కోసం ఇది గోల్డెన్ ఆపర్చునిటీ.
అదే కాకుండా దళితులు అంటే సమాజంలో అందరికీ చిన్న చూపుగానే ఉంటుంది. ఇప్పుడు ఇది ఇవ్వడం వల్ల
సారు దళిత బంధు ఇచ్చి మమ్మల్ని ఎంతో ఆదుకున్నారు సారు. మాకు మరో అంబేద్కర్ గారు సారు మాకైతే మాటల్లో చెప్పలేము. ఆయనకు మాకు ఎంతో బతుకునిచ్చిండ్రు అసలు.
Under the fearless leadership of KCR, Dalits finally have a government that protects and defends them. Telangana inspires them to overcome oppression and empowers them to be bold, so that each Dalit can move up in the world with head held high, creating their own success story, making Telangana shine, and in turn, India.
Remember them? Amber Heard and Johnny Depp have both been busy with their lives ever since the defamation trial, and everything seems to be going quite well for Johnny. He's returning to movies with the role of King Louis XV in Jeanne du Barry, has found love in his former lawyer Joel Rich, and recently made 20 times the profit for his Queensland mansion. This isn't just any house, but it is the place where the infamous incident of Depp losing his finger took place. Amongst the many fights that were mentioned in court of the former couple, this incident was one to stick out quite a bit. He sold this mansion in Australia for $40 million. The house had 10 rooms with 10 bathrooms and a wine cellar with a capacity of 2,000 bottles, along with a go-karting ground within that premises. To get into the details of this infamous incident, Heard had been throwing bottles at the actor, 2 bottles in fact, the second one resulting in a cut finger. Amber Heard did not agree to this version and said that Johnny Depp had instead been throwing those bottles due to anger, and that's how he cut his own finger. The incident has taken place in 2015 and has been brought up in trial multiple times. Now, as the dust settles on the defamation trial, Johnny Depp has been seen doing quite a lot of concerts with his close friend Jeff Beck. And Amber Heard, on the other hand, is peacefully living her life in Spain. She will be seen next in Aquaman 2.
Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. LG OLED, the one and only.
Kerala's House of Horrors unravels. Details emerge of murders most foul. Tantric activities under lens in Kerala. Opposition demands legislation against tantric activities. Protests rock Kerala over occult killing. Human sacrifice horror, top focus at 6 p.m. prime.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us here on 6 p.m. Prime. I'm Akshrita Nandagopal, getting you all the top stories of the day. We're focusing particularly on the fallout of the human sacrifice horrors that have come to light in Kerala. It's rocked the state, it's rocked the nation. In Kerala, we've seen protests, we've seen demands coming in from the opposition saying that the government must immediately bring in a legislation to stop this kind of tantric activity, something that has in fact increased in Kerala of late. We're going to be talking about that story and much, much more. As always, the headlines first. AAP's Gujarat chief detained in Delhi from the Women's Panel office. Kejriwal calls Gopal Italia's detention an insult to Gujarat's Patel community. Two-judge bench delivers split verdict in hijab case. Justice Gupta bats for ban, Justice Dhulia bats for freedom of choice. Case referred now to a larger bench. Karnataka government says hijab ban will continue for now. ED files charge sheet against Rana Ayub. Rana Ayub accused of money laundering. ED charge sheet says she submitted fake bills, received foreign funds without FCRA nod. Saurav Ganguly makes his exit from the BCCI official, says he's ready to move on to bigger things. IMF lauds Modi government's digital cash transfer scheme, calls it a logistical marvel, helping millions of poor in India. And after incessant rain, flood fury wreaks havoc from Andhra to Sikkim. Cities and towns inundated. Rescue operations on in several areas. Now, the Kerala occult murders have sent shockwaves across the country. The three accused, the tantric Mohammed Shafi, Bhagawal Singh, his wife Leila, have all been sent to 12 days in police custody. The Kerala Congress is now demanding that there be a law that's put in place, a legislation be brought to stop this kind of tantric practices. Let's round up all the latest that's come in on this human sacrifice horror from Kerala.
Black magic, satanic rituals, occult murders for gaining wealth. Kerala's blood-curdling double human sacrifice has shocked the country. The three accused, Mohammed Shafi, Bhagwal Singh and his wife Leila, have been sent to 12 days police custody after being produced in court. The shocking case sparked massive protest. The Mahila Morcha of the BJP took to the streets. In Pathanamthitta, Congress leader Ramesh Chentithala pitched for a law against such heinous crimes.
I feel that the government of Kerala should come out with a legislation. I request the state government to come out with a very strong legislation so that this kind of activities can be curbed.
Human rights activists have demanded strictest action against the culprits.
ऐसे घिनौनी प्रवृत्ति के लोग भी एग्जिस्ट करते हैं जो अभी भी बलि देने में विश्वास रखते हैं और उनका मांस भी सेवन करते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि इससे जघन्य तो हमने कभी भी नहीं सुना और हमें लगता है इनके ऊपर तो कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई की, इनको तो फांसी की सजा होनी चाहिए।
And just when the case is unfolding, another shocking incident has come to light. In Pathanamthitta, where black magic was reportedly being used on children, one of them fell unconscious during the procedure. The residents protested against the incident and complained that the tantric threatens by hurling curses if anybody opposes her. The tantric has since been arrested. With Shibimol KG in Kerala, Bureau Report, India Today.
Shibimol, who's been reporting and getting us all the latest updates from the ground, joins us live this evening. Shibimol, there's been one more incident that's been reported in Pathanamthitta that led to all of this outrage. There's protests that have been reported in several parts of Kerala. Several locals are saying that the government must now intervene. Is there any sort of thought within the government of considering some sort of a legislation, particularly because tantric activities are popular in Kerala?
Well, Akshita, as of now, we've just heard from ministers saying that, this is not acceptable and strict action will be taken, especially after this video of this woman tantric trying to use black magic on children, trying to help in the context of trying to help them improve in their studies and all this. So today we heard Minister Veena John saying that, strict action will be taken. Using children is not something that can be accepted at any cost. So we will be looking into this seriously, but on the context of legislation, we have not heard anything from anybody yet and from the government side yet. But yes, they promised strict action. In fact, after the human sacrifice case that emerged in the last 2 days, more and more cases like today what we saw has been emerging. Now the police has also, all the 3 accused in the human sacrifice case has been sent to 12 days police custody, and the police has put out certain angles that they will be investigating, which includes whether there was any other purpose other than the human sacrifice behind the murder of these 2 women. They will be examining the cannibalism angle also, and also they said that they will also investigate, especially in Pathanamthitta, the missing cases of women in the last few years. How many women were missing? Did they have any connection regarding this? Is what something they will be, examining. And all the missing cases in the state will also be looked after, is what the police sources are saying, because they have to.
Right. So basically, Shibi, from what you're telling us, right now authorities are focused on the investigation into this particular case. They will consider future course of action also in the coming days. But right now, all 3 accused have been remanded to police custody. Their questioning, their interrogation will be crucial, particularly because their angle of cannibalism is something everyone's talking about, which the police hasn't ruled out. They're saying that we will investigate to find out if there was an angle of cannibalism in this case or not. The main accused in this case, thanks Shibi for joining us with those details. The main accused in this case, 3 of them, out of which the agent, Mohammed Shafi, has been described as a pervert, as a psychopath by the Kerala police. Now, here's the information we have about Shafi. Now, he regularly searched Facebook for victims. He used social media as a tool to find victims because he wanted to commit this kind of a murder, had this plan in his head for many, many years. What we understand from the police is that this man created a fake profile as a self-proclaimed tantric and then looked out for someone who was devoutly religious who would fall for his ploy. And then he posed as a woman, reportedly had a profile on Facebook called Sri Devi, and honey-trapped the accused Baghaval Singh and his wife Laila Baghaval Singh. Mohammed Shafi essentially promised the accused couple that if they went ahead with these human sacrifices, they'd achieve a lot of wealth, they'd be extremely prosperous in life, and whatever financial struggles they have, it will end. The couple were known to be extremely religious. Now, they were coerced to go ahead for this human sacrifice of both the victims, Padma as well as Rosalind, because they were told they'll receive wealth. Now, how did Shafi lure the victims? He knew both the women. He urged them to come together, offering them money, saying that you will have to, in fact, be a part of a blue film. And so they came to, in fact, the couple's home where he orchestrated these murders, essentially directed them on how to go about it. As I mentioned, Shafi by the police has been labelled as a sexual predator, and that he did this for no reason at all, just for sadistic pleasure. This isn't the only case that he's been linked to. He's also been accused in several other criminal cases, including a rape case, the rape of a 75-year-old woman, for which, in fact, Shafi was under the scanner. In all, there have been 8 cases that have been registered against this man as an accused. And these are different criminal cases, including the rape case that I told you about. All right, let's take this across to Mr. Sanal Edamaraku, who is the president of the Rationalist International. Mr. Edamaraku, thank you for taking the time out and joining us here on India Today. You're from the state of Kerala, sir. So explain to us, what is the belief system like in Kerala? Because very often people say that these kind of tantric activities, these beliefs, is very common in Kerala.
Speaker is what I speak.
Mr. Edamaraku, can you hear me? All right, not sure if he's with us. We'll reconnect with him. Just give me a couple of minutes as we establish that particular connection. But let me round up for you all that we know about this case so far. Extremely disturbing graphic details that have emerged in this particular tale that's emerged from Kerala, where 2 women were abducted. They were killed in the most horrifying manner. Their bodies chopped off, allegedly cooked and eaten, all because this accused couple wanted to become rich. They did so at the behest of a tantric, a self-proclaimed tantric at that. You've got superstition, perversion, and also cannibalism. That's an angle that the police are still looking into. But the details that have emerged are truly, truly horrifying, to say the least. The kind of things that we've seen perhaps in books and in crime thrillers has essentially come alive in Kerala.
This is Kerala's House of Horrors. Located in Pathanamthitta, this is where Bhagaval Singh and his wife Leila carried out the human sacrifice of 2 women, Padma and Rosalind, all at the behest of a self-proclaimed tantric, Shafi. The sinister occult killings were planned in 2020 when Shafi, impersonating as Sri Devi, lured Bhagaval and asked him to meet the tantric. The tantric Shafi himself then promised to make Bhagaval and his family rich. All they had to do was perform human sacrifice. It was in June this year that Rosalind was taken to the couple's house in Pathanamthitta. She was brought on the pretext of acting in porn films and was offered 10 lakh rupees. When she reached Bhagaval and Leila's house, her hands and legs were tied to a bed. She was told it was a part of porn film shoot. Leila then inserted a knife into Rosalind's private part and slit her throat. Leila's husband, Bhagaval, then cut off her breasts. The couple, along with Shafi, then chopped Rosalind's body into pieces and buried them in a hole.
Main detection efforts focus CCTV footage. Elankulam Bhagathinana is 3 missing eye. The CCTV footage and the Scorpio which was detected and the ownership of the Scorpio, it led to the first accused, Mr. Shafi alias Rashid.
A month after Rosalind's murder, Bhagaval and Leila contacted Shafi again. They asked him when will they get the wealth. This time, the tantric told the couple that one more sacrifice was needed. So, Padma was brought in. This is her walking towards Bhagaval and Leila's house the day she was murdered. Padma was lured on the pretext of sex work. She was promised 15,000 rupees. She was then strangulated with a plastic rope. Shafi then inserted a knife in Padma's private parts and slit her throat. Her body was then chopped into 56 pieces.
He is a sexual pervert. Sexual pervert including sadistic pleasure. causing injury, causing harm, even death. സെക്ഷൽ പർവാടം പറയുമ്പോൾ അതാണ് ഒരു സേഡിസ്റ്റിക് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പ്ലെജർ എടുക്കുന്ന ആളാണ്. ആ സേഡിസ്റ്റിക് പ്ലെജറിന് വേണ്ടി എന്ത് സ്റ്റോറി വേണമെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടാക്കും, ആരെ വേണമെങ്കിലും ഇയാൾ ട്രാപ്പ് ചെയ്യും.
The horror didn't just end there. Bhagaval, Leila and Shafi would sprinkle the blood of the victims inside the house. The police are probing cannibalism allegations too. It is reported that the couple cooked the victims' body parts at the instruction of the tantric.
മാംസം ഇവർ കഴിച്ചു എന്ന് പറയുന്നു, പാചകം ചെയ്ത് കഴിച്ചു എന്ന് പറയുന്നു. അത്തരമൊരു മൊഴി അവരിൽ നിന്നും ലഭിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടോ?
അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്, പക്ഷെ അതിന്റെ എവിഡൻസ് നമ്മൾ എടുക്കാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുകയാണ്. കാരണം അത് ആദ്യത്തെ കാലടി ഇൻസിഡന്റിൽ അങ്ങനെ സംഭവിക്കാൻ സാധ്യത ഉണ്ട്. അതിന്റെ ഒരു ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്, പക്ഷേ വി ഡോണ്ട് ഹാവ് എനി എവിഡൻസ്. വി ഹാവ് ടു ഡു DNA analysis for that.
Leila has told the police that she is depressed and has been under medication. But what explains such depravity?
It was here where Shafi, Bhagaval Singh and Leila carried out the occult killings. The sensational double murder has not just stunned Kerala but the entire country. All three accused has now been sent to judicial custody till October 26th. Bhagaval Singh and Leila will now be in jail. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekar, Shibimol KG for India Today from Pathanamthitta.
All right, let's take this across now to Mr. Sanal Edamaruku, President of the Rationalist International, who's joining us this evening. Mr. Edamaruku, thank you for speaking to us here on India Today. You're from Kerala, sir. So explain to us, are these kind of, beliefs and tantric activities common in the state among the people?
Yeah, at one side, Kerala is very progressive, but on the other side, we have all kinds of occult belief very popular in Kerala, and the newspapers and some of the magazines advertise these kind of psychics and occults and invite people for all the solutions. And this is not at all stopped. In Kerala, there have been an effort to make a law, an anti-superstition law, and a bill was prepared, as a private bill was prepared, but it's in the cold storage. And these kind of advertisements are so popular and practices are going on everywhere, and there is no effort from the state side to stop this. This is not a question of the present, but in Kerala, the kind of beliefs that are reaching to this stage have been existing for a long time, and there should be some effort to interfere into the whole effort of promoting it and encouraging it through newspaper advertisements or now by social media. Especially in this case, we have seen that the whole thing was campaigned through a Facebook post, and people were invited, for your welfare, contact us. There is no kind of monitoring about these kind of things. There is no way that we can stop it. So an immediate interference to enact the anti-superstition law is the most important thing at this moment.
So you believe that the onus is also, Mr. Edamaruku, on the government to ensure that some sort of a legislation is brought about to stop these kind of practices, because the belief is very, very strong in Kerala.
Yeah, the belief is there. A lot of people believe in these kind of magical results with tantra or shamans, and all these kind of beliefs are there. Like in any other state, the whole problem is, there should be a monitoring. There are people who are believing, who are indoctrinated, who are vulnerable. But there are people who are selling these kind of products, and they are easily reaching these people. And that's the point where we have to have an interference from the state to stop it. It's at one side we need public education. We need a kind of a movement that is going on, which is very active in Kerala. Kerala has a very active rationalist movement. But on the side of the state, we need support that law and enactment of this law, should come into real effect.
You highlighted at the very beginning the contrast that everyone's been speaking about in Kerala, about the state being so progressive with such a high literacy rate. And despite that, you see these kind of incidents and so much of strong beliefs. Where does this come from? What is the origin of this kind of belief, Mr. Edamaruku? And if you could share some of your personal experiences of what kind of faith these people really have in these practices.
There are three different patterns of occult belief, and many people think that this is only for thinking that they get welfare or they get money, that they do black magic. In fact, there are three varieties of black magic. One is Vashikaran, which is trying to attract the other people. The other is destruction of your enemy. Third is looking for welfare. All the three patterns are similar, and these are getting more and more indoctrinated into children because there are a lot of stories around, there are a lot of legends around, but we speak about scientific temperament. There is no way that this kind of indoctrination can be stopped at this moment. So therefore, an anti-superstition law at one side and strict enactment of stopping all these superstitions and religious education in the schools, that's what is important. This has a long root of tradition of Tantra tradition in Kerala. Whole of South India has a big tradition of Tantra. 5 months back, there was another sacrifice. A mother has been sacrificing a girl. And and in Andhra Pradesh, you know that, some months back, a mother has killed another 2 children. All these kind of practices are very prevalent in southern part of India.
Okay, and let's hope that, there is some sort of awareness that's spread from the administration from all means, using social media, as you pointed out, as well as a tool. Thank you so much, Mr. Edamarco, for taking the time out and joining us here on India Today. As we, in fact, focus on what's happening in Kerala, let's cut across to more breaking news that's coming in. Now, with this human sacrifice horror that's come to light, there are more incidents of this tantric activities that's become the big talking point now. Here's a story from Gujarat, where a man from a village who believed that his 14-year-old daughter was possessed killed her while performing black magic. Police say that this incident took place recently in the Dhava village in Gir Somnath district, when a man, Bhavesh Akbari, who believed that his daughter was possessed by a ghost, decided to go ahead and perform an exorcism. He came to the village 6 months ago from Surat along with his brother, performed some occult rituals on his teenage daughter, made her wear old clothes, then took her out to a field. The police say that the accused actually tied a stick to her hair and made her stand between 2 chairs. They kept her hungry and thirsty for a long time. She succumbed to this torture. Horror stories that are really coming in from across the nation that really highlights for you how deep-rooted this problem is, and particularly in rural parts of the country.
He was doubtful कि इसको उसकी जो लड़की है उसको कुछ कोई प्रॉब्लम है और उसको वो क्लियर करना चाह रहा था. उसकी वजह से उसने टॉर्चर किया और उसमें लड़की को मार दिया उसने. अभी 2 आरोपी पकड़ा है और बाकी आगे अभी जो भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन में पूरा प्रूफ मिलेंगे उस हिसाब से आरोपी पकड़ेंगे. हथियार अभी नहीं मिला है, लकड़ी वगैरह का यूज हुआ है, वही हमने कब्जे किया. पूजा सामग्री.
All right, let's cut across to more breaking news that's coming in. Journalist Rana Ayub has been charge sheeted by the Enforcement Directorate. She's now released a statement over the ED action. Rana has said that it's noteworthy that the ED had provisionally attached my bank account funds, including my professional income, but they were stayed by the Delhi High Court. The funds raised by me for COVID support were raised and used with the sole aim of helping people in dire need. All right, we're cutting across to more breaking news that's coming in. Gujarat AAP chief Gopal Italia, after being briefly detained, is speaking live.
उसने बड़ी एरोगेंसी से कोई जवाब नहीं दिया और मेरी तौर देखते हुए बोला कि बहुत ही बदतमीज हो तुम, क्या औकात है तुम्हारी और क्या हैसियत है तुम्हारी. मुझे ये कहा गया, मैं शॉक हो गया कि ये क्या भाषा है, ये किस टाइप का इन्वेस्टिगेशन है, ये किस चीज के लिए मुझे इस कमरे में, इस ऑफिस में बुलाया गया. मैं शॉक हो गया. मैं कुछ नहीं बोला क्योंकि वो चेयर पे बैठी है. चेयर की रिस्पेक्ट करना सिटीजन होने के नाते मेरा फर्ज बनता था. मैं सुनता रह गया. मुझे पूछा गया कि ये कौन लोग हैं जो बाहर आए हैं, क्यों आए इतने लोग, और मुझे बड़े भद्दे तरीके से, बड़ी घटिया तरीके से ट्रीट किया गया 2 मिनट के लिए. बहुत डांटा गया, बहुत धमकाया गया. ये कर दिया जाएगा, पुलिस के हवाले कर दूंगी, तुम्हारे ऊपर FIR करवा दूंगी, जेल में भर देंगे, क्या समझते हो अपने आप को, औकात क्या है तुम्हारी. इस टाइप की बातें खुद मैडम ने अपने चैम्बर में मुझे बताई. मैं सिर्फ सुनता रहा. मैं सुन था, मैं शॉक था, क्या बोलूं क्या नहीं बोलूं. फिर मैं अपने आप से उस कमरे के बाहर निकल गया और मैं अपने वकील जो ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे बैठे थे उनसे मैं मिला और उनको कहा कि मैडम ने मेरे साथ इस तरीके का बर्ताव किया है. ना वो मेरा स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड कर रहे हैं, ना जिस चीज के लिए मुझे समन किया गया था उस चीज को लेकर कोई बात कर रहे. बस मुझे गालियां दे रहे, धमका रहे. इतनी देर में कमीशन की ओर से पुलिस को बुला लिया गया, फिर पुलिस की ओर इनकी क्या बातचीत हुई मुझे तो कोई पता नहीं है, लेकिन फिर मुझे पुलिस की मौजूदगी में बताया गया कि ऊपर आपको बैठना है। कुछ 8-10 लोग सिविल कपड़ों में थे, वो क्या थे, किस ऑफिशियल कैपेसिटी से वहां थे, क्या उनका कोई पद था, क्या वो कोई ऑथोराइज पर्सन थे, मुझे कुछ नहीं पता है। कोई एक लड़की थी जो लगातार मोबाइल से एक वीडियो ले रही थी। जब मैंने पूछा कि ये वीडियो ऑफिशियल है, मुझे बताया गया कि हाँ ये ऑफिशियल रिकॉर्डिंग हो रहा है। मैंने कहा कि इसका मुझे कॉपी चाहिएगा, क्योंकि ऑफिशियल है तो मेरा अधिकार बनता है कि मैं जो कुछ आपके सामने बोल रहा हूं और जो रिकॉर्ड हो रहा है वो सारा मुझे मिलना चाहिए। फिर सारे लोग मिलके मुझे धमकाने लगे, डराने लगे कि क्या हो गया, क्या नहीं हो गया, क्या चीज है, क्या नहीं है। कुल मिला के अगर आप देखेंगे तो इस पूरे वाकया में कहीं पर भी नोटिस को लेकर के एनसीडब्ल्यू का कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं था। उनका इंटरेस्ट था मुझे धमकाने में, मुझे डराने में, मुझे बद्दी तरीके से गालियां देने में उनका इंटरेस्ट था। और अंत में जब उनका ये इंटरेस्ट खत्म हो गया, फिर पुलिस को बोल दिया कि अब उसको उठा के ले जाओ, थाने में रख दो। ये क्यों हो रहा है? ये सारा जो आज पूरा दिन जो घटनाक्रम हुआ है, ये इसलिए हुआ है कि गुजरात में चुनाव आ रहे हैं। इस चुनाव में पाटीदार समाज बीजेपी के खिलाफ खड़ा हो चुका है। पाटीदार समाज आम आदमी पार्टी के समर्थन में खुल के बाहर आ रहा है। चूंकि बीजेपी पार्टी गुजरात में पाटीदारों से नफरत करती है, पाटीदारों से बहुत चिढ़ती है। पिछले कुछ साल पहले पाटीदारों के 14 युवाओं पर बीजेपी की सरकार ने गोलियां चलवाई थी और 14 युवाओं को उसने एक तरीके से मर्डर कर दिया था। बाकी जो बच गए उनके ऊपर हजारों फर्जी मुकदमे लगा के हजारों युवाओं को जेल में बंद कर दिया था, उनका करियर खराब कर दिया था। फिर बीजेपी को लगा कि कितनों को गोलियां मार दी, कितनों को जेल में भर दिया, तब भी ये पाटीदारों में से आने वाला गोपाल इटालिया कैसे बच गया, कैसे बच के आगे निकल गया। ये साधारण सा पाटीदार युवान कैसे किसी पार्टी का प्रदेश अध्यक्ष बन गया, कैसे ये युवान बीजेपी को चैलेंज कर रहा है। इसको हैरान करो, इसको परेशान करो, इसको सताओ, किसी भी मुकदमे में डालो, इधर उधर कहीं से उसको बदनाम करो। पूरी बीजेपी पार्टी इस वक्त गोपाल इटालिया के पीछे पड़ी हुई है। मैं क्या हूं? मैं कुछ नहीं हूं, एक साधारण सा युवान हूं। मेरी कोई शख्सियत ही नहीं है एक तरीके से अगर आप देखेंगे। लेकिन जब आप ट्विटर पे, सोशल मीडिया पे देखते हैं, बीजेपी के सारे विधायक, सेंटर के मिनिस्टर, पूरा आईटी सेल एक ही छोटे से आदमी के पीछे लगा के रखा है। क्यों? क्योंकि वो लोग पाटीदार समाज से नफरत करते हैं और नफरत में इस हद तक गिर चुके हैं कि गुजरात से मुझे उठाकर ओखला के थाने में बिठा दिया। यहां तक कि मेरे वकील को भी नहीं बताया कि मुझे कहां ले जाया जा रहा है। वकील को किसी और थाने का एड्रेस बताया कि यहां बिठाया है, ले जाया गया कहीं और जगह। कुल मिला के ये जो पूरा घटनाक्रम है, इसमें साफ साफ तौर पे बीजेपी की भ्रष्ट मानसिकता, पाटीदार समाज के खिलाफ की मानसिकता का प्रदर्शन हो रहा है। वो नहीं चाहते हैं कि गुजरात से पाटीदारों के युवा आगे बढ़े, आगे आए, राजनीति में हिस्सा ले, लीडरशिप रोल में आए। वो नहीं चाहते, इसलिए किसी ना किसी तरीके से गुजरात में भी मेरे ऊपर पिछले दिनों में काफी एफआईआर लगाई हुई है। यहां पर भी इन्होंने आज मेरे साथ जो किया वो बताता है कि ये पाटीदारों से चिढ़ते हैं, पाटीदारों को नफरत करते हैं, गोलियां मारते हैं, जेल में भरते हैं, तब भी उनको संतोष नहीं होता है तो अब गुजरात से बाहर बुला के प्रताड़ित करने की कोशिश करते हैं। लेकिन मुझे आज कहना है कि मेरा नाम गोपाल है और मुझे भगवान ने आशीर्वाद दिया है। अब मैं गोपाल हूं और मैं इन कंस की औलाद से डरने वाला नहीं हूं। ये सारे कंस की औलादें अब लगी पड़ी हुई है आम आदमी पार्टी के खिलाफ, पाटीदार समाज के खिलाफ, गोपाल इटालिया के खिलाफ, अरविंद केजरीवाल के खिलाफ। सारे कंस की औलादें एकजुट हो चुकी है। लेकिन हम भी गोपाल है, हम भी ईश्वर की संतान है। इन सारे कंस की औलादों के सामने लड़ेंगे और जीत के दिखाएंगे। थैंक यू।
गोपाल जी, पुलिस ने आपसे क्या कहा?
पुलिस ने थाने पे ले जाके मेरे से सिर्फ यही कहा कि इन सारी चीजों में क्यों पड़ रहे हो, इतने ताकतवर लोगों से क्यों पंगा ले रहे हो, छोड़ दो ना ये सारी चीजें, इतने परेशान क्यों हो रहे हो। मैंने उनसे रिक्वेस्ट करा कि सर आपके पास जो भी कानूनी कार्रवाई का आदेश हो कार्रवाई करिए, आप मुझे इस तरीके से समझाइए मत। मेरी लड़ाई जो है वो बेईमानों के सामने है, पाटीदार समाज के दुश्मन जो बीजेपी वाले हैं उनके सामने मेरी लड़ाई है। चाहे जो मर्जी मुझे जेल में डाल दे, फांसी पे लगा दे, गोली मार दे या पूरे देश में मेरे खिलाफ मोर्चा निकाले, मैं ये लड़ाई लड़ता रहूंगा।
गोपाल जी, जिस तरह से इस देश में जो हरकतें चल रही है, एक डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्री है यहाँ पे, जिस तरह से आप जब अपने इलेक्शन की, अपने पॉपुलरिटी की जंग लड़ रहे हैं, जो इलेक्शन की तरफ से संविधान में हक है, फिर भी ये सब चीजें जो आ रही है, रुकावट की, जेल में डालने की, नफरत की, इसको आप कब रोकेंगे और यह कब तक चलता रहेगा? ये जो पूरा जो चल रहा है इस देश में अनडेमोक्रेटिक सारा कामकाज, उसको रोकने की तो लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं और लड़ रहे हैं इसलिए बीजेपी को।
So the Gujarat AAP chief, the Italia crime conspiracy, taking on the BJP, taking on the NCW as well. We'll track the latest that comes in on this, slipping into a short break.
News is about putting people first. Just look at the queues right across. About asking the right questions to those in power. It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals. It heals. Angry people came out on the streets.
Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country?
News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news with me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
Internet download speeds on the 5G test network in the country have reached 600 Mbps in some parts of the country, according to Ookla's latest speed test intelligence report, with the survey adding the national capital enjoys the fastest 5G network.
5G services were launched in select Indian cities by Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the 1st of October. A survey by Ookla shows the 3 5G operators are still calibrating their networks, ensuring they are stable as they go commercial. There is huge volatility in the network, with 5G download speeds ranging from 16 Mbps to 810 Mbps in tests conducted since June of this year. In Delhi, Airtel reached median speed of 200 Mbps, while Jio shot at nearly 600 Mbps. In Kolkata, Airtel lagged at just 34 Mbps, while Jio had a faster speed at 482 Mbps. In Mumbai, Airtel reached 271 Mbps compared to Jio's 515 Mbps. In Varanasi, Airtel was ahead with 517 Mbps versus Jio's 485. Though the 5G speeds are still well below the 1 Gbps standard set in several countries, it is still much above the current 4G data transfer rates. Consumers, meanwhile, seem ready to embrace 5G. The report shows 51% of the respondents already have handsets which support 5G. The top 5G capable handset brands include Samsung, Xiaomi, Realme, Vivo and Apple. And though Apple handsets aren't compatible with 5G in India yet, according to the Ookla survey, the iPhone 12 is the most popular 5G capable device in the Indian market. Meanwhile, the Department of Telecom today met with various handset makers and network operators to prioritize and release software upgrades for supporting 5G services. Bureau Report, Business Today TV.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why.
India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
This is Kerala's House of Horrors. Located in Pathanamthitta, this is where Bhagawal Singh and his wife Leila carried out the human sacrifice of two women, Padma and Rosalind, all at the behest of a self-proclaimed tantric, Shafi. The sinister occult killings were planned in 2020 when Shafi, impersonating as Sri Devi, lured Bhagawal and asked him to meet the tantric. The tantric Shafi himself then promised to make Bhagawal and his family rich. All they had to do was perform human sacrifice. It was in June this year that Rosalind was taken to the couple's house in Pathanamthitta. She was brought on the pretext of acting in porn films and was offered 10 lakh rupees. When she reached Bhagawal and Leila's house, her hands and legs were tied to a bed. She was told it was a part of porn film shoot. Leila then inserted a knife into Rosalind's private part and slit her throat. Leila's husband, Bhagawal, then cut off her breasts. The couple, along with Shafi, then chopped Rosalind's body into pieces and buried them in a hole.
നമ്മുടെ മെയിൻ ഇതിലെ ഡിറ്റക്ഷനിലേക്ക് എത്തിയത് ആദ്യത്തെ എഫേർട്സ് ഫോക്കസ് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് CCTV ഫുട്ടേജാണ്. എലംകുളം ഭാഗത്ത് നിന്നാണ് ഈ സ്ത്രീ മിസ്സിംഗ് ആയത്. ഈ CCTV ഫുട്ടേജ് ആൻഡ് ദ സ്കോർപിയോ വിച്ച് വാസ് ഡിറ്റക്റ്റഡ് ആൻഡ് ദ ഓണർഷിപ്പ് ഓഫ് ദ സ്കോർപിയോ. അപ്പോൾ ഇറ്റ് ലെഡ് ടു ദ ഫസ്റ്റ് അക്യൂസ്ഡ് മിസ്റ്റർ ഷാഫി അലിയാസ് റഷീദ്.
A month after Rosalind's murder, Bhagawal and Leila contacted Shafi again. They asked him when will they get the wealth. This time, the tantric told the couple that one more sacrifice was needed. So, Padma was brought in. This is her walking towards Bhagawal and Leila's house the day she was murdered. Padma was lured on the pretext of sex work. She was promised 15,000 rupees. She was then strangulated with a plastic rope. Shafi then inserted a knife in Padma's private parts and slit her throat. Her body was then chopped into 56 pieces. Leila has told the police that she is depressed and has been under medication. But what explains such depravity?
It was here where Shafi, Bhagawal Singh and Leila carried out the occult killings. The sensational double murder has not just stunned Kerala but the entire country. All three accused has now been sent to judicial custody till October 26. Bhagawal Singh and Leila will now be in jail. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekar, Shubhimol KG for India Today from Pathanamthitta.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Justice, liberty, equality, the pillars that built India. A nation where everyone has dignity and opportunities to prosper. But today, over 75 years after independence, Dalits remain a community trapped for centuries by the caste system, languishing in a dismal state. Nearly 20% of India's population is Dalit. Dalits still live in abject poverty, excluded on the margins, facing atrocities, toxic untouchability, and no opportunities for economic upliftment. The father of India's constitution, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, fought all his life for the upliftment of Dalits. In the past, many state and central governments have made big promises, but it has been nothing more than lip service. Basic human rights have still not been delivered. Dalits remain downtrodden and discriminated against. This shocking reality is a national shame. Few have dared to break the cage of caste discrimination until now. Friend to the downtrodden, upholding human rights and dignity, championing Ambedkar's India, KCR is showing India and the world how a revolution is sparked in Telangana through his path-breaking scheme, Telangana Dalit Bandhu. Approximately 17,50,000 Dalit families call Telangana home, and now they are calling Telangana the land of opportunity. Thanks to Dalit Bandhu, launched in 2021 by the TRS government, a world-first scheme which will give each Dalit family an astounding financial boost of 10 lakh rupees. There are many more schemes along with this which are under implementation all over the state. But Dalit Bandhu is a specially designed program for the upliftment of the Dalit community. It has an unprecedented objective to uplift 17,50,000 Dalit households with a one-time capital grant of 10 lakh rupees per household, 100% subsidy with zero repayment, delivered via direct-to-beneficiary transfer, with a dedicated Dalit Bandhu scheme help desk and monitoring committee at village, mandal, district and state level, and a 10% reservation for Dalits in profit-generating schemes, government contracts and licenses. In addition to this, Telangana has another visionary program for Dalit students, residential schools and colleges, and Ambedkar Overseas Vidya Nidhi, a 20 lakh rupees overseas scholarship, giving them the most powerful tool for success, education. Huzurabad, 2021. The Telangana Dalit Bandhu pilot was launched. Telangana's Dalit Bandhu is a path-breaking scheme that places absolute trust in the beneficiary. Each household has complete freedom and flexibility to decide its business and how to grow their dreams.
నేను వచ్చేసి ఫార్మసీ చదివాను సార్. దాని తర్వాత యాజ్ ఏ ఫార్మసిస్ట్గా చాలా ప్లేస్లో చేశాను సార్. ఎప్పుడైతే మన తెలంగాణ గవర్నమెంట్ ఈ దళిత బంధు పెట్టిందో అప్పుడు ఇంకా నాకు ఎప్పటి నుంచో నా ఓన్గా బిజినెస్ పెట్టుకున్నామని నాకు అంతకుముందే ఉండేది సార్. మన టీఆర్ఎస్ గవర్నమెంట్ దళిత బంధు స్కీమ్ ఒకటి పెట్టి నా ఓన్గా నేను సెటిల్ కావడానికి ఒక ఆపర్చునిటీ క్రియేట్ చేసింది సార్.
Households were identified as beneficiaries and the direct benefit transfer of 10 lakh rupees was made. Each family unit was free to decide how they wished to invest this 100% subsidy. It could be a single or multiple businesses. Multiple beneficiaries could pool their resources to build a bigger business. It could be in any sector of their choice. The sky was the limit. In no time, the stories of transformation began rolling in. These are just a small fraction of the 40,000 success stories that Telangana has empowered through the Dalit Bandhu scheme. In just 1 year, it has smashed records for any Dalit upliftment scheme in the country. Till date, the Dalit Bandhu scheme has been implemented in all 119 assembly constituencies in Telangana. Beneficiaries have achieved prosperity for their families. They have also created opportunity for their community by providing employment and revenue. The resounding success of the Dalit Bandhu scheme has energized the TRS government to accelerate its efforts. From 40,000 beneficiaries with an outlay of 4,441.8 crore rupees, now Telangana government has raised the Dalit Bandhu budget to reach about 2 lakh beneficiaries with an outlay of 17,700 crore rupees, making this the world's largest direct benefit scheme.
దళిత బంధు వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఈ 10 లక్షలు అనేది మామూలుగా అందరికీ ఆపర్చునిటీ రాదు. ఇది పూర్తిగా గవర్నమెంట్ వాళ్ళు మాకు 10 లక్షలు ఇచ్చేసి మీ ఇష్టం ఉన్న వ్యాపారాన్ని పెట్టుకో అని చెప్పేసి అనడం వల్ల మాకు ఇంత ఆర్థిక పురోగతి కలిగింది. అదే కాకుండా మేము ఇంతకుముందు ఒక దగ్గర వర్కర్గా పనిచేసిన వాళ్ళం ఇప్పుడు ఓనర్గా ఉండగలుగుతున్నాం.
Never before has such a revolutionary scheme been designed to end caste discrimination, where Dalits receive 100% opportunity along with 100% dignity.
దళిత బంధు పథకం రాకముందు మేమైతే చాలా స్ట్రగుల్స్ ఫేస్ చేసాము. దళిత బంధు పథకం కింద మేము ఈ ఎంబ్రాయిడరీ మిషన్ ఎంచుకొని పెట్టుకున్నాము. నేర్చుకున్న వరకునే నేను ఫుల్ఫిల్ చేయాలనుకొని ఈ ఎంబ్రాయిడరీ స్టార్ట్ చేశాను సార్. ఇచ్చినందుకు చాలా చాలా ధన్యవాదాలు కేసీఆర్ గారికి, తెలంగాణ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా మేము ఎంతో రుణపడి ఉన్నాము.
ముగ్గురం కలిసి ఒక యూనిట్ పెట్టాము. అంటే 30 lakhs పెట్టి ఒక వెహికల్ను ఇప్పుడు అమెరికన్ టూరిస్ట్ షాప్ పెట్టాము. బాగానే నడుస్తుంది ఇప్పుడైతే. అంటే నేను జాబ్ చేసేవాడిని, ఇప్పుడు ఓనర్గా అంటే ఒక కంపెనీ ఓనర్గా ఇప్పుడు ఫీల్ అవుతున్నా. చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఉంది.
జీవనోపాధిగా మిషన్ కుట్టుకుంటూ బ్రతికేదాన్ని సార్. మాకు 3 పిల్లలు, వాళ్ళని చదివించుకుంటూ మేము బ్రతకాలంటే చాలా కష్టమైంది సార్. ఇప్పుడు దళిత బంధు ద్వారా కేసీఆర్ గారు ఆదుకున్నారు సార్. వాళ్ళు ఇద్దరం కలిసి పెట్టుకున్నాం సార్ మిషన్. కోయంబత్తూరు నుంచి వెళ్ళి తెప్పించుకున్నాం సార్ మిషన్ను. నాన్ ఓవెన్ బ్యాగ్స్ సార్. మాకు నెలకు 50,000 వరకు వస్తాయి సార్. 3 జీతాలు 50,000 వరకు వస్తాయి సార్.
For Telangana's leadership, it's not about breaking records, but about ensuring financial freedom for all. Each Dalit Bandhu grant of 10 lakh rupees has an inbuilt 10,000 rupees safety net, Dalita Rakshana Nidhi, to ensure that all Dalit families get financial assistance from the fund at times of distress. To further strengthen this, Telangana government contributes additional 10,000 rupees, which is over and above each grant. A great safety net that has no parallel anywhere in the world. For the KCR government, this is more than just a financial benefit. If any beneficiary of Dalit Bandhu meets with fatal disease or accident, the family should not go through additional depression and hard times. They should remain protected. That is the true purpose of the special safety net designed as Dalita Rakshana Nidhi.
కేసీఆర్ సార్ ఇంత పెద్ద స్కీమ్ తీసుకురావడం అనేది చాలా గొప్ప విషయం సార్. మాలాంటి వాళ్ళకి ఓన్గా ఒక కంపెనీ పెట్టి ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ కావాలనుకునే వాళ్ళ కోసం ఇది గోల్డెన్ ఆపర్చునిటీ.
అదే కాకుండా దళితులు అంటే సమాజంలో అందరికీ చిన్న చూపుగానే ఉంటుంది. ఇప్పుడు ఇది ఇవ్వడం వల్ల
సారు దళిత బంధు ఇచ్చి మమ్మల్ని ఎంతో ఆదుకున్నారు సారు. మాకు మరో అంబేద్కర్ గారు సారు మాకైతే మాటల్లో చెప్పలేము. ఆయనకు మాకు ఎంతో బతుకునిచ్చిండ్రు అసలు.
Under the fearless leadership of KCR, Dalits finally have a government that protects and defends them. Telangana inspires them to overcome oppression and empowers them to be bold, so that each Dalit can move up in the world with head held high, creating their own success story, making Telangana shine, and in turn, India.
The Hindi imposition debate is back this time, triggered by a governmental panel report. Sparking outrage in all South states, the Amit Shah-led committee has recommended the use of Hindi as the medium of instruction in Hindi-speaking states and local regional languages in other states. The report recommends that Hindi be the medium of instruction in IIT, IIM and central universities. And as expected, almost all political leaders in the south are up in arms, saying this is an attempt to impose one nation, one language, one religion, one food, and one culture. In Tamil Nadu, the DMK has lashed out at the central government, with even Chief Minister M.K. Stalin leading the charge with a series of tweets. He also shot off a letter to Prime Minister Modi, warning not to trigger another language war.
We are Tamils. We have a language of our own, and our language, the state was carved from the Dravidian land as a Tamil state. Why should you impose Hindi on us? We are not in UP, we are not in MP, we are not in Bihar.
In order to hide their inability to run the government, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Mr. M.K. Stalin, has been levelling unnecessary and unwanted allegations against the central government and also this committee.
Meanwhile, in battleground Karnataka, the Congress and JDS have lashed out at the BJP.
You cannot enforce that language on us. We have our own languages, the southern states, which are classical languages. What does the term classical tag mean? It means that they have been in existence for over 2000 years. We have our own script, we have our own history, we have our own culture, and that needs to be preserved too. So what is the Prime Minister, why the duplicity in Prime Minister's Man Ki Baat when he says that you should encourage local language and all that, but when the gazette comes out, when the notifications come out, it's about Hindi imposition. We will not allow this.
The Bombay government, however, has categorically stated that there is no question of changing the medium of instruction in universities as of now.
ಎಲ್ಲೂ ನೋಡಿ ಕಡ್ಡಾಯವಾಗಿ ಹಿಂದಿ ಏರಿಕೆ ಅನ್ನೋಂಥದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಉದ್ಭವ ಆಗಿರೋ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವೇ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಬೇಡ. ಸೊ ಅಂಥದ್ದು ಯಾವುದೂ ಇರೋಲ್ಲ. ಯಾವ ನಾಡಿನ ಮೇಲೂ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಇರೋವಂಥದ್ದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹಿಂದಿ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಎ ಅಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಅಂತಲೇ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಡಿಕ್ಲೇರ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆ ಇದನ್ನ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಅನವಶ್ಯಕವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾತಾಡೋಂಥದ್ದು ಬೇಡ.
The outrage isn't limited to just Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Kerala CM Pinarayi Vijayan wrote a letter to Prime Minister Modi asking him to intervene in the matter. In Telangana, Minister K.T. Ramarao took to social media to reiterate that India does not have a national language. The language showdown has kicked off a political storm in southern states, with regional parties uniting against the BJP and making it clear that any decision to put in effect the committee's Hindi recommendations will be met with protests. Bureau Report, India Today.
Growth priorities will be kept absolutely on the top. Even as I speak about the concerns that inflation brings before me. So inflation concerns will have to be addressed, but then how would you manage growth would be the natural question. But that's the point of, being sure how you're going to be able to balance the two and be sure that the momentum that Indian economy has got coming out of the pandemic and the momentum with which it will grow even the next year, even as per the very many multilateral institutions which are observing India, cannot be weakened. So it will have to again be a very carefully structured budget in which the growth momentum will have to be sustained. Energy, fertilizer are all becoming expensive. As a result, in some parts of the country, not so much for us, there is severe food insecurity. We are in a position to export. But if our input costs are going up, or if our farmers themselves come under stress, export and the global understanding, multilateral institutional compulsions don't help in exporting food that easily. And this is a bane of some understandings which have been given a play since the Uruguay round. And we've been in every WTO meeting talking about it, saying it shouldn't be so. Those who were working in different heavily industrialized parts of the country, they themselves coming from different parts which are not so industrialized, who generically are being called as migrant laborers, went back to their villages. All of us knew about how they went back. Some of them went back with the trains which were provided, others found their own way. But when the pandemic subsided, and when they had all been given also the vaccinations, many of them didn't go back to their old employees. They went looking for better jobs and found them, and therefore there is this good churn that is happening in the Indian economy, and therefore the government's effort for skilling and upskilling is also being ramped up now. And the nature of employment itself is now also getting very speedily ramped up. And that is why I'm not surprised, and I'm glad to quote, Honorable Prime Minister mentioned that India probably can lead the Industrial Revolution 4.0.
All-new HP Spectre in association with SBI Home Loans, Audi e-tron. Hetic Fittings, make your furniture work beautifully.
Good evening, you're watching 7 at 7, the only news bulletin where I curate the day's top 7 stories for our viewers. I'm Preeti Chaudhary and these are the headlines. Aam Aadmi Party's Gujarat chief released hours after detention, alleges misbehavior by NCW chief. Kejriwal calls Gopal Italia's detention an insult to Gujarat's Patel community. Judge bench delivers split verdict in hijab case. Justice Gupta bats for ban, Justice Dhulia bats for freedom of choice. Case referred to a 3-judge bench. ED files charge sheet against Rana Ayub. Rana Ayub accused of money laundering. ED charge sheet says Rana submitted fake bills, received foreign funds without FCR in order. Kerala's holy city, occult shame after cannibalism horror. Now a case of black magic on children emerges. Local stage massive protest. Saurav Ganguly makes his exit from BCCI official, says he's ready to move on to bigger things. IMF lauds Modi's government's digital cash transfer scheme, calls it a logistical marvel, helping millions of poor in India. After incessant rain, flood fury wreaks havoc from Andhra to Sikkim. Cities and towns inundated. Rescue operations in several states. Here's 1 month away from election, or rather a month and a half away from election. Massive escalation between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Aam Aadmi Party in battleground Gujarat. The latest, Gopal Italia, the BJP party president in Gujarat, the Aam Aadmi Party president in Gujarat, was detained by the Delhi police from outside the National Commission of Women's office. The NCW chief, Rekha Sharma, alleged that Italia stormed into her office and his supporters, which made her feel threatened. But after his release, Italia alleged that it was Rekha Sharma herself who had misbehaved with him and hurled abuses. The Aam Aadmi Party convener and Chief Minister Kejriwal asserted that his detention has angered the entire Patel community. Remember, Italia had been summoned in connection with a video where he used derogatory language for Prime Minister Modi. 2 old videos of Italia had surfaced in recent days, one in which he criticizes Prime Minister Modi's niche politics and uses cuss words for his government, and another which he tells women that temples are breeding grounds of exploitation.
उसने बड़ी एरोगेंसी से कोई जवाब नहीं दिया और मेरी तौर देखते हुए बोला कि बहुत ही बदतमीज हो तुम, क्या औकात है तुम्हारी और क्या हैसियत है तुम्हारी। मुझे ये कहा गया, मैं शॉक हो गया कि ये क्या भाषा है, ये किस टाइप का इन्वेस्टिगेशन है, ये किस चीज़ के लिए मुझे इस कमरे में, इस ऑफिस में बुलाया गया। मैं शॉक हो गया, मैं कुछ नहीं बोला क्योंकि वो चेयर पे बैठी है, चेयर की रिस्पेक्ट करना सिटीजन होने के नाते मेरा फर्ज बनता था। मैं सुनता रह गया। मुझे पूछा गया कि ये कौन लोग हैं जो बाहर आए हैं, क्यों आए हैं इतने लोग, और मुझे बड़े भद्दे तरीके से, बड़ी घटिया तरीके से ट्रीट किया गया 2 मिनट के लिए। बहुत डांटा गया, बहुत धमकाया गया, ये कर दिया जाएगा, पुलिस के हवाले कर दूंगी, तुम्हारे ऊपर FIR करवा दूंगी, जेल में भर देंगे, क्या समझते हो अपने आप को, औकात क्या है तुम्हारी। इस टाइप की बातें खुद मैडम ने अपने चैम्बर में मुझे बताई। मैं बीजेपी के सारे विधायक, सेंटर के मिनिस्टर, पूरा IT सेल एक ही छोटे से आदमी के पीछे लगा के रखा है। क्यों? क्योंकि वो लोग पाटीदार समाज से नफरत करते हैं और नफरत में इस हद तक गिर चुके हैं कि गुजरात से मुझे उठाकर ओखला के थाने में बिठा दिया। ये जो पूरा घटनाक्रम है, इसमें साफ साफ तौर पे बीजेपी की भ्रष्ट मानसिकता, पाटीदार समाज के खिलाफ की मानसिकता का प्रदर्शन हो रहा है।
इन्होंने डिनाई किया कि उस वीडियो में मैं हूं ही नहीं, लेकिन जब ये जवाब दे रहे हैं तो उसमें इन्होंने माना है कि इन्होंने वो ट्वीट किया था, जबकि पहले ये कह रहे थे कि वो जो ट्वीट में जो वीडियो है वो मैं नहीं हूं। तो ये दोनों चीजें ही आपस में, जो भी इनका स्टेटमेंट है और जो रिटन स्टेटमेंट है, दोनों मैच नहीं करते। अभी तक इन्होंने प्रॉपर जवाब नहीं दिया। मैंने पुलिस को भी बोला है कि इनके अगेंस्ट एक्शन लिया जाए, क्योंकि ये एक लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को खराब करने की सिचुएशन क्रिएट कर रहे थे। इनके सपोर्टर्स ने जबरदस्ती अंदर आने की कोशिश की और मुझे लगता है, इनफैक्ट मेरी 2 बजे एक मीटिंग थी बहुत जरूरी, जो अब डिले हो गई है सेंटर दिल्ली में, और क्योंकि मैं बाहर नहीं निकल सकती थी, मुझे अपनी लाइफ पे भी थ्रेटनिंग लग रहा था। यहाँ 100-150 लोग अगर पहुंच के मुझे थ्रेटन करेंगे तो ये किस प्रकार के नेता हैं, ये कैसी इनकी वर्किंग है।
देखिए, जो लोग गोपाल इटालिया को डिटेन कर रहे हैं, उनके पास सिर्फ इतनी राजनीति है, उनको स्कूल ठीक करने नहीं आते, उनको बच्चों को पढ़ाना नहीं आता। 27 साल हो गए उनको सरकारें चलाते हुए, उनसे एक स्कूल शानदार नहीं बना। गोपाल इटालिया को इसीलिए अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं क्योंकि उनकी गोपाल इटालिया ऐसी पार्टी से आता है जिसको स्कूल बनाने आते हैं, बाकी कुछ नहीं है, बाकी ड्रामा है।
There are several videos of Gopal Italia, the chief of the Aam Aadmi Party in Gujarat, in which he is seen denigrating women, making sexist, misogynist comment, referring to them as C. He has also gone on to say that women who go for katha and to temples offer themselves for exploitations because those are dens of exploitation. In such a scenario, NCW summoned the Gujarat Aam Aadmi Party chief. He went there with his supporters, created ruckus, so much so that the NCW chairperson had to tweet asking the police to step in. Otherwise, people would have been harassed and assaulted in the NCW premise. The police did what was appropriate.
All right, viewers, let's quickly move on. It was a split verdict where the Supreme Court came on the hijab verdict. From here, what happens now? It's going to be referred to a larger bench, in all probability a 3-judge bench. Here's more.
After 10 months of tumult and face-off, which ignited passion and legal fight, the hijab stalemate is here to stay. The two-judge Supreme Court bench has delivered a split verdict on if campuses can allow Islamic hijab over prescribed uniform. Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia set aside the Karnataka High Court judgment and quashed the Karnataka government's hijab ban order on February 5. He held that the entire concept of essential religious practice was not apt for the dispute. Justice Dhulia added that only education of girl child matters. Justice Hemant Gupta, on the other hand, upheld the Karnataka High Court verdict, which approved Karnataka government's campus hijab ban. Justice Gupta also raised 11 critical questions on the issues of essential religious practice, rights of students, and the government.
देखिए, आज का जो फैसला है, जो वर्डिक्ट, जो फ्रैक्चर्ड वर्डिक्ट है, इसका मतलब ये है कि इसका प्रभाव हाई कोर्ट के जजमेंट पर कुछ भी पड़ने वाला नहीं है। अब जो नई बेंच गठित होगी, नए बेंच का जो फैसला आएगा, उसी से हाई कोर्ट का जजमेंट प्रभावित होगा। अगर वो फैसला हाई कोर्ट के अगेंस्ट है तो फैसला नहीं माना जाएगा हाई कोर्ट का, और सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो फैसला होगा वो मान्य होगा।
Justice Gulia has emphasized that the choice has been left to the lady. Whatever she wants to wear, she can wear. So he has emphasized on the education of the girl. He has emphasized on her choice, and he has depended on the Bijoy Manual judgment, which has upheld this practice where a lady can put whatever covering.
The CJI, while constituting the larger bench, will have to consider all 11 questions raised by Justice Gupta and then decide upon the composition of the bench. With no stay by the top court on the Karnataka High Court judgment and the Supreme Court being split, the High Court endorsed ban on hijab in campuses with uniform will continue.
हमें उम्मीद है कि यहाँ पर अभी चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया के सामने हमारे जो बच्चे जो अपील डाले हैं वो गया है। हमें आशा है कि डेफिनेटली वो हमारे फेवर में, यहाँ के संविधान के फेवर में वो डिसीजन देंगे।
As the battle shifts to a larger bench, a longer legal war may be on the cards.
Two judges giving a split verdict in the Karnataka hijab ban case from the Supreme Court, which means that this matter will now go before a three-judge bench and is likely to be delayed further. While Justice Hemant Gupta, in his analysis, has gone into all issues including essential religious practice and the right of the government to formulate rules, Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia has said that this is not about essential religious practice, it is about the freedom of expression and freedom of choice of religion. And effectively, it is also about education of girls, particularly in poorer rural areas. With the two judges giving distinctive, different judgments, the matter will now be referred to the Chief Justice to formulate a fresh bench. In the meantime, in Karnataka, the ban on wearing of hijabs in educational institutions which have a uniform will continue, as the government has made it clear that the status quo will continue for now. In New Delhi, with cameraman Raja, this is Anisha Mathur for India Today. I'm going to cut across to my colleague Akshuta, speaking with Mr. Owaisi from the AIMIM, who has expressed his views on the Supreme Court verdict.
Joining us here on India Today is AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi on what's played out in the Supreme Court as far as the hijab case is concerned. Mr. Owaisi, good evening. What do you make of the verdict that came in from the Supreme Court, from Justice Gupta and Justice Dhulia?
Well, as everyone knows by now, that they had two differing judgments.
Yeah.
We were expecting a unanimous judgment in favor of hijab, but the honorable judges have given their judgment, which we respect. But we still have one Supreme Court judgment in favor of hijab. Now it is up to the Chief Justice when he constitutes this larger bench or what the CJI will decide, we'll come to know.
Mr. Owaisi, I want to read out one part of the judgment. This is from what Justice Dhulia said. He says it may be the only way her conservative family will permit her to go to school, and in those cases, her hijab is her ticket to education. This particular part of the judgment opens up also a larger debate, Mr. Owaisi, about whether we're talking about choice, at least as far as Justice Dhulia's observations are concerned, or about a lack of societal reform.
Well, you see, it is, you can call anyone conservative and liberal, but I have a right to lead a life. That is my right. How I lead my life should have no bearing on anyone. If as far as I'm not getting a law and order problem, but if I'm a practicing Muslim, you can call me conservative, you can call me fundamentalist, whatever you want. I don't care, because if I'm practicing my religion, following my religion, that is the right which the Constitution of India has given to me.
Absolutely.
And I'm not asking you to be, and I'm not asking anyone to become like me.
But we're talking about
All right, viewers, let's cut across right now with all the politics that is going on in the state of Karnataka. It's Yediyurappa. All right, let's quickly cut.
Siddaramaiah has shifted into top gear on the road to Karnataka's elections, jogging with boss Rahul and sparing no attack. The former Congress CM has now opened his most aggressive offensive, targeting the BJP government and specifically the man who took his chair, B.S. Yediyurappa. In a series of high-voltage tweets, Siddaramaiah has scoffed at the BJP's Jan Sankalp Yatra, challenging both Chief Minister Bommai as well as Yediyurappa to get down from their cars and walk for 4 kilometers without falling down, and to do a 5-minute speech without taking the name of Siddaramaiah. More stingingly, Siddaramaiah has accused Chief Minister Bommai of using Yediyurappa as a shield, making it super personal against the BJP veteran, whose profile has seen a big boost in recent weeks. Siddaramaiah has also said that Karnataka's public will not forgive the BJP for rehabilitating Yediyurappa.
This is a campaign by the Congress party against this 40% corruption government.
There is no government. There is no governance at all. All developmental works have come to stand still.
ಯಾವ ಸ್ಥಳದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೇವೆ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರೇ, ಅಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ಹಗುರವಾಗಿ ಮಾತನಾಡದೇನೆ ಪ್ರಧಾನಿ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರಿಗೂ ಟೀಕೆ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಯೋಗ್ಯತೆ ನಿಮಗಿದೆಯಾ? ಅವರ ಕಾಲ್ಬುಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಕುತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತ ಯೋಗ್ಯತೆ ನಿಮಗಿಲ್ಲ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ.
Siddaramaiah's aggressive outburst comes in the wake of his relatively amplified profile amidst an ongoing feud with party colleague and state Congress chief D.K. Shivkumar, who's embroiled in enforcement directorate cases. The fresh flashpoint between the two mass leaders of Karnataka offers a tantalizing nugget to political observers. Both the Congress and BJP are unclear about the chief ministerial phases just 7 months before the crucial election. While the Congress is harping on so-called collective leadership, the BJP is still trying to repair the flagging image of Chief Minister Bommai. Could this new collision between two enemy war horses be a sign of things to come? Or is it a case of Nataka abhi baki hai? All we can say is Namaskara politics. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, moving on to the shocking murders in Kerala. The occult murders, viewers, have left everybody stunned, and new information continues to tumble out. Here's more. Black magic, satanic rituals, occult murders for gaining wealth. Kerala's blood-curdling double human sacrifice has shocked the country. The three accused, Mohammad Shafi, Bhagwal Singh and his wife Leila, have been sent to 12 days police custody after being produced in court. The shocking case sparked massive protest. The Mahila Morcha of the BJP took to the streets. In Pattanamthitta, Congress leader Ramesh Chentithala pitched for a law against such heinous crimes.
I feel that the government of Kerala should come out with a legislation. I request the state government to come out with a very strong legislation so that this kind of activities can be curbed.
Human rights activists have demanded strictest action against the culprits.
ऐसे घिनौनी प्रवृत्ति के लोग भी एग्जिस्ट करते हैं जो अभी भी बलि देने में विश्वास रखते हैं और उनका मांस भी सेवन करते हैं, तो मुझे लगता है कि इससे जघन्य तो हमने कभी भी नहीं सुना और हमें लगता है इनके ऊपर तो कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई की, इनको तो फांसी की सजा होनी चाहिए.
And just when the case is unfolding, another shocking incident has come to light. In Pathanamthitta, where black magic was reportedly being used on children, one of them fell unconscious during the procedure. The residents protested against the incident and complained that the tantric threatens by hurling curses if anybody opposes her. The tantric has since been arrested. With Shibi Molkeji in Kerala, Bureau Report, India Today.
Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi was in the state of Himachal Pradesh, the state which is once again just a month and a half away from elections, announcing a number of promises and SOPs. The PM flagged off the 4th Vande Bharat Express from Una to New Delhi. The train will run 6 days a week with stops at Ambala, Chandigarh, Anandpur Sahib and Una. He also laid the foundation stone of the multi-crore bulk drug park in IIT in Una district. With that, I'm going to go into a quick break. To stay with us on the other side is our fact check segment.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
ที่นี่ผมว่าทำได้ดีตัวน้ำซอสเลยต่างๆเนี่ยทำแล้วก็ราดมันทำให้ไอ้กลิ่นความรู้สึกว่าเราไม่รู้สึกเลยว่ามีไอ้ตัวผงที่เป็นตัวแมลงอยู่
ยอมรับครับถ้าทำให้รูปร่างหน้าตามันไม่ดูน่ากลัวเกินไปก็อย่างเมื่อกี้ฝรั่งเดินผ่านๆเขาก็ไม่ค่อยกล้ากินก็ถ้าแปรรูปให้มันดูน่ากินมากขึ้นก็น่าจะช่วยส่งเสริม
ที่ลองทานจิ้งหรีดแบบเป็นตัวเนี่ยมันจะมีปัญหาตรงที่ว่ามีการติดคอบ้างซึ่งมันจะคือพวกขาหรือว่าพวกปีกของแมลงนี่แหละครับที่มันจะแข็งๆเป็นไข่ติมนะครับมันก็ติดคอหรือว่ามันฝืดคอเราก็เลยคิดว่าถ้าเราตัดส่วนนี้ออกไปล่ะแล้วเราใช้เฉพาะเนื้ออย่างเดียวคอนเซปต์เหมือนกับเวลาที่เรากินเนื้อวัวเนื้อหมูเนี่ยเราก็ไม่กินกระดูกเขา
Then we produce 40 kilogram a week. So then it's 160 kilograms a month. It's a R&D scale. And then all of them we send to our restaurant Baus Burger to process in many menus.
our world now, we are trying to prepare food not only for the rich country, but for also the poor country that consumer cannot access to food because food price is growing up very high. And INSEC will answer this question in the future.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching our fact check segment where we bust certain claims masquerading to be facts on social media platforms and WhatsApp group. There's a claim floating about suggesting that a temple in Birmingham was set on fire by Muslims. The fact check on that accidental fire in a supermarket in Birmingham. With that fact check, time for me to go into a break. Stay with us. To the Point is up next.
भगवान कसम ये फिल्म देखते हुए मुझे चक्कर आ रहे थे.
Yep, this is what people have to say about the film Liger. I'm sure you know that Liger didn't fare quite well at the box office, but did you know that it did so badly that producers had to in fact return money to distributors? It's not just Liger, even Amir Khan's Lal Singh Chaddha had to return money to their distributors. This really scares Bollywood as even big stars' films are tanking at the box office. A film producer and a business analyst, Girish Johar, has said, and I quote, "It is important to retain goodwill and ensure the next film is bought. In the post-pandemic scenario, everyone across the chain wants to make money." In the case of Liger, Vijay Deverakonda had to return a whopping 6 crore rupees to producers. The film was made on a budget of 100 crore rupees and it has barely made a third at the box office. Same with Amir Khan's Lal Singh Chaddha. He reportedly had to return money to distributors after the losses of the film at the box office. Compensating money to distributors is really just one part of the ordeal here. The bigger rising issue is the success quotient of Bollywood. Festival season has just about begun, and with big budget films flopping at the box office, the pressure now is mounting on films that are yet to be released. From now all the way to the new year, cutting through Diwali are some of the big budget films with prominent stars due for release. And filmmakers now are quite afraid that their films won't do well. Apart from this is a boycott Bollywood trend that's really hampered business for Bollywood. In fact, this trend forces trolls, these troll armies, to actually persuade people to boycott Bollywood cinema entirely. This trend has caught on and has really led to many films flopping, directly, indirectly. Like Akshay Kumar's Prithviraj, Taapsee Pannu's Dobara, and a few others. And now the recent trend on Twitter is boycott Brahmastra. It is a star-studded film with Alia Bhatt, Amitabh Bachchan, Ranbir Kapoor, among many others. What will be the fate of this film? Well, in the past, many Bollywood films have flopped at the box office. The difference from the past is that even the films with top stars are not getting decent box office returns. So basically, compensating distributors is just one part of the story. The real issue here is to ensure that they deliver a good film with a good storyline. How will Bollywood get this right? That's the problem here. They've got to find a solution and a way around this. What are your thoughts on several of these Bollywood films tanking at the box office? Do let us know in the comments below.
the president of the Congress party. It's a Mallikarjun Kharge versus Shashi Tharoor contest.
He is not my examiner. See, I have come on my own from block president to this level. Was Shashi Tharoor was there at that time was there? See, these things just questioning, he is telling like that, I have created a manifesto and I will give that. That may be his views.
तो मैं डेलीगेट से ये कह रहा हूँ कि ये सोचिए कि क्या चाहिए आपको भविष्य में, पार्टी कैसे चलने आगे, क्या बदलाव के साथ चलना है, या क्या आप चाहते हैं कि आप संतुष्ट हैं कि सब कुछ ठीक चल रहा तो बात ठीक है, आप मुझे वोट तो दीजिएगा.
With the proverbial Gandhi hand backing Kharge, the contest, as riveting as it could have been, would end up being hardly a contest. Congress insiders and political analysts have labelled this election a simple selection or a fixed match with an unsaid whip of voting for Kharge. The battle lines might be drawn, but the playing field is far from level and Shashi Tharoor knows it.
मैं पीसीसी गया हूं और उसी दिन पीसीसी अध्यक्ष को होना मुश्किल था, लेकिन अगर आप पूछते हैं कि लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड है तो क्या आपको लगता है कि इस किस्म के ट्रीटमेंट में कुछ फर्क नहीं है?
Addressing a press briefing at Delhi Pradesh Congress Committee office, Tharoor said that several PCC chairpersons and senior party leaders met and welcomed Kharge, but the same courtesy was not extended to him. How the elections are being held seem to be in complete contrast to the very reason why they were held in the first place. It was to be an election without a de facto Gandhi candidate, to resurrect internal party democracy, to re-energize the party base. But ultimately it seems loyalty to the Nehru-Gandhi family trumps all, and thus, so will Kharge trump over Tharoor. The BJP, who recently elected JP Nadda to the post of party president without election, was quick to mock the fallacy of the Congress contest. Right after Shashi Tharoor called the playing field far from level, BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya tweeted out, saying Tharoor should finally realize this election will be a farce. The polls for Congress president are scheduled to take place on October 17th. Results will be announced on October 19th. But it seems the results have already been sealed the day Mallikarjun Kharge became the unofficial, official candidate of the Gandhis. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, viewers, let's cut across to our guests this evening. I have with me Saifuddin Soor, Senior Leader Congress, Sujata Paul, Leader Congress, Shahzad Punewala, National Spokesperson, Bharatiya Janata Party. In just about a minute, we'll also be joined by Rajdeep Sardesai. Mr. Soor, I'll come to you. The fact is, do you also admit somewhere down the line that what you're actually witnessing is now a complete farce? Because Shashi Tharoor, sir, might be admitting it in public very clearly now. And in his exact words, can't you see it? The level playing field is far from level.
निशा प्रसाद, किनसे पूछ रहे हैं?
मिस्टर सॉज आपसे पूछ रहे हैं सर.
हाँ, अच्छा. तो मुझे लगता है कि अभी जो शशि थरूर की सोच है, उसमें कुछ सच्चाई नज़र आती है, क्योंकि अगर चोरी छिपे कहा जाएगा कि खारगे जी उम्मीदवार हैं, तो एक ज़्यादती हो रही है. फिर तो कांग्रेस पार्टी को रिवाइटलाइजेशन या फर्दर डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन की जो पहल है, कोशिश है, उसमें बाधा पड़ जाएगा. मेरी नज़र में इस इलेक्शन को बहुत ही साफ, पाक और ट्रांसपेरेंट होना चाहिए. अब इसमें जो कैंडिडेट अभी शशि थरूर जो हैं, उनको महसूस हो रहा है कि चोरी छिपे कुछ किया जा रहा है. अब कांग्रेस के कुछ नेता जो हैं वो उनके बारे में शहादत भी है कि वो खरगे साहब को असल उम्मीदवार बताते हैं. तो इससे पार्टी में रखना पड़ जाएगा. वो अमन सुकून से, शांति से जो इलेक्शन होता है, वो नहीं होगा और दिमागों में परेशानी होगी। इसकी क्या ज़रूरत थी? तो मैं उन लोगों में शामिल हूँ जो ये चाहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी का जो इंस्टीट्यूशन है, डेमोक्रेसी का, पार्टी के अंदर डेमोक्रेसी हो और ट्रांसपेरेंट हो, उसी से कांग्रेस पार्टी बहुत मजबूत होगी। अगर हम चोरी छुपे कुछ करेंगे, और कुछ ऐसे नेता भी दिल्ली में हैं जो अपने आप को जैसे खड़पंच होते हैं कि मतलब जोर ज़बरदस्ती वो अपनी लीडरशिप चमकाते हैं।
जी,
मेरे दिल में विश्वास है कि सोनिया जी और राहुल जी ने अपना पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू क्लियर कर दिया है। दे आर नॉट गिविंग हिंट, और दे आर नॉट stealthily participating, telling people to vote this way. That will be causing harm to Congress party. Let it be a frank, open contest.
But that's the point, and I'll bring in, sir, I'll bring in Rajdeep.
Only that way Congress will.
Right, sir, I'll bring in Rajdeep Sardesai and our other two guests as well, because that's exactly what's not happening right now in the Congress party. Because Rajdeep Sardesai, you've interviewed both Mr. Tharoor and Mr. Kharge. Mr. Tharoor might be going all out speaking in Hindi, but ultimately today he's also accepted in a press conference that the field is far from level.
Look, it was one of the worst kept secrets that this was never really a level playing field. From the moment that Mallikarjun Kharge's name came up at the very last moment, and the manner in which senior Congress leaders cutting across their internal divisions all supported him, it was clear that he enjoyed the support of the so-called party high command. And although the Gandhis have stayed away from getting involved directly in this election, those close to them have been involved in some way or the other. The fact is that delegates have been rung up. They have been told to support Mr. Kharge. Mr. Kharge has virtually the official media of the Congress fully backing him. And Mr. Tharoor has found it difficult to reach out to senior leaders in particular. Many of them have been reluctant to be seen publicly with him. And this is not new. In 1999, when Sonia Gandhi fought Jitendra Prasad, or Jitendra Prasad fought Sonia Gandhi, Jitendra Prasad went to certain Congress offices that were virtually locked out for him. And eventually Sonia Gandhi won 99% of the vote. Now, Mr. Tharoor will be hoping on a better performance, but the truth of the matter is, there is a section of the Congress which is trying to ensure that Mr. Kharge wins by as big a majority as possible, in a way to suggest, therefore, that the Congress is fully behind him. Now, as a result, therefore, Mr. Tharoor could question whether this is a level playing field. But to be honest, he went into this knowing this was going to happen. He knew he was the outsider. And if he really thought this was going to be a free, fair and transparent election, then I'm afraid Mr. Tharoor was living in, in La La Land.
Appreciate you joining us, Rajdeep. Thank you there. I want to cut across to our other guests right now. I have Sujata Paul, Leader Congress, and Shehzad Poonawala, National Spokesperson. Shehzad, your party has been very quick to mock the Congress, because one thing is very clear. The elections that are, that promise to be a riveting contest between Mr. Kharge and Mr. Tharoor really are turning out to be a rigged or a fixed match of sorts. But many would turn around, Shehzad, and say, in the interim, while all the spotlight was on the Congress, you elected a president without an election.
Let me address all those issues. First of all, my party does not have anything to do with the internal business of the Congress. But what is extremely evident is that the Congress was trying to hoodwink us with what they called an internal election, which was actually no better than a WWF match. It was as fake as a WWF match. It was a rigged election. Let us consider the facts on record. If you see Mr. Tharoor's statement, the detailed statement, not the interview to Rajdeep, he has spoken about the fact that even for 22 years, there have been no elections in the Congress. In fact, the last election Rajdeep was referring to of Jitendra Prasad. Jitendra Prasad, you remember, Preeti, I was on your show. Sumit Mitra, who interviewed him on behalf of India Today, he said that it was a fixed match. Apart from that, let's consider what Mr. Tharoor has said. He has said that there's an unlevel playing field. There are 5 MPs on record who asked about the electoral rolls, which are completely rigged. They've not elected the delegates as per the procedure. Apart from that, if you hear Mr. Tharoor, what he said, that the first roll and the second roll have complete differences. Now, having said that, let's come to the BJP. Preeti, you're a very senior and seasoned intelligent journalists, you should know that we have not elected Mr. Nadda a second time. That is a fake news. Let me clarify, as the national spokesperson of the BJP, Mr. Nadda's tenure is till 2023. So if Mr. Nadda's tenure is till 23, there is no election process right now. Yes, but what many people are saying is that, oh, but he's going to be given an extension. Those decisions, because when we hit an election cycle, many a times, like it was done in 2016, like it has been done in the past, when you have an election cycle, you can't have an internal election at the same time, and therefore the national executive and the parliamentary board decide to extend the president's tenure by 6 months until the elections are over and a fresh election of the party is conducted. That is a procedure that the constitution of the BJP allows for. But as far as Naddaji's election himself, let me tell you that a very bright journalist, Navneet Mishra from Aaj Tak Group, has written as to how the BJP elections are conducted under Article 19, how there are elections of 75% of the booth, the mandals, the states, and thereafter that goes to the national electoral rolls, and then there's an election of Mr. JP Nadda which took place on 20th of January. And finally, my friend Sujata Paul, I'll ask her, this is the Congress's constitution which talks about Article 19. Forget about this election. CWC has 23 members, of which 12 are to be elected. Which are the 12 elected members of the CWC? Let her answer this question. Mr. Chidambaram goes on record and says that whoever is the president, the preeminent position is of the Gandhis. Mr. Digvijay Singh says that only who Gandhis bless will be the president of the party. Mr. Muralidharan has also gone on to say that. So these are facts we can't ignore, and I'm glad that Mr. Shashi Tharoor has made a candid confession that this is nothing more than a WWF match.
You know, Sujata, whatever Shehzad has just elucidated is not very far from the truth, because this election smacks of nothing else, which took place in 1992. Everything that you wanted to do differently, you're doing wrong. You know, this election was to be away from a de facto Gandhi candidate. Well, it is not a Gandhi, but clearly one thing is evident that has the seal of approval of the Gandhis. It was about resurrecting internal party democracy. This is not internal party democracy. Your senior leadership is not even meeting Mr. Tharoor. Unmute yourself, madam, unmute yourself. Ms. Paul, unmute yourself.
Yes, you know, we are not here to hoodwink the BJP, as my friend Shehzad just mentioned. These are our elections, and we are going to conduct it the way we want to, and we are doing it not with a consensus candidate like the BJP has always got. How many of your presidents have been elected, Mr. Shehzad Poonawalla? Please let us know that. So as far as we are concerned, we've had a number of elections, and if we have a candidate who is accepted by all, he's called a unanimously elected candidate, not a selected candidate who is selected and who's a consensus candidate. So you can't say anything in front of the Tanasha. Now coming to our elections, first of all, Preeti, this is going to be by a secret ballot, and it's going to be completely fair, because if there are people who even get affected by all this perception game which is going on right now, because it's there everywhere. Look at Mr. Amit Malviya. What does he have to do interfering in our elections? He should be questioning his own party. But the fact is that these elections are going to be by secret ballot. And those people who want to vote for Mr. Shashi Tharoor, Dr. Tharoor, even if they are
Ms.
not
Paul, I'll tell you, right, Ms. Paul, the reason that the likes of Mr. Malviya and Shehzad are coming in and saying what they are is because you've made it seem like, the projection has been that this is going to be a free and fair election. You have two candidates, one of them says it's not fair.
No, he never said that it's not fair. He said that there is a perception being created. Please look at the words he has used. I think perception का meaning हिंदी में समझना होगा तो हिंदी की dictionary देख लीजिए मेरे भाई शहजाद, because the fact is perception is not the reality. And what Dr. Tharoor is trying to say is that there is a perception being created that he is the candidate who is backed by the Gandhis, which is absolutely not the case.
Ms. Paul, today's press conference, Ms. Paul, I'll bring in Mr. Sauz and I'll go back to Mr. Poonawalla. But today's press conference, Mr. Tharoor said, can't you see the field is far from level? Senior party leaders are not even meeting him when they have easy access to Mr. Kharge. Now, there's no perception about it. It's admittance by Mr. Tharoor. So, and this happened in today's press conference by Mr. Tharoor. I want to, with your permission, stay with me. I'll come right back. With your permission, I want to bring in Sauz Sahab once again into this conversation. Mr. Sauz, would you reckon, because there is a secret ballot, sir, that even if 10% votes come Mr. Tharoor's way, it's a win for him, keeping the circumstances?
That is true, but certain circles are creating an impression in favor of Mr. Kharge. They are welcome to do it, but they must know it. Things are to be done democratically, transparently. From a distance, I'm not in Delhi, I'm in Srinagar. From a distance, my feeling is that some people pretend to be closer to the party high command, and they have created some kind of atmosphere in which Kharge ji will be seen as a candidate enjoying the support. So this will cause harm to Shashi Tharoor's candidature and his whole plan of trying to win an election. So it's a broader situation of sympathy in my heart and mind for Shashi Tharoor, because he might suffer because of some people who think in their mind that they could constitute a coterie. So they are doing that game. From a distance, I say, since I am not in Delhi, I could learn more in Delhi. But my appeal to them would be, Congress party will be revitalized if you allow democracy, full democracy in this election.
Right. Okay,
that will be the real support to the Congress party.
Well,
this
that
party is a
admittedly
for millions of people.
But sir, that admittedly by one of the candidates, and there are only two at least in today's press conference, he seemed to doubt with what he said. But Shehzad, there have been questions that have been asked of Sujata Paul. Would you want to answer and come in for a rebuttal? Go ahead.
Yeah, the reason why Amit Malviya and I am tweeting is because it would be better for the Congress to do away with this sham and just call out what they're doing, which is to appoint another remote control like they remote controlled Manmohan Singh in the government. Why have this drama and of an exercise? Point number one. Point number two, let me give you an additional proof, because Sujata didn't answer about the 12 CWC members. Here is an instance where Mr. Tharoor was told not once but twice, it's been reported in the Times of India, to cancel his UP visit, his UP trip, because Kharge had to be given precedence. So this is the level to which they are going to favor one official candidate. Mr. Kharge is on record when he was officially nominated. He came and he said, I am the Congress candidate. The Congress party held a press conference for Mr. Kharge officially in its own office, which they did not do for Mr. Tharoor. And finally, Preeti, today, guess who's missing from your show? The official Congress spokesperson. So the fact that they are missing means that they know that Shashi Tharoor has called out what is going on within their party, and therefore they must stop hoodwinking the people. There are no internal elections. There's no internal democracy. There's no performance as a parameter in the Congress. It's only the parivar that matters, and therefore this is an exercise to get the next remote control. That's all it is.
Okay. All right. You know, Ms. Paul, the question is being raised. You know, why pretend to hold an election when it's really not an election? And there are other political parties. The business is to win elections. Whoever the president is secondary.
You know, Preeti, once elections are over, whoever is going to be, there'll be only one winning candidate, right? So whoever wins, the other person will be working with him. So right now, we don't have enemies here. We have people who have the ability to question. Is there anybody who has the ability to question anybody in the BJP? There's only one Vyakti that everybody is calling. As far as we are concerned, let me please complete. As far as we are concerned, once the elections take place, and please remember, if it's a secret ballot, even those people who might, for whatever reason, might not want to come forward and be seen with a particular candidate, he might vote for that very candidate. So when these boxes come to Delhi, they are going to be sealed boxes kept at the AICC headquarters, and when they are opened, all the ballots are going to be mixed before the counting starts. What does that prove? That nothing could be fairer. Nobody will come to know from which state who is getting how many votes. This proves that this is going to be completely fair, and this is democracy at its best, and that's why BJP is so perturbed.
Okay, 5 seconds, but you know, democracy at its best when two candidates, one of them expresses his displeasure in the way the election is being conducted and being unfair. He said it, madam. But yes, Shehzad, go ahead, 10 seconds.
You know, all of this procedure is very good. Do you know that the delegates under the Congress constitution have to be elected at the block levels? Where was that election? These delegates are hand-picked people who are puppets of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. So please tell me, when was the election held for the Delhi delegates? Can she give me the date?
Okay, Miss Paul, come in and then I'll close the show.
You
Go
know,
ahead, Miss Paul.
See, I wouldn't be able to give a date for Delhi elections, but let me tell you that the state that I come from,
because
the
there were
PCC
none.
delegates, listen, please.
Yeah, let her finish. No, don't interject. Go ahead, madam, make your point.
PCC delegates were elected recently, and that is based on all the feedback which comes from the bloc. So all the feedback which is coming from the bloc is getting all our PCC delegates. That's none of your business. It is our business. Let us look at it the way we want to. Mind your own business.
All right. You know, madam, I'm going to close the show. I appreciate all our guests for joining us, Mr. Saifuddin Soz, Shehzad Poonawala and Ms. Paul. Well, ultimately, the elections, or rather, the voting will take place on the 17th of October. The counting will take place on the 19th of October, and results will be announced on the 19th of October. But many would say, isn't it already a done deal? We know the result. Well, it seems to be Mr. Kharge right now, but trust India Today to get you all the latest leading up to the voting, 17th October. Quick break. Up next, Rahul Kamal.
Remember them? Amber Heard and Johnny Depp have both been busy with their lives ever since the defamation trial, and everything seems to be going quite well for Johnny. He's returning to movies with the role of King Louis XV in Jeanne du Barry, has found love in his former lawyer Joel Rich, and recently made 20 times the profit for his Queensland mansion. This isn't just any house, but it is the place where the infamous incident of Depp losing his finger took place. Amongst the many fights that were mentioned in court of the former couple, this incident was one to stick out quite a bit. He sold this mansion in Australia for $40 million. The house had 10 rooms with 10 bathrooms and a wine cellar with a capacity of 2,000 bottles, along with a go-karting ground within that premises. To get into the details of this infamous incident, Heard had been throwing bottles at the actor, 2 bottles in fact, the second one resulting in a cut finger. Amber Heard did not agree to this version and said that Johnny Depp had instead been throwing those bottles due to anger, and that's how he cut his own finger. The incident has taken place in 2015 and has been brought up in trial multiple times. Now, as the dust settles on the defamation trial, Johnny Depp has been seen doing quite a lot of concerts with his close friend Jeff Beck. And Amber Heard, on the other hand, is peacefully living her life in Spain. She will be seen next in Aquaman 2.
Can you imagine your life without Swiggy, Dunzo, Zomato, Zepto? Well, let's just nod in agreement that life would not be the same without these apps. But can we look at them with a finer lens? After the pandemic, reliance on these apps increased, and so did the demand and supply for gig work across India, according to Taskmo Gig Index. Gig work consists of income-earning activities outside of traditional long-term employer-employee relationships. So essentially, these gig workers are those who are delivering the items you order through these apps. But there are problems this workforce is facing. Problems around social security rights and working rights. These problems are also the primary cause of distress among the emerging form of employees. So let's explain what a gig economy is. Gig economy is a free market where organizations like Ola, Uber, Zomato and Swiggy hire or contract workers for a short span of time. Basically, these are temporary positions to meet the company's immediate requirements. Gig workers are those who are part of this economy. They work independently on call or on a temporary basis. India is the 5th largest gig economy according to an India Staffing Federation report. In India, over 15 million workers are employed as gig workers across the industries. And digital platforms played an important role in helping job seekers find these gig work. Gig workers suffer from the lack of social security, sanitary working conditions, and working rights. So this sector is highly unregulated, which, like any unregulated sector, results in nominal benefits and reduced security. You can call this a shinier extension of India's unorganized labor economy. According to India's Code on Wages 2019, a universal minimum wage and floor wage should be provided to all organized and unorganized sectors. That includes gig workers. Likewise, the Code on Social Security 2020 recognizes gig workers as a new category. That also makes them eligible for benefits like maternity benefits, life and disability cover, old age protection, provident fund, and employment injury benefits. However, the eligibility does not guarantee that they will get these benefits.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Did you know that just like humans, dogs can also get dementia as they age? Well, yes, dogs also get dementia, but it's often difficult to spot. It's generally seen in dogs over 8 years old, but can occur in ones as young as 6. In fact, many pet owners may dismiss many behavioral changes as just a normal part of dog aging. So there could be likely many more dogs that have dementia than we really realize. Doggy dementia, also known as canine cognitive dysfunction, is a progressive brain disease that causes behavioral, cognitive and other changes in a dog. In fact, it's similar to Alzheimer's disease in humans. So what are the real symptoms? How will you know if your dog has dementia? For years, veterinarians have been researching the signs and symptoms of doggy dementia in order to better understand and help pets in their care. We're going to list out to you here some of those behavioral changes that you would find in a dog with dementia, so that this helps you with better care of the dog and also would tell you when to consult with your veterinarian. Disorientation. Dogs with cognitive issues may have difficulty getting around the house or may wander around as if they are lost. They can get stuck behind furniture, not know how to get out from there, or even stare without purpose at the floor, walls, or into space. They may even fail to recognize family members over time. Their sleep cycles. Dementia can cause dogs to confuse day and night, and your pet could very well wake during the night and begin pacing around the house, barking or even whining. The sleeplessness at night may also lead to excessive sleeping during the day. And house training. Some dogs forget years of house training, begin relieving themselves inside the house, which can really make them a lot more anxious. And then changes in their social behavior. Their interactions with you and other people might completely change. The dog could become extra clingy, fearful, or even needy, or the dog might become antisocial, withdrawing from any kind of interactions and spending time alone. Changes in their physical activity. A dog with cognitive decline may lose interest in their favorite toys, in other dogs, and even people, or start pacing aimlessly with no ability to settle down. How do you treat it? Well, some medications can indeed help reduce the signs of doggy dementia, improving quality of your life and making care a lot more easier. So if you think your dog is affected, then do consult your veterinarian. Unfortunately, there is really no cure for this. So all you can do is reduce the risk of getting the disease. Is there a way to prevent it? Well, since veterinarians aren't really sure what the exact cause of the condition really is, it's quite hard to determine how to prevent dementia among dogs. However, keeping your dog physically and mentally active may just help to prevent dementia. Teach them new tricks, play games together with them, feed them some balanced, wholesome food and keep a proper diet. Consider brain-healthy supplements. Make sure that they get regular exercise. Also allow them to have new experiences and regular socialization. Avoid putting your dog in stressful situations. Eliminate any kind of exposure to toxins. And that's how you can really keep your dog's mind healthy and sharp.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply, Aag Se Bachai. Co-presented by Macho Hint, Fashion Bade Aaram Se.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. As the AAP Gujarat chief is detained by the Delhi police, I asked the question tonight, is the AAP emerging as the direct competitor to the BJP in Gujarat, or is the AAP campaign really of sound and fury which won't amount to much when results are counted? That's my top focus on the news track.
Aam Aadmi Party Gujarat chief detained. Action after abusive rant against Prime Minister.
आप नीच किस्म के आदमी मुख्य वड़ा प्रधान नरेंद्र मोदी मैं इस बात की पुष्टि नहीं करता हूँ.
Political dangle over detention. Aam Aadmi Party alleges insult to Patels.
इसमें साफ-साफ तौर पे बीजेपी की भ्रष्ट मानसिकता, पाटीदार समाज के खिलाफ की मानसिकता का प्रदर्शन हो रहा है.
Big showdown before polls. State of War Gujarat. Big focus on News Track.
Here's a look at the headlines I'm tracking tonight. Supreme Court delivers split verdict in the hijab case. Justice Gupta bats for the ban. Justice Dhulia for freedom of choice. Case referred to a larger bench. Ban on headscarves to continue in Karnataka Institute. Enforcement Directorate files charge sheet against Rana Ayub in the money laundering case. The agency says Rana set up charities with the intent to cheat people and received foreign funds without FCRA registration. Assam battles third wave of floods this year, 70,000 people affected. Sourav Ganguly makes his exit from the BCCI official, says he's ready to move on to bigger things. IMF lauds Modi government's digital cash transfer scheme, calls it a logistical marvel, helping millions of poor people in India. Aam Aadmi Party's Gujarat chief was detained this afternoon from the National Women's Commission office. Gopal Italia, who had been summoned for his abusive comments against the Prime Minister, was taken by the Delhi police after the NCW, the National Commission for Women chief, alleged that she was being threatened by the AAP. The Aam Aadmi Party alleges that Italia's arrest is because the BJP fears defeat in Gujarat.
इस्तेमाल हो रहा है. आप नीच किस्म के आदमी मुख्य वड़ा प्रधान नरेंद्र मोदी मैं इस बात की पुष्टि नहीं करता हूं।
Accused of abusive attacks on Prime Minister Narendra Modi and women in poll-bound Gujarat, the Gujarat Aam Aadmi Party President Gopal Italia was held by the Delhi police from the office of the National Commission for Women in Delhi. Italia was earlier summoned by the women's panel over his alleged abusive remarks against women and use of the C word. The Gujarat Aam Aadmi Party chief allegedly arrived with a band of supporters and created a ruckus at the women's panel and tried to storm the office. National Commission for Women chief Rekha Sharma said she felt threatened due to Italia's unruly behavior.
इनके सपोर्टर्स ने ज़बरदस्ती अंदर आने की कोशिश की। मुझे अपनी लाइफ पे भी थ्रेटनिंग लग रहा था। यहाँ 100-150 लोग अगर पहुँच के मुझे थ्रेटन करेंगे तो ये किस प्रकार के नेता हैं, ये कैसी इनकी वर्किंग है।
The Aam Aadmi Party has cried foul and claimed its Gujarat chief was arrested due to rising popularity of the party in the poll-bound state of Gujarat. It said the BJP is targeting Italia since he is a patidar or of the Patel community.
27 साल हो गए उनको सरकारें चलाते हुए, उनसे एक स्कूल शानदार नहीं बना। गोपाल इटालिया को इसीलिए अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं क्योंकि उनकी गोपाल इटालिया ऐसी पार्टी से आता है जिसको स्कूल बनाने आते हैं, बाकी कुछ नहीं है, बाकी ड्रामा है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अधीन हर एक इंस्टीट्यूशन गोपाल इटालिया के पीछे पड़ा हुआ है और इसके खिलाफ गुजरात की जनता भारतीय जनता पार्टी को सबक सिखाएगी।
The BJP accused the Aam Aadmi Party of launching a filth attack in poll-bound Gujarat and using derogatory words to gain the limelight.
Instead of sacking and taking action on Gopal Italia, who abused not just the Prime Minister, his constitutional position, to abuse Indians and Gujaratis by using the C word, a misogynistic word for which he was summoned by the NCW, now the Aam Aadmi Party is backing him. This shows that the statement of Mr. Gopal Italia was actually masterminded by Mr. Kejriwal.
There are several videos of Gopal Italia, the chief of the Aam Aadmi Party in Gujarat, in which he is seen denigrating women. In such a scenario, NCW summoned the Gujarat Aam Aadmi Party chief. He went there with his supporters, created ruckus. Police did what was appropriate.
Italia was also in a spot after advising women to shun temples which he claimed are centers of exploitation.
મારી તમારી માતા બહેનોને પણ રિક્વેસ્ટ કરવી જોઈએ કે હે મારી માવડીઓ, હે મારી બહેનો, હે મારી દીકરીઓ, કથાઓમાં કે મંદિરોમાં તમારું કંઈ વળવાનું છે નહીં.
After his release, Gopal Italia hit out at the NCW chief and the BJP.
मुझे बड़े भद्दे तरीके से, बड़ी घटिया तरीके से ट्रीट किया गया 2 मिनट के लिए। बहुत डांटा गया, बहुत धमकाया गया। ये जो पूरा घटनाक्रम है, इसमें साफ-साफ तौर पे बीजेपी की भ्रष्ट मानसिकता, पाटीदार समाज के खिलाफ की मानसिकता का प्रदर्शन हो रहा है।
Will the BJP versus AAP battle over Italia charge up the poll scene in battleground Gujarat? Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, BJP's Amit Malviya has put out a new undated video of Gopal Italia where he's mocking the Prime Minister's mother, Hiraben. Italia says Hiraben does so much acting and that both mother and son don't stop their drama. Union Minister Smriti Irani has also hit out at Italia. Irani tweeted to say, Arvind Kejriwal, cut him out, Gopal Italia is now abusing Hiraba with your blessings. I prefer no outrage. I don't want to show how indignant Gujaratis are. But you know this, you've been judged and your party will be decimated electorally in Gujarat. The people will now deliver justice.
નીચ નરેન્દ્ર મોદીની સભાનો ખર્ચો કેમ નથી માંગતા તમે? નીચ કિસ્મનો માણસ એનો ખર્ચો માંગો. અને હીરાબા આવીને પાછા નાટકો કરે. આપણને બોલતા શરમ આવે એટલી મોટી ઉંમરના વ્યક્તિ વિશે, પણ એ લોકો નથી શરમાતા. 70 વર્ષનો મોદી થવા આવ્યો, હીરાબા પોતે 100એ પહોંચવા આવશે, તોય મારા બેટા બેમાંથી એકે નાટકો બંધ કરતા નથી.
So what's the state of play in the Gujarat elections at this moment? Is the Aam Aadmi Party actually emerging as the principal competitor to the BJP, or is this just a lot of sound and fury? And is the BJP doing the right thing by amplifying the kind of comments that Gopal Italia made? Now, how many viewers watching India Today at this time would have known of Gopal Italia before the BJP started playing up his past comments, digging them out of the archives and using them to attack the AAP? Why are they doing it? Why are they giving the Aam Aadmi Party so much prominence? Do they sense a threat? Are they picking up something from the ground which people watching national TV don't know yet? Or are they just trying to split the votes three ways? Remember, the more the AAP gains in this election, the bigger the gap for the BJP, because their margin, their fight is with the Congress, and they could potentially do better than they would have done earlier. Joining us now are people who understand the nuances of Gujarat politics. Let me welcome Rajdeep Sardesai. We've got Rahul Srivastav. Rahul Srivastav spent the last several days traveling through Gujarat in trains, in buses, out on the road. So Rahul will give us a sense of what he picked up. We have Raghav Avasthi joining us, political analyst, and we'll be joined in a moment by leaders from the political parties. So Rajdeep, is the BJP being very Machiavellian by trying to up the ante around the AAP campaign, making them a big threat so that votes get split even more and they benefit? Or are they sensing danger from the AAP, which is why they have to attack Kejriwal and Italia?
You know, there are no easy answers to what you just said, but my sense is the manner in which, whether it is the Prime Minister, whether it is other leaders who've gone to Gujarat and targeted Aam Aadmi Party, now what we've seen with Gopal Italia, it almost suggests to me that the BJP wants AAP to be part of the conversation leading up to the Gujarat elections, because the more the anti-BJP vote gets split in Gujarat, the better for the BJP. The best election for the BJP was 2002, when of course it was post-Godhra. Then if you go back, it was in 1990 that the BJP, Rahul, made their first breakthrough, when there was a real three-cornered race. Chimanbhai Patel had his party, Janata Dal Gujarat, there was the Congress and the BJP, and since 1995, the BJP hasn't lost an election. But the sense is that if the AAP is to grow, and some polls are putting the AAP at about 15 to 17% is what the C voter poll suggested, that would indicate a diminishing of the Congress vote. Traditionally, in the last 25 years, the BJP has had between 47 to 50% of the vote, the Congress between 37 to 40% of the vote. So the BJP is won fairly comfortably, except in 2017 where the margins went down.
No, but can I just pause you to say that the Congress did this very successfully with Raj Thackeray and the Maharashtra Navnirman Sena in 2009. But that time the Congress and the BJP Sena were in a tighter fight than the BJP and the Congress this time. Even though the Congress got about 77 seats last time, the Congress in 2022 has largely been missing in action, at least nationally. They're in Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, but not in Gujarat. Therefore, you already have the Congress which is down and out. You're winning in any case. Why build up this threat? It'll benefit you in this election, but then the AAP becomes a competitor for the next elections 5 years hence.
That's a risk you're taking, that the AAP could be a future challenger. But for now, the Congress still remains the primary opposition, Rahul, in Gujarat. Look, let's look at this this way. Gujarat has 182 seats. 8 municipal corporations, between them, give about 56 to 60 of the seats where the BJP has traditionally dominated. The Congress has done best in Saurashtra and in the tribal belt, about 27 tribal seats. Now it's the urban areas where AAP seems to have got some traction. If the AAP traction reaches 15-20%, who benefits from it? You believe that, the general belief at least is that AAP is taking the Congress vote. We saw it in Gandhinagar. When there was a municipal election last year, the Congress's decline was largely because the AAP vote went up and the BJP swept the election. So for you, you're right that the BJP still believes they're winning, but the difference between a win and a sweep could well mean just how strongly the AAP does, because a complete collapse of the Congress can only benefit the BJP, in my view, in Gujarat. So I know it's Machiavellian to even suggest that the BJP is propping up the AAP or pushing the AAP into the conversation, but my sense is that somewhere the BJP, at least in this election, wants to finish off the Congress before taking on the AAP challenge.
But the Congress is largely finished off in Gujarat in any case. You've had MLA after 2017 leaving. Many of their local stalwarts are now in the BJP. And you know, the Congress in Gujarat is the perfect opposition for the BJP. You can pound them, win, big in any case. AAP, on the other hand, gets under their skin, irritates them, is a pesky fly from a BJP perspective. It's who you don't want in your ointment.
No, there I agree with you that I think the BJP will recognize that the AAP is in the narrative, in the conversation, travel in the, in Ahmedabad, go to other places. AAP is very much part of the conversation. Whether that conversation translates into votes is a big question mark. The BJP, this is the one state where the BJP has a 45 to 50% vote.
But the AAP also has a track record. In Delhi, it didn't win the first time, neither in Punjab. They managed to make some inroads in the first election. They swept the second elections. So therefore, when the AAP is propped up and they come in that 15-20% range, you're basically sowing the seeds for a potential AAP versus BJP fight in the next elections. But I want to go across to Rahul Srivastav because he travelled through Gujarat for many days. And I had the opportunity, Rahul, to meet with Gopal Italia when I was in Ahmedabad recently. He's a feisty, pugnacious kind of young politician, but nobody nationally knew about him. In the way the BJP's taken out these old videos, started attacking Italia, they've given him some traction. Now, they could be doing this for two reasons. One, to split the vote, like Rajdeep and I were just discussing, and benefit in this election, or they sense a real danger from AAP and they want to quash the AAP challenge. Which one is it? You travelled. Tell us what you picked up.
Rahul, I think the BJP is walking a very, very thin line in Gujarat this time. See, there is no strong anti-incumbency visible against the BJP, but there is definitely a very strong fatigue factor. Fatigue factor because you have ruled the state for very long. Your last two chief ministers have not really painted a picture which is anywhere close to Narendra Modi. There is a lot of corruption charges. There is a lot of unrest. In the last 2 months, in fact, there have been some 30-odd protests in which the government had to scramble by offering certain sops to the people. Prime Minister has unleashed a large number of inaugurations and schemes for Gujarat. The fact remains that somewhere, as you're right, the BJP is trying to prop up a bit of Aam Aadmi Party, but Mr. Italia, though unknown, has a very checkered past. You know, he's quite a controversy quoter. So he was an employee of the state government. He was a constable. He threw shoes as at a Minister of State, Pradeep Jadeja. He had a case of NCPCR against him. But now if we see what is happening, is that it seems that the BJP is targeting Italia. Now, one, the Aam Aadmi Party's revdi, that sops which have been offered, especially the 300 units of electricity, is very popular. Why I say that? 1.6 crore electricity connections, 1.2 crore people consume less than 300 units of power. That's one target for Arvind Kejriwal. And that is why there is an increasing perception that what is happening to Italia is very similar to what happened to Hardik Patel in November 2017 last time around. Hardik had emerged as a threat.
No, but there is a difference. Hardik had the backing of the Patidar community. At that time, there was general discontent amongst the very influential Patidar community. The AAP is trying to counter-attack by saying Italia is also a Patidar, the BJP is anti-Patel, which is why they are attacking him. But Italia isn't the kind of Patidar leader that Hardik Patel was. That's a fact. Now, if they keep attacking him, he gets more traction, gets more name recall. He could potentially become, but at this moment, he isn't. Someone like a Naresh Patel is a much bigger Patidar leader than someone like a Gopal Italia.
But Rahul, it seems that it's an attempt to attack the Aam Aadmi Party, target the image of the AAP.
Okay. Yashwant Deshmukh actually is running polls in Gujarat. They're not paying him for it, but we'll ask him nonetheless since he's a guest on the show. So please tell me, what are you picking up at this moment? Is, on a serious note, Yashwant, the AAP the actual competitor against the BJP in this election? Is the BJP doing this as part of Chanakya Niti? The more the AAP gains, the more the votes get split, the bigger the victory margin, which is what C.R. Patil wants. He told me when I met him that I promised I'll get more than 150 seats. It'll be the biggest victory for Sahib, bigger than any that he won when he was Chief Minister. That's what I want to give to Sahib. Is that what they're working on? Or are they sensing danger from AAP?
Well, it doesn't seem like a danger at this point of time, Rahul, for a simple reason that,
our numbers for the ABP when we pulled out, they were tracking roughly around 17.5%. And that wouldn't be the number.
What is the concentration? How much of the 17% is coming from urban pockets? How much is coming from rural Gujarat?
Well, it is pretty much evenly spread. I mean, a little bit more on the urban and less on the rural at the point of time.
And is it widespread or is it concentrated? Is it dispersed or is it very concentrated in pockets? What's the ability to convert these votes into seats? How much is the margin on seats where they are close?
So far in the ABP C voter tracker, we have realized that the growth of Aam Aadmi Party is quite secular and quite even right now at this point of time. And that is what something which is damaging the prospects of the Congress more than anybody else. So all said and done, any growth plan, it is pretty much like, our ABPC voter tracker during the Uttarakhand elections, Rahul, where at one point of time in Uttarakhand, Aam Aadmi Party was actually at around 18% in that tracker. But from there, it fizzled out into, like that 5%.
No, so you poll weekly, tell us. What's the trend line? Is the AAP graph gaining traction in an upward slope or is it plateauing at this moment?
This is a very make or break moment right now and we'll know in the coming week. Because what I feel, from here onward, either Aam Aadmi Party's graph can go from 17, 18 to 25, 26, but or they can just land back to what their Uttarakhand figures were like, where they got the traction but they fizzled out. What it seems like, however, is that on the leadership rating, in the ABPC voter survey, we figured out that the number of people who were saying any AAP face was roughly around 16% as the CM preference. There was not a single leader of Aam Aadmi Party whose name was coming out as B1 to be seen. So I guess this is going to help probably Aam Aadmi Party put the name of Gopal Italia as a person.
No, but that is where Raghav Avasthi, this doesn't make sense. The only reason I know Italia is because I traveled to Gujarat. We spent some time together. That's how, nationally most people didn't know Italia. Now, pan Gujarat and even amongst people watching television and consuming news on social media, Italia, for good or for bad, is a face, a name. And people will say, oh, the AAP is saying that's their spin, that because he's partidar, the BJP is attacking him. Is the BJP doing a sensible thing or could they be making a long-term mistake here?
Rahul, I think a lot of people know Carrie Minati also. A lot of people know Kim Kardashian also. But they won't vote for people like that. So just because this gentleman is getting some traction for all of the wrong reasons, I don't think it means at all that it will translate into any sort of popularity for the Aam Aadmi Party. I am really surprised by the numbers that Yashwant Deshmukh ji is putting forth. 17 to 18% is quite a bit. And I doubt very much that it would be so easy for the Aam Aadmi Party to get 17 to 18%. 17 to 18% actually, might translate into a double figure tally.
No, it doesn't. In his poll, it translates only 0 to 2. But the question is how much of this Yashwant is coming from the BJP and how much of this 17% is coming from the Congress?
Can I complete my point?
Just one second. Since you mentioned the 17%, let me ask Yashwant that question. I'm coming back to you in just a moment. Hold that thought.
Only about 3% coming from the BJP, around 14.5 coming from the Congress. So basically, out of every 100 vote that Aam Aadmi Party getting a traction is roughly 25 is coming from the BJP and 75 from the Congress.
Raghav.
So primarily it is damaging the Congress. No two opinion about it.
Okay, Raghav.
I think there was this video of Mr. Rajendra Pal Gautam, who used to be a minister in Kejriwal's Delhi cabinet, that had come out recently. And in that video, a lot of filthy invective was heaped upon Hindu gods and goddesses. And it was a thoroughly disgusting video. I think I would be really surprised personally if after that video, the Aam Aadmi Party manages to hold on to its 17 to 18% tally. One last point though, the BJP in 2019, I'm talking about the Lok Sabha election here, it polled I think 58 or 59% of the vote. Yashwant ji can correct me if I am wrong.
60% plus.
I think as far as the BJP is concerned, it would be very difficult for anybody to challenge it. I think the only thing which remains to be seen is whether the tally is in excess of 130 or whether it is around 100 that it was last time.
Okay. Now, Reena, Gupta from the Aam Aadmi Party, the BJP will say that they are attacking Italia not because they want to smash the Aam Aadmi Party, but because he's attacked the Prime Minister. And there's a lot of sense in this, that the Prime Minister is the most towering personality in Gujarat. You call the Prime Minister names, the BJP turns it into an emotional kind of play like they did with Sonia Gandhi calling Modi Maut ke Saudagar. So there is perfect rationale behind AAP being attacked, Italia being attacked, and this is going to hurt the AAP's prospects.
See, Rahul, it is very clear that the Bharatiya Janata Party is losing in Gujarat, and they are not able to basically come to a strategy on how to deal with Aam Aadmi Party. What they did today,
losing थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो गया ना, ठीक तो लगा लो that AAP is fighting and can be seen in the fight, which is fair. But beating the BJP, when I met Italia, I just want to mention to our viewers, he said that they had campaign teams on 10,000 of the 50,000 booths in the state. So if they themselves are on 1/5 of the booths, surely you're not beating the BJP just yet. And this is coming from your own leader.
Rahul, अभी तो शुरू हुआ, अभी तो पूरी पिक्चर बाकी है. You see the way our vote share is going to go up, and I'm very sure Mr. Yashwant very soon on your TV program will come and tell you how we are doing very well. But coming back to the incident of Italia, Rahul, you know, he is a very, very popular Patidar leader over there, and we have seen time and again that Bharatiya Janata Party has insulted Patidar leaders. Last time there was the Patidar movement, they used police brutality against the movement, and now also a lot of youth are basically rallying around Gopal Italia, and that is the reason they have targeted him. Why could they not, summon him in Gujarat? Why did they have to bring him to Delhi for this? And if the NCW chief has to bring somebody, summon somebody, it should start from the Prime Minister. How can we forget his Didi or Didi comment? Why nothing, no action was taken that time? And in just the last 2-3 days, Pravesh Verma has given such hateful speeches and such derogatory languages against the Chief Minister of Delhi. Has any action been taken? Their Uttarakhand leaders have used such bad language against all Hindu goddesses. Has any action been taken? But Rahul, I want to say one thing, that Bharatiya Janata Party should know that Aam Aadmi Party is not like Congress. If they arrest us, they harass us, we come out even stronger. Our volunteers are all charged up. And what they have done with Gopal Italia today is actually going to backfire on them.
Okay, so the AAP is a feisty competitor, and the BJP acknowledges that also. Now, Rajdeep, two things could happen. The AAP's graph could plateau around this 17-18%. In Goa and Uttarakhand, we saw after the AAP saw some initial traction, it then kind of collapsed, as happened in Punjab in 2017 as well. Or as Reena and the likes of Vijay Nair, Kejriwal, Raghav and Manish Sisodia would hope that from 17-18, because of these attacks, the graph actually climbs. What's most likely?
I think most likely is a sharper urban-rural divide in Gujarat than even before. The fact is the Congress is still the principal opposition, even though it's been a weakened party in rural Gujarat. The AAP's maximum traction is urban Gujarat. Having said that, Gujarat is heavily urbanized. Barring a few constituencies in the core tribal belt, every Gujarat constituency will have a slightly semi-urban feel to it. Some small town or the other will be there. My sense, though, is that if you look at data, over the years, the gap between the Congress and the BJP has been anything between 5 to 10%. And the AAP coming in could well mean that the gap only widens between the BJP and the Congress. And even if
vote share percentages will come down,
yes,
the gap in seats could potentially go up because the votes get split.
I am saying what happened in Gandhinagar during the municipal elections a year or two ago could well now happen on a larger canvas across urban Gujarat to the benefit of the BJP. In rural Gujarat, in tribal pockets, the Congress will still be a contender in some parts. But whether the Congress can even, at the moment, whether the Congress can even match its lowest ever figure. Remember, lowest ever figure of Congress in Gujarat is 33 in 1990, which was the three-cornered election. Therefore, I am saying the more this election in Gujarat becomes three-cornered, the more it is to the advantage of the BJP and the more the Congress will struggle. And therefore, I keep wondering whether this AAP, whether the more the AAP gains, even if it is a percentage or two,
every gain of the AAP could be to the advantage of the BJP and the detriment of the Congress. That's where I am positioning this as a three-cornered race this time in Gujarat, which is very unusual for a traditional bipolar state.
But there is this langar gossip in political circles, Rahul Srivastav, that the likes of Sharad Pawar, Nitish Kumar are working behind the scenes for some kind of tacit, unspoken understanding between the AAP and the Congress, telling the AAP that you focus on urban pockets, telling Congress you focus on North Saurashtra, the tribal belt, and aiming for a AAP-Congress post-poll tie-up. Is this just fiction writers and their brains working overtime, or could there be some truth in this?
See, Rahul, there is no tie-up talk. There is no post or pre-tie-up. What they are trying to tell Aam Aadmi Party is that if you look at what happened in Surat Municipal Corporation elections, the Aam Aadmi Party did pretty well. That means in an urban area where a lot of issues like unemployment, corruption are in vogue, AAP can be a better challenger than the Congress Party. The Congress did incredibly well in the rural areas. If you see last elections in 2017, 55 urban seats, 44 won by BJP, 11 by Congress, 127 rural, semi-rural seats, semi-urban seats, Congress won 68, BJP only 55. That means there is a scope. So what the push from people like Nitish Kumar and others is that if in places like Saurashtra, the AAP backs down, in tribal belts where the Congress is much stronger than the BJP, AAP backs down again, with somebody like a Chotu Swasawa tying up with the Congress can do better in those areas and AAP. Now, whether that will work, because AAP has an ego, AAP has a political strategy, and it does not want to be seen as going with the Congress in any way. Now, I think the critical element will be how tacit they can keep it.
Okay, there are very few people who understand the politics of Gujarat better than Sheila Bhatt. Sheila Ben, welcome. I'm told you're in the United States on a holiday. It's nice of you to join us. Tell us, is the AAP emerging as a real threat to the BJP, or is this just a lot of song and fury with the hope of the BJP increasing its seat share?
So, hi Rahul. I'm in San Francisco. It's around 7.
We are here.
Yeah.
It's getting polluted.
She's becoming an NRG, non-resident Gujarati.
San Francisco is full of non-resident Gujarati.
Is there any part of the world where you will not find a Gujarati? Gujarati Sindhi Sikhs.
Yeah. So, Rahul, I'm following very closely Gujarat election from here, which all of us can't miss it. You know that. So to tell you frankly, just few hours before going to sleep, I was listening to very carefully Amit Shah's speech today. He was in Sant Savayanath place, which is a pilgrimage place for the Dalits. And it is almost 500-year-old temple, where Amit Shah talked about launching a Gujarat Gaurav Yatra.
Okay.
And BJP has perfected its election campaign blue book so well that everything is happening on a very predictable line. One, this arrest of Gopal Italia, I understand that it's a kind of a force multiplier effect they want to do, because right now, lot of churning is happening, and as just now all of you were discussing very interestingly how AAP is doing well and irritating BJP and all that. What I will sum up like this, that lot of churning is happening. AAP is raising the majorly issue of inflation, price rise, this costly gas, cooking gas and other issues. Plus, AAP has recently, in last, say, 3 weeks, has given tickets in many places to very unusual candidates. And that is that at the ground level, lot of churning and lot of debates are happening. And I think BJP, I don't think BJP has done anything haphazardly or without strategy. Gopal Italia is a known, I would say, outsider type of a person in a society, and he is a somehow weak link of AAP. AAP is doing much better than what even Gopal Italia would have done without this Delhi AAP. So what has happened is that Italia is no Hardik Patel. Please remember that. So his arrest is majorly to consolidate BJP score voters. So that makes sense for BJP. One. And second thing, I feel very strongly that BJP, by arresting Italia, is actually showing us that they are very upset with Congress that they are not catching up with in the election campaigning, because that was a very cozy, known, predictable, time-tested arrangement within Gujarat politics. So I think few things are happening, and another point very important.
No, but that's why AAP is shaking things up. BJP and Congress had this sideshow, you scratch my back, I scratch your back, which is where a party like AAP comes in and says, you know, they're raising questions, whether it's on contractual employees, whether it is on alcohol, whether it is about spurious liquor. They're raising questions that the BJP is now having to defend its track record. Yashwant, I want to ask you the same question that I asked Rajdeep. Is it probable that the AAP's vote share plateaus from here, comes down like it did in Goa, in Uttarakhand, or could it potentially jump up? What could happen as far as the simulation is concerned in this campaign, which could turn things in these three directions?
No, so Gujarat is a very sensitive territory in Indian election, in Indian politics, and I don't think we should take a final stand on this right now, because candidates are not there. But I strongly feel that BJP is counting up.
Okay, Yashwant?
If you today,
so I will say, Rahul, I agree with what Shiraji said, and actually I also agree with what Rajdeep said. And this is going to be a very critical juncture at this point of time. AAP has a potential to gain further traction for a simple reason. What I sense, Rahul, that Aam Aadmi Party is getting a kind of a protest vote. And when I say a kind of a protest vote, the protest vote is not a protest against the BJP. What I feel, Aam Aadmi Party is getting the protest vote against Congress in a way that they are not really riding up to the BJP. So basically the anti-BJP vote, which would have ideally gone to the Congress, but somehow Congress is not really, focusing on Gujarat, and that is what is helping the Aam Aadmi Party gain traction. Please remember, Rahul, that, this entire Bharat Jodo Yatra is skipping Gujarat altogether. Gujarat somehow is not really coming up on Congress scheme or its plan. Last time, 5 years back, they did get 77 seats, but as Rajdeep pointed out, it's like BJP was almost like 10 points ahead of the Congress last election also. The vote share gap was huge. It is just that the skew of the urban and rural seats in Gujarat that BJP manages to win urban seats by really huge margins, and which kind of takes their overall state share, vote share quite high. And that is where the Congress had a chance. And last time the Saurashtra equation was pretty peculiar. Please remember, the Patidar Andolan actually has hurt BJP big time. So hypothetically speaking, Rahul, suppose there would not have been Aam Aadmi Party in this election. This is a very classical equation to understand. Suppose there would not have been any Aam Aadmi Party in this election, many would have liked to conclude that, okay, Congress might have gained from 77 to 100 plus something. No, it was not going to happen, because the entire gain of the Congress on the back of the Patidar Andolan, and particularly in Saurashtra, was done this time. I mean, all said and done, even in the absence of Aam Aadmi Party, BJP was likely to sweep this election.
Okay.
Unless something spectacular
So now,
happened.
Reena Gupta, this whole idea that opposition leaders like Pawar and Nitish are working behind the scenes for some kind of a tacit understanding, and it's true in some senses that Kejriwal and AAP are now focusing more on the urban centers than they are in rural and tribal Gujarat. So is there some khichdi that's cooking?
For Aam Aadmi Party, Rahul, that will backfire big time for Aam Aadmi Party if there is even a slightest of public posturing that they are kind of coordinating somewhere in the Congress camp.
No, but publicly they'll deny it. Publicly they'll deny it. Let's hear what Reena has to say. Reena, is some khichdi cooking in Gujarat?
Please.
Let us speak. Reena.
Rahul, first of all, I don't know why you all are saying it's a three-cornered fight. You go to the ground. I've just come back from Gujarat. Congress is finished in Gujarat. The Gujaratis are very clear. It's a fight between Aam Aadmi Party and Bharatiya Janata Party. The reason that Bharatiya Janata Party has ruled for 27 years in spite of all the misgovernance is because Congress was never able to provide a proper opposition. This is the first time that there's a real opposition in Gujarat. And Aam Aadmi Party is getting a lot of, love and encouragement wherever we are going, whether it's rural areas or it's urban areas. We are not in an understanding with anybody. Nobody out there, we are not in an understanding. This is a figment of people's imaginations, people sitting in TV studios or wherever else, I don't know. But there is no understanding, there's no conversations with anybody. We are there to talk about our governance model of Delhi and what we have started to do in Punjab. And people of Gujarat have realized that even after 27 years, why should they be getting such expensive electricity? Why should there be no schools, no good hospitals, no good roads? And they are tired of this misgovernance. They are seeing a real hope in Aam Aadmi Party. And you see slowly our graph is going to go up, Rahul. A lot of our voters are silent voters. They might not come out in surveys right now, but slowly as the elections come near, you will see a big shift towards Aam Aadmi Party.
Okay, I enjoyed this conversation. At least there is some kind of a fight the AAP is putting up. There's a big gap, and AAP especially is just about starting out in Gujarat. The BJP deeply entrenched, but it does spice things up a little bit more. The Congress is hardly fighting. They're more in Karnataka at this moment, hoping to win against the Bommai government. That's really their big hope. They've kind of given up on Gujarat, not putting the kind of fight that they did even back in 2017. So at least all this attack on Italia, the counter attack that he's a patidar, which is why he's being targeted, just makes things more exciting. We're going to be traveling to Gujarat in a few days from now, and at least there's something to talk about, something to focus on. So Yashwant, keep doing the work that you are. Sheila Ben, please come back from San Francisco. You're over there. The weather is good. We are here. It's getting polluted. So we're missing you. So please come back. Rahul Srivastav will be putting out a lot of stories which he filmed during his Gujarat travels. We'll play that out for our viewers. And Reena Gupta for joining us on the news track. Thank you very much. I'm slipping into a break. When I come back, Supreme Court delivers a split verdict in the hijab case referred to a larger bench. Big question, what happens next? Details coming up on the other side.
I noticed something new. You've started using a new body lotion. Funny.
I'm so sorry for the delay. I was on another call. It just kept going on.
No, Papa. You have been a steam bath. Steam bath? At home? 2 steam bath he takes.
Go to your homework.
It's 7:20 already. The kickoff's in 5 minutes. Get all the boys. We have the entire place to ourselves, man. Not working?
Of course it is. But I don't want you guys to be using this bathroom. So use the other one.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You're on board the news track. The stalemate in the hijab showdown continues. The Supreme Court delivered a split verdict in the case today, referring the matter to a larger bench. This means the ban on headscarves in Karnataka continues and the legal battle is far from over. The Law Today team with this report.
After 10 months of tumult and face-off, which ignited passion and legal fight, the hijab stalemate is here to stay. The two-judge Supreme Court bench has delivered a split verdict on if campuses can allow Islamic hijab over prescribed uniform. Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia set aside the Karnataka High Court judgment and quashed the Karnataka government's hijab ban order on February 5. He held that the entire concept of essential religious practice was not apt for the dispute. Justice Dhulia added that only education of girl child matters. Justice Hemant Gupta, on the other hand, upheld the Karnataka High Court verdict, which approved Karnataka government's campus hijab ban. Justice Gupta also raised 11 critical questions on the issues of essential religious practice, rights of students, and the government.
देखिए, आज का जो फैसला है, जो वर्डिक्ट, जो फ्रैक्चर्ड वर्डिक्ट है, इसका मतलब ये है कि इसका प्रभाव हाई कोर्ट के जजमेंट पर कुछ भी पड़ने वाला नहीं है। अब जो नई बेंच गठित होगी, नए बेंच का जो फैसला आएगा, उसी से हाई कोर्ट का जजमेंट प्रभावित होगा। अगर वो फैसला हाई कोर्ट के अगेंस्ट है, तो फैसला नहीं माना जाएगा हाई कोर्ट का, और सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो फैसला होगा वो मान्य होगा।
Justice Gulia has emphasized that the choice has been left to the lady. Whatever she wants to wear, she can wear. So he has emphasized on the education of the girl. He has emphasized on her choice, and he has depended on the Bijoy Benwell judgment, which has upheld this practice where a lady can put whatever covering.
The CJI, while constituting the larger bench, will have to consider all 11 questions raised by Justice Gupta and then decide upon the composition of the bench. With no stay by the top court on the Karnataka High Court judgment and the Supreme Court being split, the High Court endorsed ban on hijab in campuses with uniform will continue.
हमें उम्मीद है कि यहाँ पर अभी चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया के सामने हमारे जो बच्चे जो अपील डाले हैं वो गया है। हमें आशा है कि डेफिनेटली वो हमारे फेवर में, यहाँ के संविधान के फेवर में वो डिसीजन देंगे।
As the battle shifts to a larger bench, a longer legal war may be on the cards.
Two judges giving a split verdict in the Karnataka hijab ban case from the Supreme Court, which means that this matter will now go before a three-judge bench and is likely to be delayed further. While Justice Hemant Gupta, in his analysis, has gone into all issues including essential religious practice and the right of the government to formulate rules, Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia has said that this is not about essential religious practice, it is about the freedom of expression and freedom of choice of religion. And effectively, it is also about education of girls, particularly in poorer rural areas. With the two judges giving distinctive, different judgments, the matter will now be referred to the Chief Justice to formulate a fresh bench. In the meantime, in Karnataka, the ban on wearing of hijabs in educational institutions which have a uniform will continue, as the government has made it clear that the status quo will continue for now. In New Delhi, with cameraman Raja, this is Anisha Mathur for India Today.
Large parts of the country are inundated after incessant rain. From Andhra Pradesh to Assam, states ravaged by floods. Assam, in fact, is dealing with a third wave of floods just this year.
Rain mayhem across the nation.
inundated streets and localities. Incessant rains for the last 3 days has triggered floods in several states of India. Life has been thrown out of gear in many parts. Several districts of Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu are badly hit. Floods continue to hit Anantapur as all the low-lying residential colonies have been completely submerged in water.
This has been the situation here for almost the last 2 to 3 days, continuously in and around this area. As you can see, several houses here that have been inundated as it goes down towards the stream as well. That is the stream from where the rush of water that you can see, the current out there quite heavy, as several houses have been completely inundated.
While the Met Department is predicting more rains, it has said the cyclonic circulation seen in the Bay of Bengal is weakening. In Assam, Dhemaji is the worst hit district with nearly 39,000 persons, including more than 7,800 children affected. 2,838 hectares of crop area is inundated. 20 relief distribution centers have been set up in Dhemaji, Lakhimpur and Dibrugarh. Hundreds of villages in Uttar Pradesh are also affected by the floods. The victims are moving to safer places with their household items. The Saryu River in Barabanki district is in spate due to the rain, and millions of cusecs of water has been released from Nepal for the past several days.
I am reporting from one particular crunch of road which connects Ayodhya to district Gonda. But that particular road has been completely submerged in the Saryu flood water. And if you'll see the road out here, you'll see how the road is broken.
बाढ़ को लेकर के मैंने और माननीय मंत्री जी ने राम सनेही घाट के जो प्रभावित क्षेत्र हैं उनका निरीक्षण किया है। आगरा की साइड वाले जो एरियाज हैं उनमें फसल काफ़ी प्रभावित है, तो उसके मुआवजे के लिए भी सूची बनाने के लिए निर्देशित किया है। मेडिकल टीम्स हमारी उपस्थित हैं। कोई अगर वैसी समस्या होती है, किसी को सांप काटने या ऐसी कोई अगर कोई वो होती है तो उसके लिए वायल्स भी हम लोगों ने रख रखे हैं।
Meanwhile, in Karnataka, officials have advised people to move to safer places, as the discharge of surplus water in Stanley Reservoir can cause flood in Kaveri Delta districts. With Apurva in Anantapur and Samarth Shivastav in Ayodhya, Bureau Report, India Today.
This is where I wrap up the news track tonight. For your time and your trust, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow evening at 8 p.m. Till then, from all of us here, goodbye, good night, and for those celebrating, wish you a happy Karwa Chauth. Hey, I noticed something new. You started using a new body lotion.
Fun.
India's Oscar entry film, Shallow Shore, revolves around a young boy and his intense love for cinema. One of the boys who played a very crucial role in the film, Rahul Kohli, who essayed that role to real perfection, unfortunately has passed away. Rahul was fighting leukemia for the last few years but managed to beat the cancer complications all through the film's shoot. His father, who's an auto rickshaw driver, broke down while confirming the news. He said that Rahul was doing okay until the morning of October 2nd. He had fever and soon after eating his breakfast, he repeatedly vomited blood. He was rushed to the hospital but unfortunately was declared dead. Rahul Kohli comes from a humble family. He was very eager to watch this film released, Shallow Shore. In fact, Rahul's father even sold his auto rickshaw to treat his son's cancer. But once the filmmakers of Shallow Shore heard about this, they even bought him a new auto rickshaw. Rahul's parents say that he was keenly awaiting the release of the film and was very sure that the family's fortunes would change after the film's release. But alas, the crew of film Shallow Shore who was with Rahul all through the time he was at the hospital beating cancer, have broken down ever since. The movie is now India's official entry into the Oscars, representing the country in the Best International Film category. Rahul's family and his entire village are now going to be watching the film in a special screening, shallow show, all seated together as an ode to this young boy. We're only hoping that the film would win at the Oscars. That will be a true ode to Rahul Kohli. His dreams surely will live on.
We all consume pills at some point in time. It could be vitamins or it could be medicines, pills for some ailment. But did you know that your posture while consuming that pill is extremely important? How you take your pills may affect how they work. According to a recent study published in the journal Physics of Fluids, the position of your body when you swallow a pill has a direct bearing on how effectively it is working. The team actually tested 4 postures to understand absorption of the medicine: standing, sitting upright, lying down, turn to the right, lying down, turn to the left. Essentially, what they found was that lying to the left and leaning towards the left was the worst position to be in after consuming a pill. It took up to 5 times longer to absorb pills compared to when they were taken in an upright posture. Well, if the pill lands very close to the lowest part of the stomach, the faster it's going to dissolve and empty its contents into the small intestine. Most of the drugs are actually absorbed in the small intestine. Thanks to gravity and the natural unevenness of the stomach, it makes sense that the position you're in when you take a pill could affect how it makes its way through your GI system.
Feeling safe and secure is important to all of us out there, right? Well, the Global Peace Index ranks the safest countries in the world to reside in. Let's find out which are the top 5 safest countries in the world. Iceland. Iceland is the safest country globally for the 13th year in a row. Iceland has a population of 340,000. It also has a low level of crime attributed to its high standard of living, strong social attitudes against crime, and a lack of tension between social and economic classes. Here's a surprising fact: Iceland doesn't have an army, and the police do not carry firearms. The country's laws guarantee equality, same-sex marriages, adoptions, religious freedom, and equal pay for men and women. New Zealand. Like Iceland, New Zealand is a safe space for people to reside in. But due to the terror attacks on 2 mosques back in 2019, its score has slightly decreased. New Zealand laws prevent abuse of anyone's freedom of speech and expression. Portugal. Portugal was ranked 18th on the Peace Index. Ever since, the country has made huge strides to be ranked 3rd. Portugal has armed police, but the increased police presence in the country has reduced its crime levels. In the past few years, Portugal has made an economic resurgence, decreasing its unemployment rate from 17% to under 7%. Austria. Austria has kept its 4th place. The country's political instability has led to an increase in social unrest. But serious crimes here are rare. The country has spared any acts of major terrorism. Denmark. Denmark is one of the few places where even children report they feel safe at any time of the day. The country has a high level of equality and a strong sense of common responsibility. Corruption is rare here in business or politics. Denmark is also a welfare state, meaning that everyone receives services and perks that help them live comfortable lives. These are the top safest countries to live in. Which rank is your country at? Don't forget to tell us in the comment sections.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. A split verdict arrived at by a two-judge bench of the Supreme Court in the big hijab verdict. One judge says it's the freedom of choice and the right of the girl child to an education. The other judge says schools have a right to impose a mandatory dress code. What were the arguments inside the court? And what impact will it have on the ground in Karnataka and beyond? That's the big talking point. Also, more details emerging on the shocking human sacrifice case in Kerala. And we'll tell you why AAP's Gujarat leader was detained by the Delhi police. All that and much more on the news today.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series. Stay wild at heart.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today. This is your primetime destination. News, newsmakers, talking points. The big talking point tonight, the Supreme Court split wide open on the hijab ban. The contentious issue, a two-judge bench. One